Gregg, and most recently Chris Buchek, Irvin Santana, and Joe Saunders. We'll keep you updated on how Jared is doing once that game starts. It'll be a 9:05 first pitch at Angel Stadium of Anaheim. In the minor league of the Angels farm system, AAA Salt Lake fell to 28-19, but still in first place in the Pacific Coast League. They were defeated by New Orleans 8-5. Stephen Shell taking the loss, giving up 6 runs on 10 hits and just 1 strikeout over 5 innings. Howie Kendrick had a couple of base hits, including a double and 1 run batted in, and solo homers by former Travelers Ryan Buddy and Jeff Mathis. Rancho Cucamonga got an outstanding performance by right-hander Jose Arredondo, who appeared in 3 games with the Travs last year. He'll be pitching for the Travelers sometime this year or next season. Arredondo allowed only 1 run on 1 hit while striking out 9 in 8 innings. Arredondo now 3-2. Kevin Jepson 1 scoreless relief inning, striking out a couple of men for his 6th save. Cliff Ramoli extended his hit streak to 9 games, drove in a pair of runs, and Sean Rodriguez added a solo homer for the third-place Quakes, who are 25-23 in the California League South. In the Midwest League, Cedar Rapids snapped their 5-game losing streak, getting another fine pitching performance by right-hander Stephen Merrick, who went to 5-1, striking out 2 and allowing only 2 runs on 6 hits with no walks in 7 2/3 innings. Held Quad Cities scoreless until the 7th inning. Ryan Aldridge registered his 8th save. Colonels had just 5 base hits in the ballgame, but still picked up the 3-2 win for their 21st win against 27 losses in the Midwest League. That's good for 5th place in the Midwest League West Division. There's your news from the Angels organization, brought to you by AgPro of Central Arkansas. Located in Pine Bluff, Maumelle, Stuttgart, and England, AgPro is proud to feature outstanding John Deere products. And in fact, you can sign up for a demo of some of John Deere's best equipment at AgPro's website, and that's agprocompanies.com. Plenty more to come on the ITT Tech pregame show, including the starting lineups coming up next on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
Your world is suddenly changing for the better, all because 2 great companies that you know and trust, have now joined forces to deliver the world that matters most, yours. AT&T, with its passion to invent, and FCC, with its drive to deliver, have come together to create the most complete and secure network with products and services to keep you connected to work, home, to life. Introducing the new AT&T, your world, delivered.
Coca-Cola, this is Mitchell.
My friend's brother is a molecular biologist, and he was saying the only way you could have gotten Coke Zero to taste like the regular Coke was to engineer it in space.
I would not.
Well, no, but think about the whole zero factor, like zero gravity. It makes perfect sense.
0 is for the 0 calories.
Just stop pretending that you don't engineer Coke Zero in space. Can you do that?
I wish I could speculate on that, sir.
The next launch. I just want the time for the next launch.
Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste. 0 calories.
Quitting smoking is hard, and it's even harder to do it alone. The good news is there is help. Just call the SOS Quit line. 1-866-NOW-QUIT. They'll give you the information and program you need to get free of tobacco. And the service is free, too. Try it. Call 1-866-NOW-QUIT and start to get free. I promise, it's a great feeling. 1-866-NOW-QUIT. Call today.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
The ITT Technical Institute pregame show. Phil Elson with you as the Travs and the Midland RockHounds are supposedly 8 minutes away from first pitch. We've been starting the games here about 10 minutes late, and so I'll estimate the first pitch will come in a little bit closer to about 6:35, 6:40, and cannot see if the starting pitchers are warming up as of now. I don't think Midland's starting pitcher is getting ready, and so that certainly is a clue that we're going to be getting underway a little bit late today. There is a chance of thunderstorms here in Midland. There's a rather large storm just to the south of town. It's currently at 91 degrees. It was at 98 earlier today. There's 30% chance that storms will come into Midland. I can see a big storm down to the south, and it is emptying some rain out here in the parched Permian Basin. So there is a chance that this game may get delayed at some point today. We had 30 to 35 mile-an-hour gusts of wind coming in from right field last night. We're going to have the exact same thing today on another blustery evening in Midland, Texas. Time for a look at the starting lineup. We'll begin with the homestanding Midland RockHounds, the AA affiliate of the Oakland Athletics, managed by Vaughn Hayes, to a record of 25-23, good for second place in the South, 4.5 games out. Leading off is the catcher, Kirk Suzuki. Very rare to see a catcher leading a game off. Number 2 batter is right fielder Jed Morris, while Travis Buck hits third and plays left field. Cleaning up is first baseman Vasily Spanos. It'll be Kevin Melillo in the 5-hole for the RockHounds playing second base. The center fielder Matt Allegra batting 6th. Danny Putnam starting as the designated hitter, batting 7th. 8-hitter is the third baseman Brian Snyder, and Lloyd Turner rounds out the starting 9. He'll be at shortstop. The Arkansas Travelers manager Tyrone Boykin pencils this lineup in. It is Devin Day leading off. He'll be in center field today, giving Dwayne Bacon a night off. Eric Rodlin batting second and playing second base. Shortstop Brandon Wood in his customary 3-hole, while Greg Porter is cleaning up again, but tonight Greg the designated hitter instead of starting at first base. 5-hitter is Matt Brown at third. Bobby Wilson, the starting catcher, will bat 6th. Batting 7th and playing first base today for the Travs is Matt Pauley. David Gates hits 8th. He'll be in left field. And Jason Esposito rounds out the Arkansas starting 9. He'll be in right. Starting pitcher for the RockHounds, Ray Aguilar. Aguilar, 5'11", 200 pounds. Originally a 25th round pick of the Rockies in 1999, who had his contract voided only 2 weeks after he signed. The Braves picked him up in 2001. He's bounced around from the Braves over to the Marlins system last year, going 7-2 at two places in the Marlins organization. So here with Midland in his first year as an A's farmhand, 9 starts. Aguilar 3-3 with a 323 earned run average. He's allowing a 292 batting average against, but also averages 1 strikeout per inning with 48 strikeouts in 47 1/3 innings. It's Chris Hunter taking the hill today for the Travs. It'll be Hunter's 8th start of the year. The native of Linden, Utah, right-hander, 6'4", 205 pounds. He's gone 1-4 with the Travs with a 7.20 ERA, but coming off his finest performance of the season, where he limited Frisco to 8 hits and just 2 runs over 7 innings. The Travs didn't muster much offense, and Hunter lost it by a score of 2-1. Those are your starting lineups. And we will have a sit-down chat with Traveler pitching coach Ken Patterson right after this on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KTXE.
Sid Gutierrez had a childhood much like you'd expect growing up in 1960s New Mexico. A lot of sun, a lot of sky, and a lot of dreams about what you might be when you grow up. After school, many of Sid's friends went on to work for local factories and businesses. Some moved away, but none moved as far away as Sid. Sid Gutierrez is recognized as the first Hispanic to pilot a space shuttle, and he's a member of the International Space Hall of Fame. But before he went into space, he went to Webster University. I'm Bob Costas, member of the board of Webster University. All Webster campuses around the world share the same belief. Education is more than just a degree. It's real knowledge for real-world success.
An Arkansas Federal Home Equity Loan has a 4-month fixed rate as low as 4.5% annual percentage rate with absolutely no fees. And you can access your loan with Arkansas Federal's new Visa Platinum credit card. Apply online at afcu.org or call 982-1000. A home equity loan with a 4-month fixed rate as low as 4.5% annual percentage rate with absolutely no fees is available today at Arkansas Federal. And you can use your Visa Platinum credit card to access your loan. Apply online at afcu.org or call 982-1000.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Welcome back to the ITT Technical Institute pregame show on another windy night in Midland, Texas. Travs going for their 3rd straight win over the RockHounds. We're joined on the pregame show by pitching coach Ken Patterson. Ken, yesterday the Travs delivered their first shutout of the 2006 season, and thankfully it was here in Midland where they blow a horn every time they score a run, so we never heard that horn. Rafael Rodriguez gave 7 very strong innings. Bill Edwards finished it off. I guess we've been waiting to see the quote-unquote real Rafael Rodriguez. I think we got to look at him yesterday. What made Rafi start yesterday different than the previous 6?
Well, I think he'd been struggling, and I think last night he just went in the game and relaxed, and went, just reverted back to, hey, do what I did back in A-ball. And I think he came up here and he tried to overthrow. He tried to do too many things because this is, a jump from AA. And I think he just went back just, hey, letting it go. We worked on a few mechanical things, but it really wasn't anything major. But another thing is we got him back on a long tossing program. We got up here and he hadn't been stretching his long toss program between starts, and it really gets him extended and really helps his direction. And we got him, and we got back on that this last start, and I told T-Bone he had one of his best bullpens the other day that he's had since he's been here, and then all of a sudden he goes out and and does the same thing. He threw just as good last night as he did in his bullpen, so I'm hoping we've got him on track.
And the rest of the pitching staff has had probably their best stretch of the season during this road trip, although only 2 wins to show for it. Got some really good innings from Chris Hunter in his last start. The bullpen in the extra inning game on Thursday was outstanding. James Holcomb could only go that 1 inning because of the bad back. Why do you think that not just the pen, but everybody over this road trip has given stronger innings? What do you think it's been?
One thing is it's a lot easier to pitch in these ballparks. I mean, I don't want to take any credit away. Take anything away from them. They have thrown the ball well. But in pitching in Frisco and pitching in Midland, these are totally pitcher's ballparks. I mean, we got wind blowing in. In Frisco, we had the wind blowing in from right. In Frisco, left field, they hit it. There were some balls that, fly balls that could go out. Here, you've really got to hit the ball, get it out of here. So it really helps the pitchers. But mainly, what I see also happening is we got guys who, if you go back and look at it, we got guys that really didn't have great years in A-ball and really probably shouldn't have been here if we didn't have a void in the system in our organization. And so guys got promoted when they probably didn't deserve it, but now they've really had to rush to catch up on the learning curve. Because, this is a big jump from Rancho Cucamonga or Cedar Rapids, like some of these guys have been. All of a sudden, you're in the Texas League with some of these hitters here. And now we're starting to make adjustments, and I'm starting to have some time with them. Because, this is my first year in the organization. And so now I'm seeing these guys, and okay, I see where we're weak at. And then I've been helping them make some adjustments. Guys have been great. They haven't gotten down. But I think right now we're starting to see guys adjusting on the learning curve.
Ken Patterson, Traveler pitching coach, joining us on the pregame show. Ken was the winning manager in the 12-inning game on Thursday because Keith Johnson, the hitting coach, had been ejected earlier in the ball game. Tyrone Boykin, manager, was ejected in the 11th, and the last coach on the bench was Ken Patterson. Ken, this is your second year as a pitching coach. What was your mindset when you realized that, hey, Tyrone's gone? I guess I got to run the show now. What were you thinking?
It was panic, straight panic, mainly. I don't know. I was telling them last night. I don't know which I was nervous at. One time in spring training, I had to hit in the 9th inning off of Billy Wagner, and which I wasn't expected to do. And then because I was in the American League for so many years, and I ended up having to hit off him in spring training. And then last night, maybe I said, I don't know which one I was more nervous about, because both of them are pretty nerve-wracking. But you've been around. I've been around baseball a while. I've played for some good managers, so I just but it was straight panic right off the bat. But then after I kind of said, okay, calm down, and then I kind of settled in. But the one thing I know is that I need to skip this minor league managerial stuff if I'm going to be a manager and go straight to the big leagues, because where the minor league, the manager has to go out to third base and give signs. Well, I am the worst sign giver, and in fact it showed up. And so, in the big leagues, the manager sits there in the dugout. I figured out that's where I'm better. So I might be a better major league manager than a minor league manager.
I understand that you developed some signs of your own and quickly relayed them to the team so that they would get it for that 1 inning.
Yeah, I don't know the signs that we use here, so I had to use the signs I used with my kids when I was coaching the 15-year-old team a couple years ago, and so that's the only signs I knew. So I was like, okay, we're going to do this. So the guys had to make an adjustment real quick.
Ken, I was hoping to see you wave a guy around third. Everybody's got their own specific style, but hey, you got the win. In your first real inning as a manager, you picked up a victory, and that's something that can never be taken away from you.
You're right. I was really happy about that. Somebody on the bench said, when Bacon got thrown out, and we almost had nobody left on the bench, And KJ gets thrown out, and T-Bone gets thrown out, and they said, well, there's no way we're going to lose this game now, because that's usually when you win the games, and you turn something around is when something like that happens. And sure enough, we get a 3-run home run like that. It's those weird zany games that where you don't look like anything could go worse, or any more could go wrong, and all of a sudden, bam, you'll get it and win the game.
Ken, thanks so much for your time. I appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks.
We'll be giving Ken a $15 gift certificate to Shorty Smalls in Little Rock, North Little Rock, and Conway. But first, we'll be right back after this with more on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
Make your plans now to see the best racing under the lights at Texas Motor Speedway, June 8th, 9th, and 10th. You won't want to miss another incredible finish like this one from 2002.
Here we come once again. It's going to be at the line. The winner's going to be Sam Ornick Jr. by 96 thousandths of a second.
The Oak Creek Homes qualifying day for the IRL and the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series will be Thursday, June 8th. June 8th at 10. On Friday, June 9th, David Starr, Dennis Setzer, Todd Boda, and the rest of the Craftsman Truck Series will go door to door and heat up the asphalt in the Samstown 400. But the weekend would not be complete without the fearless drivers of the Indy Racing League at speeds over 200 miles per hour in the Bombardier Learjet 500 Saturday night, June 10th. Could it be Dan Weldon, Sam Hornish Jr., Tony Kanaan, or Danica Patrick claiming the Texas victory? Don't miss the action under the lights. Call 817-215-8500 or visit TexasMotorspeedway.com. Texas Motor Speedway, celebrating 10 years strong. You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
We are set for baseball as the Midland RockHounds have taken their position. We just had the national anthem performed by a choir. And it is time to see if the Travs can't get that elusive third consecutive win. The Travs have tried it 5 times and have been unable to win 3 games in a row. Arkansas winning yesterday by a score of 2-0 after winning 8-5 in the 12-inning battle on Thursday night. Travs are taking their swings against Ray Aguilar. Aguilar has one of the top strikeout totals in the Texas League. It's 48 strikeouts in 47 innings. He's walked only 15, yet he allows a lot of base hits. 54 hits in 47 1/3 innings. Texas League teams batting .292 against Aguilar. He has a .323 earned run average. And Aguilar's ERA ranks 9th lowest in the Texas League. The RockHounds have 3 pitchers in their starting rotation that are amongst the top 10 in earned run average, and the Travs saw one of them yesterday, Ben Fritz, and they defeated Fritz. Fritz was a Texas League Pitcher of the Week. So was Ray Aguilar. He won the award for the week May 1st to May the 7th. During that week, allowing just 2 earned runs and 8 hits over 12 1/3 innings, and he struck out 15 during that 2-start stretch. Last time out for Aguilar, he was beaten 2-1 by the Springfield Cardinals right-hander Stu Pomeranz. And Aguilar pitched well in the game, gave up just 2 runs in 5 2/3 innings. But the Cardinals, Pomeranz has a record of 6-0, and he's beaten everybody that he's taken the hill against this year. Getting it started for the Travs is Devin Day. Wait for the rest of the Little Leaguers to make their way off the field. You look way down to the south, and there is a large storm dumping a lot of rain. It's in plain view of everybody here at Citibank Ballpark, so all of us in attendance at the game today are very aware that there's a good chance that we might have a rain delay at some point during today's game. As of now, no rain on the field, so we're set to go. Day standing in, leading it off with Dwayne Bacon getting the evening on the bench. First pitch of the evening is right down the middle for a called strike, and we got underway tonight at 6:37, which is just 7 minutes late. Pitch on the way to Devin Day, and it is outside, and it's 1-1. Well, we've already had our first change in the lineup of the Midland RockHounds. Just another day here in Citibank Ballpark where Brent Colamarino has apparently taken over at first base, and Von Hayes neglected to tell anybody about it. They're strike 2 today on a change-up, and the count 1-2. So hopefully the lineup is still the same. You never know. So Colamarino playing first base, and Spanos is not. We might have a completely different lineup than the one we gave you. That's the one that we were handed. So here's a 1-2 pitch today, and he swings and misses at a very slow curveball, and Ray Aguilar gets a strikeout against the first batter he faces. So for Aguilar, it's his 49th strikeout of the season in 47 and two-thirds innings. Now Eric Rodlin comes up, one of the tougher batters to strike out of the Texas League. Only 20 times in 40 games. Left-hand batter, Aguilar, fires a strike to the knees, and it is 0-1. Rodlin hitting .340, which is now the second highest batting average in the Texas League. J.R. House has overtaken Rodlin as the league's leading hitter. An 0-1 pitch, called strike 2 on the outside corner as Aguilar fired a fastball, and Rodlin quickly down 0-2. On deck, Brandon Wood. Aguilar, who is not a big fellow, 5'11" from the windup. The 0-2 is a curve, low and away, and it's ball 1. Aguilar weighing 200 pounds. He is 25 years old. Actually, 26 years old. He turned 26 January the 18th. Out of South El Monte, California. Pitch to Rodlin, a breaking ball, check swing. They appealed to third, and he didn't go around. So said our unnamed umpire at third base. It's 2-2 on Rodlin. Eric with 2 homers and 19 runs batted in. He's hitting 10 of his last 11. A single in each of the first 2 games of this series here in Midland. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Rodlin. Here's the pitch from Aguilar. Slow curve, and it's lofted into left field. Charging in is Travis Buck, and he gets there to make the catch. And Rodlin is out number 2. Here are the fielders behind Ray Aguilar. It is Travis Buck in left, Matt Allegra in center, and Jed Morris in right. Chris Snyder at third base. It's Turner at shortstop, Kevin Melillo at second, Brant Colamarino at first, and Kurt Suzuki doing the catching. Here's Brandon Wood. Couple of doubles yesterday, leading the league with 17 doubles this year. Right-hand batter. Here's Aguilar's pitch. And a low fastball under the knees. Ball 1. Wood with those 2 doubles, the only 2 hits of this series. He had 6 hits on the road trip, 5 for extra bases. The 1-0 pitch. Wood will take a changeup outside, and it's 2-0. On deck, on deck, Greg Porter. Wood at the plate hitting .254. Team leading 9 homers, team leading 34 runs driven in. The 2-0 pitch on the way from Aguilar. Wood fouls it over the press box, and it's a 2-1 count. Wind blowing hard in from right field and out to the left field corner. Those flags on the scoreboard and the American flag in left field there just pulling at the post. 2-1 pitch, a soft liner over short, and Brandon Wood with a 2-out single is aboard here in the first inning. Nice little bit of hitting against Aguilar's soft stuff. He doesn't appear to be an overpowering lefty. There was a lot of off-speed pitches and a variety of breaking balls. The Wood went down and got that curve and looped it over the shortstop Turner's head to bring up Greg Porter. Porter batting cleanup once again, but only the 7th start of the season for Greg as a designated hitter. .293 batting average, 6 home runs, 23 ribbies, lefty versus lefty, and Aguilar sets, delivers, and Porter grounds it up the middle and into center field. A base hit. Wood will hold at second base as Matt Allegra fields it cleanly in short center. A pair of 2-out singles brought up Matt Brown, a chance to put the Travs ahead in the first inning. Aguilar is not allowed to run in the first inning this year. This is his 10th start. And in 9 previous games, no runs in the first inning, and teams are batting only .167 against him in the first inning. Coming into this game, he'd allowed only 6 hits in the first inning, yet Wood and Porter have come up with a third of that total. Matt Brown has not driven in a run in 78 at-bats. A base hit should bring home Wood and give the Travs the lead in the first inning. Here's a pitch. Change up high, ball 1. Brown has started to hit the ball much better in the extra inning game on Thursday. We've got time called by the plate umpire. I think our plate umpire called an extra ball. Not exactly sure why, but now the count has gone to 2-0 with Aguilar not even throwing his second pitch. Perhaps he put his hand to his mouth while he was on the mound. I would understand that would be a balk with men on base. So now it's a 2-0 count on Brown, and Aguilar only threw him 1 pitch. So here's the stretch by the left-hander. He'll check Wood and deliver to Brown a fastball for a strike. Brown with 3 hits in the extra inning game on Thursday. A couple of doubles and a single, but no runs batted in. .277 average on the year, 6 home runs, 17 RBIs. He's sitting on 17 for 20 games. Pitch on the way, line drive, base hit into left field. Here comes Brandon Wood around third base, and the throw into the infield is cut off, and there's Matt Brown's first RBI in 20 games. An RBI single in the first inning, and the Travs break through against Ray Aguilar. 1-0 Arkansas. So not only does Brown snap his RBI-less streak, but the Travs are the first team to bring a run home against Ray Aguilar in the first inning all season. Grabbed the lead in the second inning yesterday, and they do so today in the first. Bobby Wilson will try to make it 4 consecutive men reaching with 2 outs. Wilson hitting .308, 3 homers, 18 runs batted in, a righty. Pitch on the way, and he sends a high shot towards right center field. Long run for Allegra, and he can't get there. It bounces between him, picked up by the right fielder Morris. Porter is home. Matt Brown trying to score the throw to the plate. He crashes into Suzuki. Suzuki holds on for the final out of the first inning. Great effort by everybody. Brown going elbows first into the catcher Suzuki, who holds on with a large 6'4" man barreling into the plate. It'll be an RBI single for Bobby Wilson, making it 2-0. The Travs are done to the first, 2 runs on 4 base hits, no errors, and 2 men left. The Travs grab a 2-0 lead before the RockHounds get their first up. We'll be back after this on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
In 1998, New York City marathon runner German Silva made a huge mistake. 1/2 mile from the finish line, he took a wrong turn. When he heard yells from the crowd and saw the looks on their faces, he realized his mistake. He immediately turned around, but the error cost him a crucial 15 seconds. His only hope for winning now was to sprint to make up for lost distance. Did he have the energy? Could he do it? He later said, "Too much work had gone into this race. I had to fight it out." He was able to make up the lost distance and finish first in his division, but only because he refused to allow a wrong turn to knock him out of his quest for the prize. I'm Mark Evans, pastor of the church at Rock Creek. You know, there are times in life when we make a wrong turn, but when we discover that it was a wrong turn, the wise person changes direction.
Cotton candy here. Get your cotton. Any peanuts? Nope. Hot dog. Slushies. Nada. Camel corn? No. Can I get something other than cotton candy? Pink or blue, mister. Pink or blue.
Variety is a good thing, especially when it comes to orthopedic services. That's why Baptist Health in Ortho, Arkansas provide the most comprehensive orthopedic care the state has to offer. From outpatient procedures to rehabilitation and prevention. To reach a specialist or for more information, call Baptist Health Healthline at 227-8478 and get back to the things you love.
Actually, I do have peanuts. Really? Nah, just kidding.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Scrambling to figure out what the lineup is here in Midland, Texas, as it looks like the RockHounds have completely altered their batting order that they originally gave everybody before the start of the ball game. As originally Kurt Suzuki was going to lead off, well, here comes Lloyd Turner into the batter's box to lead things off. Thanks, Von Hayes. Nice to get the lineup correct. So here comes Turner, who batted in the 9-hole yesterday and ended up going 1 for 3. Turner, the starting shortstop. And he's supposed to be followed by Jed Morris. I can't tell if that is Morris in the on-deck circle. I think it is. So it's Chris Hunter on the mound for the Travs. Hunter's been handed the keys to a 2-0 lead. Gave 7 strong innings last time out. First pitch of the game from Hunter, a strike on the outside corner. So already Hunter has been given more support than he did in the last start before he even threw a pitch. So Turner, Morris, and Buck here in the first. The right-hander Hunter delivers, and it is under the knees of Turner for a ball, and it's 1-1. Turner hitting .207, 3 home runs, 12 runs batted in, and 1 for 3 yesterday with an infield single. And the 1-1 pitch from Hunter is popped up in a shallow center. Eric Rodlin backing up. He calls everyone off and makes the catch. No one else was close to him. It was Rodlin making that play, or it was going to fall in. 1 away, bringing up Jed Morris. So the number 2 batter that we originally got is the real number 2 batter. That's a sigh of relief. Hunter, standing 6'4", 205 pounds, kept the ball down in his previous start against the Frisco Rough Riders, which was just his second start and coming off the disabled list. But unfortunately, Hunter has lost both of those starts by scores of 8-4 and 2-1. Morris, a left-hand batter, was 1 for 4 yesterday with a double play. Hunter delivers low and outside, ball 1 to Morris. Morris 3 for 10 in the series. He's hitting .299 on the year, but has driven in just 3 runs. Here's a 1-0 pitch from Chris, and it's lined into left field, and that's going to fall in for a base hit. David Gates goes over and cuts it off, and Morris will hold with a 1-out single. We've had some heavy lightning strikes over the past 60 seconds, and it's coming over far past right field. I believe that's the south is the way we're looking here. But that large, dark cloud is filled with water, and it's making its way here to Citibank Ballpark. I'm going to take a wild guess and say we're going to have a delay at some point tonight. Standing in is Travis Buck, and yes, he was originally the number 3 hitter. So Buck stands in, hitting .298 in 14 games of Double-A. Lefty. Morris at first, and Hunter delivers a first pitch. And it's chopped to second. Rodlin a chance for 2. He shuffles onto Wood for an out. Wood fires to first. Rack him up. A double play will get us out of the first inning. Goes 4-6-3. And, boy, Chris Hunter throws only 5 pitches in getting out of the first inning. And that'll take us into the second. It's 2-0 Arkansas on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
Did you know that more than 250 Arkansans are currently awaiting an organ transplant? And did you know that every 16 minutes, a new name is added to the organ transplant waiting list? You can help to reduce these numbers by registering to become an organ donor. Call the Arkansas Regional Organ Recovery Agency at 866-660-5433 or visit the Aurora website at www.arora.org to learn more. Become an organ donor. Give hope. In today's busy world, who has time for questions? Where to go, how to get there, what to eat? With over 30 locations in central, north central, and northeast Arkansas, Double B's has the answers. Double B's makes it easy to stop in and get on with your day, wherever you are. Start your day with Double B's Coffee Cafe. Gourmet coffee, better than most coffee houses. Grab lunch on the go with delicious selections from Quiznos, Pizza Pro, Baskin-Robbins, Chester's Fried Chicken, or Subway. Clean your auto with a car wash. And all Double B's locations feature pay-at-the-pump technology, so you're back on the road in no time. Make the most of your time and stop worrying about life's little questions. We've got the answers at Double B's.
Dr. Pepper, the taste of originality, Dr. Pepper. Salute individuality, Dr. Pepper. Do what you do, your moment has come. You're not like anyone, nothing's better, Dr. Pepper.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Heading back into the second inning here at Citibank Ballpark. Phil Elson with you on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE. The Travs take a 2-0 lead into the second inning and bring up 7-hitter Matt Pauley, followed by David Gates and Jason Speedo. Ray Aguilar on the hill after giving up his first 2 runs in the first inning all season and allowed hits to the final 4 men that he faced. The only reason that Aguilar got out of the first inning was an outstanding throw by the center fielder Matt Allegra, throwing out Matt Brown at the plate 8-2. So here's Pauley leading off. Lefty versus lefty, and a strike comes from Aguilar. Slider on the outside corner. 0-1 on Pauley, who's starting at first base for the 4th time since joining the Travs. Hitting .277 on 0-1 on the way. Pauley lines it in a shallow left. Buck coming on. Dives. Did he catch it? He did catch it. After catching the ball, he somersaulted around and held it up in his glove. Very nice effort and a nice grab. The Travs continue to hit solid line drives off of Ray Aguilar. Aguilar's now allowed the last 5 consecutive batters to hit the ball very hard off of him. And that'll bring up David Gates. So really the only thing that's kept Aguilar on the mound at the moment is his outfielders. Allegra with a fine throw, pegging Brown, and Buck with a diving catch to save a base hit to start the inning from Pauley. David Gates standing in, the 8-hitter, right-handed. Aguilar winds. Gates will take the fastball outside. Gates yesterday 0 for 4, striking out twice. Quite a bit different from his Thursday game where he homered in his first at-bat and then tripled and scored on an ensuing error by an outfielder. Here's a drive deep to left by Gates. A very high shot going towards the wall. It is gone. David Gates, a solo home run with 1 out of the second inning. He's now homered in 2 of the 3 games of this series after homering only once in his first 22 games. And it's 3-0 Arkansas, and Aguilar's troubles continue. Nothing that any of the outfielders could have done on that shot by Gates, which was a moonshot. And that'll bring up Jason Espino. Ball went on to the hump over the left field wall, which is a very high berm. Pitch to Espino, swing and a miss on a curve, strike one. Gates hit it to the front part of that berm, which is it's about 430 feet away to the very top of the berm. Gates might have hit it about 390, 400 feet. An 0-1 pitch is in the dirt. It's 1-1. Last season, Mike Napoli hit a ball over that berm, and it was estimated at maybe 450 feet. And not to take anything away from Gates, because that was an impressive home run. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the delivery to Espino. A little chopper outside the first base line, coming over to field at Colamarino, but it is foul, and it's strike 2 on Espino. Espino hitting in the 9-hole again, and it's really the first time in his career that he's been batting ninth. Jason was in the bottom part of the order last year with the Travis. Mostly was batting 6th or 7th. Espino hitting 265 with the Trav. Aguilar's given up a run here in the second inning on the David Gates homer. The 1-2 to Espino was a curve outside, 2-2. I think the only reason it wasn't a 2-run homer for Gates was that outstanding catch by Buck. Otherwise, that would be 6 consecutive Travs reaching base off of Aguilar. It's a 2-2 pitch to Espino. Here it is. Curveball hits the first base on the ground. Colamarino down to the knees to backhand it. Aguilar covers, and the relay to first is in time. 3-1 for the out. Espino is the second out of the inning to bring up Devin Day. Now been handed the official lineup for the Midland RockHounds edition number 2. And Colamarino is the first baseman, but he's batting 8th. And we might as well just tear out the scorecard on the RockHounds side and crumple it up and start over. Day stands in. He struck out in the first inning. Aguilar from the windup. Day, a little late on the swing, fouls it over the right side. Strike 1. Regardless of what Devin does at the plate, he continues to prove himself to be a valuable addition to this ball club for the fact that he can play every position. Call him Sean Figgins light, as he's starting in center field. He started at third base, shortstop, second, and left. The 0-1 under the knees of Day, 1 ball, 1 strike. Day in his 6th start in center field. He had 1 start in left, a couple at third, and a handful at second. A 1-1 pitch, down and in on a breaking ball, and it's 2-1. 3-0 Arkansas here in the second inning. Trav strung 4 consecutive hits together in the first to bring home 2 runs, and Gates goes deep in inning number 2. Day chops to the hole. It's short. It bounces through for a 2-out single, and it is base hit number 6 for the Arkansas Travelers, and only 10 batters faced for Aguilar. So Day with his first base hit of the series, and Eric Rodlin will step in. Rodlin fly to left field of the first. He's 2 for 10 here in Midland. On deck, Brandon Wood. Snyder plays even at third, just a step behind the cut of the grass. Day with an aggressive stance on his lead, and Aguilar's going to throw over. Day gets back in walking. Mentioned Rodlin, no longer the league's leading hitter. He had been the number 1 hitter for about 2 days, but Corpus Christi's J.R. House has gone on a tear, hitting .667 in his last 5, so he's overtaken Rodlin now by 12 points. First pitch to Eric, check swing, the pitch called a strike on the outside corner. A slider that Rodlin wanted no part at, but it did nudge the outside black. 0-1. Rodlin is one of 2 Travs in the top 10 in batting average, along with Bobby Wilson, who is 9th in the league at .308. 0-1 the count, the left-hander delivers. Rodlin will take that same breaking ball on the outside corner, strike 2. Nice pitch by Aguilar. See a lot of breaking balls from Aguilar, not too much that comes in straight. Ray Aguilar, career record 31-20. Instead of an 0-2, he'll throw back over to first, checking on Day. Rockies drafted Aguilar in the 25th round in '99 out of Cypress Junior College. But they haven't figured out the reason why his contract was voided just 3 weeks after signing. Braves picked him up 2 years later. He was a prospect for the Braves for a while. 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball just missed that outside corner. Aguilar pitched from the Braves from 2002 till after the 04 season when the Florida Marlins signed him. 6-2 between two levels in the Marlins system last year, mostly with Double-A Carolina, and a 5-2 record in the Southern League with a 3.20 ERA. Day at first, he's running on the 1-2 pitch. It's lined to the shortstop and a sliding catch by Lloyd Turner for the out. And boy, that's one of the rare instances where when the hit and run comes, the hit and run actually took away the base hit from Eric Rodman, with Turner going to second base to cover on the throw, and he was right there to catch that line drive. So the Travs managed one run here in the second inning on the homer by David Gates. They got 2 hits in Strander, man. We're going to the bottom of the second, and it's 3-0 Travelers on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
The romance begins at Cupid's. Choose from Central Arkansas's largest selection of apparel and lingerie in every size, style, and color. And don't forget the wide selection of menswear, toys, massage oil, and lotion. It's Cupid's Lingerie and more. 2585 Donahue Street in the Townsend Plaza, Conway, 65th and Scott Hamilton, and 9700 North Rodney Perelman in Little Rock, plus 3360 Central Avenue in Hot Springs. Just look for the purple neon hearts, and you'll know you're in the right place. Cupid's Lingerie and more.
Hey, fans, it's easy to get discount tickets to Travs games all year thanks to Ready Ice. Arkansas's #1 ice company, Ready Ice presents Ready Ice Wednesdays at Rain Wonder Field. Just pick up a discount coupon for any Wednesday Travs home game anywhere Ready Ice is sold, like most Shell and Exxon gas stations. Bring the coupons to the Travs box office for $3 general admission tickets to any Wednesday home game. That's Ready Ice Wednesdays at Rain Wonder Field all season long. Thanks to Arkansas's #1 ice company, Ready Ice.
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Next time, try the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. Miller, good call.
Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
We come back into the bottom of the second inning here in Midland, and the Arkansas Travelers leading 3-0 over the RockHounds. Bill Elson with you as the wind continues to blow in from right field. We had a dust storm come through the ballpark yesterday, and reminded us of the situation that happened, I think, when this ballpark first opened in 2002. We'll get to that in a moment. Vasily Spanos leading off, and Chris Hunter's first pitch is thrown above the catcher to the back screen, ball 1. Spanos, who in the original lineup was the first baseman, is now the designated hitter. Matt Allegra following him in the 5-hole, playing center. Kevin Melillo after that in the 6th spot, playing second base. Spanos, a right-hander, grounds it up the middle, but Rodland stops it. He gets up from his knees, throws over to first base, and in time for out number 1. Nice play by Rodland. Eric really positions himself very well as a second baseman, and anything that he is close to, he's going to pick up. He's very good at picking up balls backhanded. So 1 away, bringing up Allegra. And Allegra again followed by Melillo, then Kurt Suzuki batting 7th. The 8-hitter is Brant Colamarino, and Brian Snyder batting 9th. So they basically changed 6 spots in the batting order. And everybody breaking out their pink pencil erasers here in the broadcast area on both sides, myself and the Midland announcer, although he uses pen. Allegra takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Right-handed batter hitting .260. The 0-1 pitch on the way from Hunter, and is sent in the air very high but shallow into center field. Devin Day sprinting in. Rodland underneath it, drops the ball. The wind blew it in front of Rodland, and nobody really got a good read on it. And so Matt Allegra reaches at first base with 1 away, and that probably should be an error on whoever touched the ball. It was Rodland that got underneath it, but man, this is a tough day to be an outfielder or an infielder in any kind of pop-up. It is an error on Rodland. The wind is blowing just something awful in from right field, and it is blowing dust here into the ballpark. It's not really not dangerous, but it's definitely a different mindset playing in conditions like this. Any kind of pop-up, no one's really sure who's going to be able to catch it. Melillo the batter, and Allegra's running. It's a strike. Wilson's throw to second is right on the money, but not in time, and Allegra slides head first into second base with a steal, and so Melillo has a chance for a run batted in. 3-0 Travelers, bottom of the second. That is the 16th steal on Wilson, but he has caught 19 trying to steal on him. Melillo, a left-hand batter, and the pitch on the way from Hunter. It is down and away, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Melillo yesterday, 0 for 4. He's 2 for 9 in the series with a double as his only hit. Hunter's 1-1 pitch, line to left field for a base hit. Gates got a good charge on it, picks it up on a bounce, and he holds Allegra at third base on the single by Melillo. So Melillo unable to drive in the run with that solid line drive single to left field. It's first and third for the RockHounds with Kurt Suzuki coming up. Suzuki originally inserted as the leadoff batter today. It's very rare to see a catcher bat leadoff. And Suzuki now batting in the 7th spot instead on edition number 2 of the RockHounds lineup. Right-hand batter, Suzuki yesterday batted 7th, walked twice, struck out once. He is 1 for 5 in the series with 3 bases on balls. Hunter ready from the stretch, first and third, 1 out, and a pitch on the way to Suzuki. Swung on and fouled straight back as Hunter challenged him with a fastball, 0-1. Suzuki batting .275, 3 homers, 21 runs batted in. Even on his walks and strikeouts at 25 apiece. Trav's leading 3-zip. Hunter got out of the first inning with a double play. Could do the same here in the second. The 0-1 pitch, high and tight with a fastball, 1-1. Hunter, who does get a lot of sink on his fastball when it's down in the zone, has had 4 double plays turned behind him. And remember, Hunter missed about 3 starts with that shoulder ailment that caused him to be on the disabled list from April 30th to May 17th. A ball and a strike, Hunter ready. He kicks and delivers to Suzuki, and he swings and misses at another fastball at strike 2. Hunter challenging Suzuki with fastballs up, not necessarily up in the zone, but maybe a little bit above him. Good pitches. Back to the stretch. Hunter ready. He pauses for a moment and delivers the 1-2, and Suzuki swings and misses at a slow breaking ball. Had a lot of off-speed quality to that pitch. It came floating up there, and Suzuki was well in front of it. So Chris Hunter registers his first strikeout of the night and his 11th on the season. 2 away in the second, and without the drop pop-up due to the wind, this inning would be over. Now Brant Colamarino steps in. Colamarino was not in the original starting lineup. He is in a very deep slump. With only 3 hits in his last 46 at-bats. He was 0 for 5 in the 12-inning game on Thursday, striking out once and hitting into a double play. He's a left-hander. Hunter's pitch is off the plate outside ball 1. Colamarino, who knocked in almost 1 run per game last year in the Texas League before being promoted to AAA. Started this season back in the Texas League. Throw over to first, just a little bit too high for Paulie to put a tag down on Melillo. First and third for the RockHounds here in the second. They got with 1 out, Matt Allegra's pop-up was blown in and dropped by Eric Rodlin. He stole second, went to third on the single by Melillo, then the strikeout. Pitch is chopped on the second base side. Rodlin waiting for it. He'll flip over to first as that is the final out of the second inning. So Chris Hunter does a nice job getting around that single and the error, stranding 2, allowing no run. And the Travelers take a 3-0 lead into the third inning in Midland on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
Make your plans now to see the best racing under the lights at Texas Motor Speedway, June 8th, 9th, and 10th. You won't want to miss another incredible finish like this one from 2002.
Here we come once again. It's going to be the line. The winner's going to be Sam Hornick Jr. by 96 thousandths of a second.
The Oak Creek Homes qualifying day for the IRL and the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series will be Thursday, June 8th. And on Friday, June 9th, David Starr, Dennis Setzer, Todd Boda, and the rest of the Craftsman Truck Series will go door-to-door and heat up the asphalt in the Samstown 400. But the weekend would not be complete without the fearless drivers of the Indy Racing League at speeds over 200 miles per hour in the Bombardier Learjet 500 Saturday night, June 10th. Could it be Dan Weldon, Sam Hornish Jr., Tony Kanaan, or Danica Patrick claiming the Texas victory? Don't miss the action under the lights. Call 817-215-8500 or visit TexasMotorspeedway.com. Texas Motor Speedway, celebrating 10 years strong.
Do you have an interest in broadcasting, enjoy baseball, and are looking for a part-time job opportunity? Well, maybe we have what you're looking for. KDXE AM 1380 is the home for Arkansas Travelers baseball, and we need to add to our staff of board operators for Travelers games. Your responsibility will involve the process of putting Arkansas Travelers games on the air. The work schedule includes weeknights and weekends shared with other staff board operators. No experience in broadcasting is necessary, and learning our system for game broadcasts is easy. If you're interested, give us a call at 501-221-1380. That's 501-221-1380.
We are Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE, North Little Rock.
Heading into the top of the third inning, the Arkansas Travelers carry a 3-0 lead over the Midland RockHounds. Phil Elson with you on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE. Remember, fans, we'll be back in town for Tuesday's Business Person Special doubleheader beginning at noon. Come on out and enjoy the wireless high-speed internet provided by AT&T Wi-Fi for the remainder of the season. If you're looking for discount tickets for Tuesday's double dip, look at the Pulaski County Exxon gas station. They'll get you in for $3 a piece. That is Tuesday at 12 noon. The Travs hosting Frisco in a double dip. Brandon Wood leads off in the third inning, takes a pitch down low from Ray Aguilar. It'll be Wood, Porter, and Brown here in the third. Wood singled and scored in the first inning. Pitch on the way from Aguilar, and it's over the outside corner for a called strike. We welcome onto the broadcast the Angels minor league pitching instructor, Keith Comstock, two-time Traveler pitching coach, who's here in Midland. 1-1 on the way to Wood. And then he swings and lines it to right field. It'll be a base hit falling in front of Jed Morris. Moves over to the foul line and cuts it off, and so Brandon Wood is 2 for 2. That'll bring up Greg Porter. Tommy, nice to see you again. You're escaping the windy conditions, and I don't even know if windy conditions does it justice. It is more like a vortex, a wind tunnel here in Midland.
You know, they've had this kind of wind before. I think I was blowing in and not blowing out.
That's right. And over at the old ballpark at Christensen Stadium, the wind would be blowing straight out because it was configured a little bit different than here at Citibank. Greg Porter stepping in. Porter singled and scored in the first. He's got Wood at first base with the 7th Travelers base hit. Aguilar will throw over to first base, not quite in time.
Although if you had the hitting coordinator up here, he'd be wishing it was blown out, not in.
I think Ty Van Berkeley. Well, Ty, he played here in Midland when they were an Angel affiliate, so I think he really did enjoy hitting here. And Ty Boykin as well, and Keith Johnson hit at Old Christensen Stadium. Stretch on another throw to first base, and Wood is back in. You know, I mean, Keith, I would never have wished on my worst enemy pitching at Christensen Stadium. They measured it, they said 400 feet to dead center. It was more like 385.
Yeah, it was a place that was a lot like Colorado Springs, just a launching pad.
Aguilar is thrown to first twice. Now he delivers to Porter. And it's inside for ball 1. 1-0. I guess if you're pitching in conditions like that, you try to focus more on keeping the ball down and not allow them to get it in the air.
Exactly. Well, you know, even if they do get it in the air, it's not going to go anywhere. You just got to challenge the hitters. You got to really attack the zone early in the count.
Porter waiting as Aguilar sets. Target goes on the outside corner. Here it is, down and away. And it is 2-0 on Porter. 3-0 Travs, top of the third. So far, Tommy, Chris Hunter's looked pretty strong. What do you think has been big for Chris in his success last start and looking pretty strong today?
Well, I think, you know, having a healthy arm has a lot to do with it, too. I think he was pitching with a little tightness, and he's trying to pitch through it, and it just took a couple starts for it to recover, and it looks like he's pretty free and easy now.
The 2-0 is tied on Porter, 3-0. And it's funny that you mentioned that, you know, having an arm that feels good, it has a lot to do with how you pitch. A lot of pitchers will pitch with pain, but sometimes they pitch with pain thinking that, well, it's just regular pain rather than pain that it really means that there's something wrong. A 3-0 to Porter, he swings and fouls it on the ground. It's 3-1.
Well, I think that's some of the hardest things that these kids have to distinguish. What's pain and what's tightness, what's soreness, you know, what's something that's, you know, really kind of put on the red flag if it's something that really hurts as you throw, if it's something that you got to learn, if it's a dead arm, how they got to learn to throw through that. A lot of these kids just don't know how to distinguish one from the other.
Back to the stretch, Aguilar. Nobody out. Wood at first. 3-0 Travs in the third inning. And Aguilar goes over to first base again. And Wood is back in. They must think that there's going to be a hit and run coming. Well, it's a fastball count here, 3-1. On deck, Bobby Wilson. Matt Brown is on deck after his RBI single in the first. Aguilar ready again. 3-1 pitch to Porter. Swinging a ground ball to first base, right at the line, tagged out. Colanrino steps on first for an out and throws to second. Turner puts the tag down on Wood, and that'll be a 3-6 double play. Pitcher's best friend, and in the right time, where Aguilar just doesn't look very comfortable out on the mound. 3-6 on the out at second base. 2 outs, and here comes Matt Brown. Keith, how long did it take you to figure out the difference between just the normal tightness, because pain is part of pitching?
Well, I hate to say this, but I just come from a different generation of pitchers. Back then we had nobody to tell that it was hurt to, and there was no pitching coach. It was just a trainer and a manager.
Pitched to Brown over the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 on Matt.
If you didn't pitch with pain, if you didn't pitch with stiffness, they're going to let you go and get somebody else there who was healthy. So you just didn't say anything.
So were there times that you were out there throwing when it killed to pitch?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's times that you're just flat out sick.
0-1 to Brown. Fastball strike 2 on the inside corner.
I mean, it was real common back then. If guys had the flu, that you still pitched with it. There was guys that would throw up while they're pitching, and it was no big deal. Nowadays, it just doesn't happen.
0-1, and it's an 0-2 count. The pitch on the way, and Brown hits it in the air to left field. Wind blowing a little further back, but Funk underneath it, about 10 feet in front of the warning track. He makes the catch, and the Travs are done in the third inning. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left. Still it is 3-0 Arkansas, heading into the bottom of inning number 3 here in Midland on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
From the hilltops of Atlanta
to the California sand. Come on, one day across the nation, yeah.
I'm a burrito in every time. Every woman.
Most Burritos, 2834 North Hills Boulevard in North Little Rock by Kroger's in North Hills and McCain. Go your own way with National Car Rental. Take a one-time trip and discover Arkansas. National's great weekend special is just what you need for a trip to the Ozarks. Or get your friends together and rent a minivan to historic Eureka Springs. National offers a wide choice of sizes and styles, from luxury cars to vans and sport utility vehicles. Unlimited mileage rates are available. National Car Rental has 2 convenient locations, Little Rock Airport and North Little Rock at 3919 Black Avenue. See National Car Rental's ad in the yellow pages. Go your own way with National Car Rental.
1, 2, 3.
We're at the supermarket checking out shopping lists.
Oh, here's mine.
Let's see. Milk, cheese, yogurt, ding, ding, ding.
Oh, do I win?
Well, actually, you probably lose.
What?
Lose inches.
Oh.
These studies show that people following a proper reduced calorie diet that included 3 servings of milk, cheese, or yogurt every day had better weight loss results and trimmed more from their waistline than if they just cut calories alone. So eat 3 cool, creamy servings of milk, cheese, or yogurt a day.
Wow, I consider that a win.
Have you had your 3 today?
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Citibank Ballpark, we're in the bottom of the third inning, and the Arkansas Travelers lead the RockHounds by a score of 3-0. Bill Elson with you on the broadcast, joined by minor league pitching instructor Keith Comstock, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Second time Keith has been with us on the broadcast. Keith, you think you might have some broadcasting later on in the career?
No.
You're not shy of the microphone, though, and I really appreciate that.
I couldn't handle the information you got to have in front of you.
Well, all the information I put on that scoreboard is now on this scorebook now is useless. And 6 of the original starting 9 have been flip-flopped somewhere in the order. So our listeners, unfortunately, may get shortchanged on the baseball information side, at least when it comes to the RockHounds today. But we'll make it entertaining anyway. Here's Brian Snyder stepping in to lead it off for the RockHounds. Chris Hunter has faced his 8 batters over the first 2 innings. Delivery to the 9-hitter, and Snyder takes a strike over the outside corner. We saw Snyder batting in the 8-hole yesterday as a DH. Struck out and walked twice. Only 3 hits and 40 at-bats this month, but Snyder's also walked 22 times this month. 0-1 pitch on the way. Snyder will take it outside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Snyder followed by Turner, and then Morris. 9, 1, and 2 in the order against Hunter. Chris given up a couple of hits, no runs. 1-1 pitch is chopped towards the hole. It's short, but Matt Brown cuts it off on a big bounce, fires across, and records the out on Snyder, 5-3. So that's 9 men faced by Chris Hunter. He has allowed only 3 men to reach, 2 singles, 1 man on an error, and he has struck out 1 batter, no walk. Here comes Lloyd Turner. Now, considering the windy conditions, we have a decent crowd on hand. It's not the most comfortable night to be at the ballpark. It would be if there wasn't 35-mile-an-hour winds blowing dust in your eyes. You might want to wear goggles at the park tonight. Pitch to Turner, a strike over the outside corner, 0-1. Keith, your first year as the Travelers pitching coach was 2003, correct?
2002.
0-1 is over the outside corner, called strike 2.
It was good timing because they won the World Series, and now I'm supporting the World Series ring because of God's graces, I guess.
That's right. You've got that thing on your right hand.
Yeah.
It looks good. The Angels did a nice job of those rings. Here's an 0-2. Reached out. Turner taps it to first. Paulie's way off the line, but Hunter covers his position. And the flip over to Hunter is in time for out number 2. That'll bring up Jed Morris.
See, to me, Chris has got to sense more urgency covering first. It's too close over there. He knows that guy can run a little bit, and yet it becomes a bang-bang play on a routine play. These guys have got to remember, some of these base runners, they make a living running. And if you're not paying attention, they're going to beat you to the bag.
I guess that's why when some people ask, what's the reason for pitchers fielding practice? That play right there is
exactly. And something like that can prolong an inning. You got a base runner on base now, so you got to be careful of stuff like that.
2 outs. Jed Morris now stands in. Hunter fires and got a strike on the inside corner, and it's 0-1. I guess you see sometimes pitchers, they see a ground ball hit on the right side. They think maybe it'll pick up by the second baseman so they don't cover. And where the first baseman comes pretty far off the line on occasion to pick it up, and they need the pitcher to cover. And 0-1 on the way to Morris. And there's a strike on the inside corner again, 0-2.
We're trying to get these kids to understand that it's important to have reactions. When the ball goes through the strike zone, there's a foul ball, react to it. This way you'll react to that ground ball to the right side.
Hunter shakes off the side. Now the 0-2 on the way, and Morris swings and hits a line drive into right field. Charging in is a Speedo. He slides, couldn't catch it, but he trapped it. It'll be a single for Morris. At least that didn't get by a Speedo. Good hustle. He was able to stop it from getting behind him, so Morris has a pair of singles and 2 at-bats. That'll bring up Travis Buck.
I know when Rob Peterlow comes in here, he works with the infielders on that same aspect, to react to every kind of movement that's possible when the ball makes contact, so you've got some movement. And I don't think a pitcher should be able to change that point of view since we're infielders once that ball left our hands.
So what you're saying then, Keith, is any ground ball hit on the right side, you want to see your pitchers making some sort of move to first base.
Oh, gosh,
as a natural instinct.
I want guys to react if there's a ground ball to the left side of the field.
Travis Buck, the batter, left-handed, hit into a double play last time. Hunter's pitch is up high, ball 1.
If they're reacting to balls off the bat, they're going to react to the ball to the right side. That's the whole point of this reaction drill.
How would you want a pitcher to react to a ball hit on the left side of the infield?
Just to move their feet.
Stretch and a 1-0 count. Throw to first base, and back in there is Morris. 3-0 Travs, bottom of the 3rd inning. Arkansas put up 2 in the first. RBIs to Matt Brown and Bobby Wilson, and David Gates at a solo home run in the 2nd. Buck, 4 for 11 in the series. Bounces the bat on his shoulder, squares around, and pushes the bunt in the air, foul, over to the third base dugout. 1 ball, 1 strike. That is the 3rd time we've seen Buck square around to bunt over this series. And it's a 3-hole hitter with 2 outs. I guess I can understand because the man on deck represents the tying run.
And you got to take a look where Brownie's playing. It's almost a free gift if you get it down there. That's why Chris should be reacting better on a bunt like that.
Hunter back to the stretch. It's 1-1 on Buck. Kicking the pitch. Foul ball in the air over third base, way out of place. Strike 2.
See, if you watch, you'll see pitchers, it's instinct. Whenever they see a foul ball, they'll react with their eyes. They'll follow the ball with their eyes. What I want them to do is also take their feet with them a little bit. They don't have to go catch a ground ball at shortstop, but I want them to have some kind of movement.
I guess the same thing with any other fielder is to react to anything in. A 1-2 to Buck. Swung on, fouled off again over the third base seat. I mean, in every play, no matter where the ball is hit, you'll see every single fielder reacting to it just because it's natural for them. A center fielder reacts on a ground ball to third just by coming in a couple of feet.
Exactly. There's a reaction off the ball. And that's how jumps are created.
Morris lead at first. Paulie there to hold him on. Hunter ready at the belt. And the pitch, the runner bluffs the steal. It's hit in the air down the left field line, and the wind will blow that one way out of play. 4 consecutive foul balls hit by Buck, and it's still 1-2.
If you watch Chris, his finish and his follow-through, he's got some drastic finish toward that first base side. He really pulls across a lot of his pitches. And so it's even more important for him to get back in position with his feet.
Back to the stretch he'll go. 1-2 on Buck. Spanos on deck. The pitch fouled off again over the third base route. Everything's been fouled to the left side, so Buck taking that 2-strike approach and really just trying to foul these pitches away. Still 1-2 on Buck. Trav leading 3-0.
Here's where I'd like to see Bobby Wilson give a couple of shakes and then come fastball in.
Let's see where Wilson sets up. Goes to that inside corner. Hunter ready. And the 1-2 to Buck fouled off his foot. Yeah, that was a nice pitch. He put it right. I think it was right where Wilson's glove had put the target.
Now you could do so much things now. You can go back in again. That outer half is opened up. So when a guy's fighting, he's choking up on the bat. He's spreading his feet out a little bit, getting closer to the plate. He's just trying to make contact. But don't give him anything that he can see something good with it. You know, he's just trying to make contact. Let him.
6 consecutive foul balls hit by Travis Buck with 2 outs. And another 1-2 pitch. Morris bluffs. Look out. It hit him. Just grazed him on his back shoulder as Hunter tried the high, tight fastball and came too close to him. Now, that must have got him on the jersey because it didn't flunk Buck. More or less grazed him.
Yeah, it just, you know, you got a guy probably looking out on the outer half of the plate and not being able to react to that.
5th batter hit by Chris this year. He had 1 start where he had hit 3 batters in a 3-inning performance. And this will bring the tying run to the plate. Vasily Spanos about to step in. A couple of quick outs here in the 3rd inning, and then Morris singles on a 2-strike count. Buck fouled off 6 consecutive, and then was grazed. Spanos grounded out earlier. Here's the first pitch. Check swing, he followed through and missed. Strike 1. Spanos is the leading run producer for Midland. He's driven in 30 runs in 45 games, but no RBIs in this series. He is only 2 for 11. Morris at second base, and at first is Buck. No one holding them on. The middle infielders are spread out. Back to the stretch, Hunter gives a look at Morris. Now delivers to the plate, and Spanos swung on and fouled it back off the press level, and it's 0-2. Well, look what Hunter has done here in this inning. Regardless of that, he's got 2 men on base. He has been 0-2 or 1-2 on each of the last 4 hitters.
Yeah, he's working ahead. He just needs to put these hitters away where he's got them.
I guess it's one thing to be able to get the 2 strikes, but it's putting the batter away that sometimes is the toughest part, especially the guys that will shorten up and just trying to foul everything off.
I think there's times where, you know, we try to tell these kids when you're working ahead, you can go ahead and expand the zone.
Runners out to the lead. 3-0 Travs in the 3rd. Hunter's 0-2 is lofted in the air into shallow right. Jason Espino charging in, still coming, has to dive, and he caught it. Jason Espino versus 35-mile-an-hour winds. Mr. Espino ends up winning that battle, and the Travs get out of the 3rd inning, not allowing a run. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left. We'll go into the 4th. And it's Arkansas 3 and Midland 0 on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
You signaled your turn. You merged without cutting anyone off. You stopped because the light was red. Through rain and sleet, through dark of night, 365 and 1/4 days a year, you drive safely. Now Allstate rewards you for being the hero you are. Introducing the Safe Driving Bonus. For every 6 months you don't have an accident, Allstate will give you an extra bonus. Actual cash off your renewal bill. That's on top of any discounts you've already received. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. That's Allstate stands. Are you in good hands?
Get Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance today. Call a local Allstate agent or 1-800-ALLSTATE. You can start earning your safe driving bonus the day you sign up. Features optional and subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Patent pending. Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company and Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company, Northwest Illinois.
Get out today and hit the links. Stone Links. Stone Links Golf Course is rated as one of the best public courses in the state. Sporting beautiful bent grass greens, plus lush fairways and tees. Stone Lakes has matured over the past 3 years into a true test of golf. Stone Lakes features reasonable green speed and 18-length-style holes located 1 mile off I-440 on Faulkner Lake Road. Call 945-0945 for Stone Lakes or visit online at stonelakes.net.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
3 innings are in the books here at Citibank Ballpark. Totals after 3, it's the Arkansas Travelers with 3 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. They've stranded 3. And the Midland RockHounds, no runs, 3 hits, no errors. RockHounds have stranded 4. And 2 left in scoring position. Bobby Wilson to lead off the 4th against Ray Aguilar. That's 3 very rough innings, allowing 7 base hits. Wilson had 1 of them, an RBI single in the 1st. Offering comes, it's a change-up, and Wilson's out in front and fouls it off the tip of the bat, strike 1. Phil Elson joined by Keith Comstock here on Air America Little Rock 1380. Brad Hicks back out of the studio doing his thing. Wilson, Pauly, and Gates here in the 4th. Wilson drove home a run with a single in the 1st, made it 2-0. And 0-1 is down and in. Ball and a strike on Wilson, who's now driven in 6 runs over this series at Midland. Of course, 5 of them coming on Thursday. Ball and a strike to the Travelers' right-handed batting catcher. Pitch. Lofted in the air over the shortstop for a base hit, and Wilson is 2 for 2. Well, Bobby's got a very nice approach at the plate, an even swing, and he's been able to catch up with good fastballs, but I think even more impressive is his ability to stay back on off-speed pitches. That pitch he just hit was either a change-up or an off-speed breaking ball, and stayed back, and nice quick wrist for his 2nd hit of the game.
Look, I like how he's come along in the catching department. He's doing a nice job of calling some games. He's still really young at this, though, but his development's been real good.
Base hit number 8 for the Travs. Aguilar now to face Matt Pauly. Pitch on the way. Slider off the outside of the plate, ball 1. Aguilar, over his previous couple of starts, had allowed 12 hits in 11 2/3 innings. It's not bad, but here, 7 base hits. I mean, that's already tied for the most hits off of Aguilar all season. 8 base hits now. The 1-0 is low and away, 2 balls, no strikes. So the Travs have done in 3+ innings against Aguilar what no other Texas League team has been able to do, which is collect at least 8 base hits off of Ray Aguilar. And they put 2 runs against him in the 1st. Aguilar hadn't allowed a run in the 1st inning all year. Back to the stretch. Pauly lined out in the 2nd. Here's a pitch. Swung on, fouled off over the left side off the tip of the bat. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Traveler fans, midget wrestling returns to Raywinder Field next Friday. Keith is laughing. Keith, you've been there before.
Yeah. Oh, man. They can mess up a start time for a game, but I'll tell you what, they're entertaining as all heck.
That's about as entertaining as it gets when it comes to the promotions of the ballpark. Everybody is excited to see what the midgets bring this year. The 2-1, a strike on the outside corner. Slider just caught it. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Pauly. No outs. 3-0 Travs in the 4th. Midget wrestling will begin at 7 o'clock on Friday. The squared circle will be going up right behind home plate. All the guys in both dugouts gather their chairs out of the dugouts, watch. Bad guys managed by the other team. Pauly, a soft fly ball in a shallow center. It falls in for a base hit. Wilson will hold at 2nd base. And it's 2 on and nobody out for David Gates, who's already hit a home run today. Well, another off-speed pitch, which wasn't crushed, but Pauly, with a flick of the wrist, got it into shallow center for the Travs' 9th base hit.
You know, when you're pitching up, you're going to get a lot of balls that are fought off like that. If you're down, they're ground ball outs. But when you're up and you don't have that command, then you're going to see little base hits like that, and they can be damaging to you. But it's also an indicator that you're up.
And Aguilar throwing a steady diet of breaking pitches and off speed, which also, if it's up, as you mentioned, even a fastball is pretty easier to get in the air when it's up, and I think that those off-speed pitches are a little easier to get in the air. Even if you're out in front, still flick the wrist, as Pauly didn't. Get it right in there. RockHounds guard against the possible sacrifice bunt. Gates doesn't square. He swings and fouls it away. Strike 1.
I'm glad to see all my breaking balls I had to throw for BP today are coming in handy.
That's right. As you come in here as not just a minor league pitching rover, but also batting practice pitcher, I guess that you got Ken Patterson the day off in that department.
Yeah. That's rovers. Actually, that's our main goal is get these guys some days off from having to do that kind of work.
And as a former pitching coach, you certainly appreciate that. Into the stretch goes Aguilar. Yates homer to left in the second. Here's a kick and a look to second base and no pitch. No throw. Wilson got in without anyone covering.
Actually, Rovers had to fight me for my BP slot. I enjoyed it too much.
Well, you're definitely into fitness and keeping yourself healthy. I mean, you run on the warning track every day. Back to the stretch, Aguilar's 0-1. Hit Gates with a fastball on his backside, and that loads the bases with nobody out. Gator took it on the left cheek.
Not that you can see out here, but I don't see anybody. Oh, there we go. There might be a phone call going right now. Something might be stirring down there from Midland.
Yeah, it's tough to see who's warming up in the RockHounds bullpen here. The bullpen for the home team is located in the right field corner. Now we have Jim Kaufman, the Midland pitching coach, appearing and walking out to the mound. But there's 3 billboards from the foul line that go in towards where the mound is located. So you can sometimes see somebody throwing, but when they follow through, which is when you see their number, they're blocked by the billboard. So it's pretty difficult to see who's warming up here. But then, of course, Keith, you're pretty familiar with the bullpen in Tulsa, where nobody knows who's warming up because those bullpens are located past the grandstand, and nobody can see them, not even the fans. So the Travs are set up for a big rally here in the fourth, perhaps. Bases loaded, nobody out. And Jason Espedo coming to the plate against the struggling Ray Aguilar. Aguilar is now allowed 9 hits and 1 hit batter against just 17 men faced.
You know, we had a meeting after last night's game where Tybone and Keith Johnson had addressed the hitters about situations just like this right here, to be able to really capitalize right here.
Travs batting .240 as a team with the bases loaded, and Espedo is 1 for 2. Pitch on the way to Jason. Curve in the dirt, good eye, took it, blocked by Suzuki, ball 1. The bases have Bobby Wilson at third, Matt Pauley at second, David Gates at first. The RockHounds infield is playing for a double play. They've got Snyder off the line at third base, just at the cut of the grass. Shortstop Turner playing close up the middle with the second baseman Melillo at his normal depth. Colin Marino behind the runner at first. It's a 1-0 pitch, and Espedo takes ball 2 under the knees. Espedo grounded out in the second inning to the first baseman. He's 1 for 9 in this series. 3-0 Travs, but a chance for a whole lot more here in the fourth. 2 balls, no strikes. I guess you really got to look for a fastball and something to drive on a 2-0 pitch. And that stiff breeze still comes in from right field. Here's the pitch. Off the outside corner, ball 3, and Aguilar threw a slider instead of the fastball, and so he does not appear to have much confidence in his fastball at all. 3 balls, no strikes on Espedo. You wonder if he gets a pitch to hit, does he go after it? We'll see. A stretch by the left-hander, Aguilar's 3-0 pitch, and it is on the outside half, strike 1. Not what Espedo was looking for, so no reason to swing at it. Still could get a good pitch on 3-1. Espedo's driven in 19 runs this season, but none of them coming over the road trip. 2 hits over the road trip, both singles. No RBI. 3-1 the count. Aguilar ready. He kicks, he delivers, and Espedo takes ball 4 up high. That'll force Wilson in from third base, and that'll make it 4-0.
That's good. That's a good at bat for Jason. I know he's been struggling against lefties to a certain extent. And he's always going to have a little bit of trouble with lefties because he's got the way his stance is. But during BP today, he was making a conscious effort to lay off the bad pitches when you're going lefty on lefty.
And he did so right there. I mean, you come with a bat with the bases loaded. I would imagine you're chomping at the bit to get 2 RBIs, maybe 3. But Espedo takes 1, makes it 4-0. Now Devin Day bats with the bases juiced. Aguilar goes to a fastball and got it on the outside corner at the letters, strike 1. Day today struck out in the first. Singled in the second. He's driven in 1 run in his 12-game stint with Arkansas. It came in a bases-loaded situation at Corpus Christi when he walked. 0-1 the count. Aguilar comes home with a pitch. Day takes inside. A slider that just missed. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Here's a kid who's been around the block a little bit. I would expect to have seen a little bit more adjustments from him tonight. He hasn't seemed like he's made any adjustments.
Back to the stretch, Aguilar. He kicks and throws. Day takes under the knees a fastball, and it's 2-1. Bobby Wilson started the inning with a single to left. Matt Pauley then singled him to second. Aguilar hit Gates with a fastball to load the bases and then walked Espedo. Day with a 2-ball, 1-strike count, and Eric Rodlin on deck. It's 4-0 Travs in the fourth. Here's the pitch. Swing and a pop-up. Right side of the infield. Colin Marino blown into foul territory, but has plenty of room. He makes the catch. And that is out number 1. Our first base umpire looks like he called the infield fly rule on a foul ball pop-up. 1 away, bringing up Eric Rodlin. So Day unable to bring home a run. Rodlin is 0 for 2. Rodlin fly to left in the first. Lined out to the shortstop in the second. Aguilar steps off, waiting for his teammate Colin Marino to reset his glove. Everything seems to be all right in Colin Marino's leather. And here comes Rodlin up to the plate. Rodlin has driven in 19 on the year. This is his second chance with the bases loaded. He's had a sacrifice fly. Pitch on the way, up high, ball 1, a slider. Now, I had mentioned with Keith Johnson yesterday after the game about how many situations the Travs had been in, bases loaded, no outs, or second and third, no outs, and had trouble bringing home runs. Time called Rodlin out of the box. What do you think the approach that a hitter should have with the bases loaded like this? I mean, does it matter on the pitcher? You're looking for certain pitches?
You're looking to drive the ball up the middle, and then you get 2 strikes. You're looking to put the ball in play. But yeah, you're looking to drive it.
Here's a 1-0 to Rodlin. Swung on, ground ball to second. They'll try to turn 2. Melillo over to Turner. Turner to first. It is in time for the inning-ending double play. 4-6-3. Travs had the bases loaded, no outs. They managed 1 run on 2 base hits and strand a couple of men. Still, it is 4-0 Travelers heading into the bottom of the fourth on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
And Arkansas Federal Home Equity Loan has a 4-month fixed rate as low as 4.5% annual percentage rate with absolutely no fees. And you can access your loan with Arkansas Federal's new Visa Platinum credit card. Apply online at afcu.org or call 982-1000. A home equity loan with a 4-month fixed rate as low as 4.5% annual percentage rate with absolutely no fees is available today at Arkansas Federal. And you can use your Visa Platinum credit card to access your loan. Apply online at afcu.org or call 982-1000.
Coca-Cola, this is Mitchell. My friend's brother is a molecular biologist, and he was saying the only way you could have gotten Coke Zero to taste like the regular Coke was to engineer it in space.
I would not.
Well, no, but think about the whole zero factor, like zero gravity. It makes perfect sense.
Zero is for the 0 calories.
Just stop pretending that you don't engineer Coke Zero in space. Can you do that?
I wish I could speculate on that, sir.
The next launch. I just want the time for the next launch.
Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste. 0 calories.
For 30 seasons, Jim Elder was the radio voice of the Arkansas Travelers. Fans knew him as the human encyclopedia of sports knowledge from baseball to horse racing to football. Jim knew it all, but Jim Elder was about much more than sports. He also loved to help kids, and that's why his friends and family started the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund. The fund helps organizations that teach kids about life through sports, like Park, RBI Baseball at Lamar Porter Field, the First Tee, Arkansas Sheriff's Youth Ranch, and kids clinics with the Arkansas Travelers. Jim Elder's legend will live on in Arkansas through the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund. See them online at jimelder.org.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Coming back to Citibank Ballpark, bottom of the fourth inning, and the Arkansas Travelers have a 4-0 lead over the Midland RockHounds with the Travs search for their 3rd straight victory. They've not had a 3-game winning streak this year. So far, Chris Hunter has done an outstanding job. He was given a 2-0 lead before he even threw a pitch. Held the RockHounds to no runs on 3 hits and stranded 4 over the first 3 frames. We'll be checking scores across the Texas League this inning on the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard. See what's going on. All the games have started by now. Our game started at 6:40. Springfield got underway at 6:10. Update you on their score in a moment. Matt Allegra leads off the fourth. Hunter's first pitch is down and in. A fastball for a 1-0 count. It'll be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters in the order here in the fourth. Allegra, Melillo, and Suzuki. Here's the 1-0 from Hunter. And under the knees, it is 2-0. It is the first 2-0 count that Hunter has gone to in this start. It's been either 0-1 or 0-2 against a lot of the batters. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Allegra swings and grounds it outside third, a foul ball. It was fouled by maybe a couple of inches. That game in Springfield is in the 6th inning. Cardinals have beaten Frisco 2 in a row, but at the moment, the Rough Riders have the lead 6-3. Juan Richardson homered for Springfield after going deep twice. Yesterday, Richardson 9 home runs. Iker Franco was also homered. The 2-1 pitch is hit in the air to shallow center field. The wind is going to blow it further in. Devin Day has it beat. Still coming. And he makes the catch. And that is out number 1. Neither of the middle infielders were out there.
Yeah,
that was Days all alone.
Yeah. Again, even as a middle infielder, Woody right there, you can't just assume that ball's going to be going to center field with this kind of wind. You can't take your eyes off it.
Melillo coming up now. The other scores, Corpus Christi and Tulsa, 0-0 in the second inning, and Wichita just got underway at San Antonio. I think they had a little bit of a rain delay before that one started. Batter is a 6-hitter, Kevin Melillo, a lefty. First pitch, a strike over the outside corner. Melillo singled in the second, just his second hit on the series, followed by Kurt Suzuki. The 0-1 comes from Chris Hunter, and it is high and outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Bill Elson, joined by Keith Comstock, the Angels minor league pitching coordinator.
That's a mouthful now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I've called your title 3 different things since you've been on the air. There's a liner to left center by Melillo falling in for a hit. David Gates unable to cut it off. It rolls to the fence, and Melillo has an extra base hit. Pulls into second base with a stand-up double. He's 2 for 2. The RockHounds, who collected only 4 hits yesterday, they were all singles. That is their first extra base hit since the 12th inning on Thursday. This is a lot about how the Travelers pitching staff has done against them. That'll bring up Kurt Suzuki. Speaking of the Travelers pitching, Keith, this series, this road trip the Travelers have been on, they have held a 3.37 ERA, and they've really started to pitch very well. Ken Patterson said that there's been some things that individually he's been working on with a lot of the different pitchers, and they've gotten to know each other pretty well now, and he feels that they're responding a little bit more to his coaching. Pitched to Kurt Suzuki as a strike on the inside corner, and it's 0-1.
Well, that's good to know, too. But, when it boils right down to it, you got to start executing your pitches. Some guys are given an opportunity here that they never would have gotten, and they got to start taking advantage of it.
Suzuki struck out in the second inning, the only K so far for Hunter. 1 out, Melillo at second, and an off-speed pitch low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
I minded this pitching staff yesterday that 5 of them were pitching in Cedar Rapids last year. And had not people gotten hurt this year in spring training, this opportunity never would have come about. So take advantage of it while it's here.
Back to the stretch, Hunter. And the 1-1 is fought off the fist into center field, a very high fly. Day backpedaling a little, and he'll make the catch for out number 2, sending Melillo back into second base.
And if you really look at it, if you look at Take's last 2 stats, most of them, aside from Davidson and Holcomb, statistically did not warrant any chance to come up here. They didn't earn their chance to be here. Their stats don't warrant it. But because of the guys that went from here to AAA, there was chances that were here this year. Chris Hunter is a perfect example. This guy did not have a great year in A-ball last year. Should not have the opportunity to be here, but he is here. So I expected Chris to take advantage of this situation. He's 25 years old, and he needs to do that.
Hunter now to face the 8-hitter, Colin Marino. Left-hand batter, the first pitch, high ball 1. Colin Marino grounded out in the second inning, and he is hitless over the series 0 for 6. Chances like this, they don't come around too often. If you hadn't pitched well at one level, it's very rare to get the promotion. A 1-0. Colin Marino takes a fastball. It's a strike on the outside corner, 1-1.
And that's exactly right, especially because, Bill Stoneman's philosophy is they have to give a good kind of dominance at one level to be promoted.
Now the 1-1 to Colin Marino. A strike on the outside corner again. Very same spot, 1-2.
What did they do?
That time called, and apparently Hunter balked before the pitch was delivered. It was the first base umpire that made the call, and so they send Melillo to third and take the strike off the scoreboard. So instead of 1-2, it is 1-1. Perhaps Hunter didn't come all the way to the set position. I couldn't quite tell.
Sometimes these umpires just want to let everybody know they're out there.
1 ball, 1 strike on Colin Marino. Hunter will back away.
Now that I'm on the air, I'll voice my opinion on the air. I'm not really happy with this situation at all with these umpires. I'd sure like to see these professionals get back on the field. I don't know what's dragging the point here. I certainly know one thing. I was in the minor leagues for a long time, 10 years. You don't make a living in the minor leagues. Why try to make a living in the minor leagues when it gives you absolutely no desire to try to get to the big leagues?
I think there's a very good point. There's something to be said about becoming complacent with your lot in life and still enjoying it, but you also have to have that incentive to continue to get better. It's the same for the players, and I think it probably should be the same for the umpires. Here's a 1-1 to Colamarino. He swings and fouls it away. That is strike two.
And what I'd like to see Major League Baseball start getting involved. They don't think this is it's their problem. They're trying to just ignore it. Well, what's happening is you've got nobody up in the big leagues to get pushed now. Now there's no more rotations going on because the minor leagues are on strike, so now you're right back where you were.
The wind up in the 1-2 pitch, outside 2-2.
Where Major League umpires are now no longer having to feel the pressure. If they don't get evaluated properly, there's no rotationals anymore. They're there. Now they don't have to worry about getting moved down to the minor league.
Another 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit the other way down the left field line, slicing away from David Gates to the fence. It is up, and it is gone. And a wind-blown home run for Brent Colamarino gets the RockHounds on the scoreboard here in the fourth inning. Well, there's a spot where the ball gets into the jet stream, blown out to left field. It didn't look like it was hit all that well, but as the wind blows in from right, it blows out to the left field corner, and Colamarino makes it 4-2 with his 5th home run of the year.
I think you get in situations like that, you got to be careful about keep kind of go away, and then you play into that bloodstream of wind out there. You know, you battle to make these guys pull the ball right into that wind. You're not going to get hurt.
So Brian Snyder now up to the plate, and Hunter will go back to the windup and fire a high fastball, and it is 1-0. Keep back to what we were talking about, and I don't want to talk too much about the umpire situation because some people don't want you to. A 1-0 is hit in the air towards right field, and that'll slide foul out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, that was kind of odd that the Major League Umpires Union is supporting, quote-unquote, supporting the Minor League Umpires Union, but yet they had an opportunity to bring the minor league umpires into their union, the World Umpires Association, and did not. Right. The 1-1 pitch is inside, and it's ball 2, 2-1 on Snyder. So they're offering some support, but I think it's
eyewash.
The 2-1 pitch is low, ball 3, 3-1.
If you're really going to give support, then there are ways you could show it.
The Minor League Umpires Union had a negotiation session with those who represent the Professional Baseball Umpire Corporation. That's Minor League Baseball's umpire entity. And a couple of proposals were thrown around, nothing accepted, and really didn't get anywhere. 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. I should actually make it a full count, 3-2.
Like I said, if you don't watch out, it's going to turn into the hockey strike where nobody's going to really know what's going on anyway. So you're losing your edge.
3-2 on Snyder. 2 runs home here in the 4th for the Hounds. Hunter's payoff. He struck him out swinging with a fastball. Second strikeout for Hunter, and that'll end the RockHounds' 4th. 2 runs for the Hounds on 2 base hits. Nobody left, and after 4 innings, it's the Travelers' 4 and the RockHounds 2 on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
My mother said, no daughter of mine is driving a truck. I'm an 18-wheeling, double-clutching lady truck driver. There's nothing else I'd rather be doing. BC powder is this trucker's best friend. My day starts at 4 a.m. and ends 12 hours later. Out here on the road, there's a million things that's happening at once. I take BC for stress headache, backache. I just can't pull over when my head's pounding. The reason I take BC is because it's fast and it works. I'm Carolyn from Asheboro, NC, and my pain reliever is BC.
Uses direct. AgPro knows your patient. You've had your eye on a certain green and yellow tractor for some time now. But here's a thought. Visit your local John Deere dealer for an innocent test drive. Sit in that yellow seat and feel that rugged quality. Then run the numbers. You may find you've underrated the value of a John Deere and overrated the value of patience. After all, nothing runs like a Deere. Test drive the John Deere of your choice today at AgPro Central Arkansas, 10504 Maumelle Boulevard, North Little Rock.
Of all the days of the week, it seems that Mondays are everybody's least favorite day. Well, the Travs and the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette have a reason for baseball fans to look forward to Mondays. That's because Mondays are Democrat-Gazette family night here at the ballpark. You just pick up a copy of Monday's Democrat-Gazette, and you'll find a discount family ticket right there in the sports section. That's right. It's a coupon that admits the whole family for just $2 a person. Hey, Mondays don't sound so bad anymore.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
4 innings in the scorebook here at Citibank Ballpark. We go to the top of the 5th, and the Arkansas Travelers leading the RockHounds by a 4-2 score. Travs got up 4-0 before Grant Colamarino hit a home run in the 4th, a 2-run shot cutting into the Arkansas lead. And you hope that with the Travs scoring just 1 run out of a bases-loaded no-out situation last inning, that does not come back to haunt them. Brandon Wood leads off the 5th. Ray Aguilar still on, goes to a curveball, and Wood takes a strike. Wood has 2 singles. He scored a run, followed by Greg Porter and Matt Brown. All 3 have been on base at least once today. Here's the 0-1 to Brandon Wood, and the fastball is low. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Boy, you sure would like to see a killer instinct last inning. Get this guy's been around here way too long.
And really not looking all that sharp. There's been 9 hits off Aguilar over 4 innings, plus a walk and a hit batter. 1-1 to Wood. Curveball is outside. It's 2-1. Bill Elson here. The other voice you hear is Keith Comstock. 2 years as the Travs pitching coach. Also spent time in the Giants farm system as a minor league manager. Now the 2-1 pitch to Wood. Swing and a high fly ball into deep right center field. Matt Allegro going after it, but he gives way to Jed Morris. Morris makes the catch. Any other ballpark, but this one, the home run for Brandon Wood. It's 394 feet into the right center field power alley here at Citibank Ballpark. Then add in the 30-mile-an-hour gusts coming in from right field. If that ball was at Ray Winder Field, Keith, I have a feeling it's on the freeway.
Yeah, that ball was hit right on the screws.
It's the wrong place to hit it. You're not going to hit a ball over the right field fence unless you hook it inside the right field pole, perhaps. Only 330 feet down that right field line. Right-handers have a chance with the wind blowing out to the left field corner. Greg Porter stands in. Pitch on the way, and he hits it deep towards the left field. That'll send Buck back to the warning track. He overruns it. It falls in front of him and goes past him. Porter on his way to second, and he'll make the turn and hold. It's a 1-out double for Porter, his second base hit of the evening. And base hit number 10 for the Arkansas Travelers off Aguilar in just 4 1/3 innings. Well, I thought that ball actually may have had a shot to get out. Just wasn't high enough. It was one of those lower line drives.
Yeah, it had more tail action to it. Kind of sliced away from him.
And so Matt Brown will stand in to the plate next. Get to some Major League scores in a minute. We've got 3 finals, actually 5 final scores, 4 out of the National League. Brown had an RBI single in the first, breaking a streak of 78 at-bats with no runs driven in. First pitch, a fastball outside. It's 1-0. Then Brown flat out to left field in the 3rd. Final score out of Chicago this afternoon. The Atlanta Braves beat the Cubs 2-1. Horacio Ramirez was the winning pitcher. Mike Remlinger came on for the save. Sean Marshall the loss. 1-0 to Brown. Swung on. Ground ball up the middle. It'll be gloved by Melillo at back at second base. Flips on the run across his body, and Brown is out number 2. Porter advances to 3rd. The Dodgers beat the Nationals 3-1 with Derek Lowe picking up his 3rd win. Mike Stanton dropping to 1-2. And the Mets beat Florida 7-4. Tom Glavine is 8-2 after defeating Dontrell Willis, who falls to 1-6. Billy Wagner saved his 11th. And a homer by Joe Borchard of the Fish and Ramon Castro of the Mets. Here's Bobby Wilson. He's 2 for 2 with an RBI and a run scored. He's got a duck on the pond at third base in the form of Greg Porter and 2 outs. Aguilar from the stretch. Wilson swings with a line drive into left field. Buck going back to the corner. Slides and catches it for out number 3. Buck had to deal with that wind. He sort of circled around it a little bit, then dropped to his knees and slid to catch it. That was a nice grab in tough conditions. So Bobby Wilson is unable to bring home Porter. The Travs do not score in the 5th. They got a hit. They strand Porter at 3rd, and we're halfway through tonight's ball game. Bottom of the 5th coming up. It's 4-2 Travelers on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
You know, to become the best barbecue restaurant in Little Rock, it takes dedicated people like us here at the Pig and Chick that are willing to wake up with the pigs to make sure that we bring home the best of the best in them hogs. Now, it's not the job for everyone, but you got to do what you got to do to make sure that every day is the best dang hog day ever. And here at the Pig and Chick, it's always the best. We slow cook our barbecues daily, making sure that it's lip-hugging good. Heck, we're known as the Great American Barbecue House here in Little Rock. We're also known around these parts as having the best dang catfish anywhere. So no matter what you're in the mood for, ribs, catfish, chicken, here at Pig and Chick, you'll always get the best meal in town. So come join us for lunch, dinner, or even let us cater your next event. Here at Pig and Chick, we take catering seriously, and we're going to make sure that your event is a huge success.
Pig in or pig out at Pig and Chick, located at 7824 JFK in Sherwood. Call us for takeout at 834-5456. And it's the same number for catering, 834-5456. Here at Pig and Chick, people 30 a.m. daily, and don't stop till 9 p.m. Oh, by the way, did I mention the catfish?
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Next time, try the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. Miller, good call.
Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Trap fans, the Texas League All-Star Game is less than 1 month away, played at Little Rock's Raywinder Field on Tuesday, June the 20th. Tickets are available by calling us up at 664-1555. $8 for all box seat tickets. General admission prices are $3 for kids 14 and under. Adult GA ticket for the All-Star Game is only $6. The Texas League All-Star Game with the best in the North and the best of the South at Raywinder Field in the final season of baseball in the classic ballpark in War Memorial Park. Arkansas Federal Credit Union is the official sponsor of the Texas League All-Star Game and the official credit union of the Arkansas Travelers. Here in the bottom of the fifth inning, it's the Travs leading 4-2 with Lloyd Turner smacking the first pitch of the inning over the right field side. It goes out of play with Jason Espito chasing it all the way into the fence, but it was foul, and it's strike one on Lloyd Turner. Chris Hunter, the Travs starting pitcher, dealt 3 1/3 shutout innings before giving up a 2-run homer in the fourth to Brant Colamarino. A little bit of a wind-blown homer, but Hunter's still looking sharp. He has surrendered 5 hits, allowing the 2 runs, 2 strikeouts. He has hit a batter, no walks. Turner, 0 for 2. He's popped the second base and grounded to first. Right-hand batter, here's the 0-1. And it's inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Back to the Major League scores on the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard. It was the St. Louis Cardinals edging the Padres today 4-3. Padres out-hit the Cards 13-7 as Turner chops over the mound. It'll be gloved by Wood moving over to first. He is unable to get it out of his glove, and his throw is late and dropped by Matt Pauley anyway. Probably be a single for Turner. Wood double clutching his throw, and that cost him the out. So they do award Turner an infield hit. Rodland looked like he was positioned for that one, but Wood might have called him off, streaking from shortstop, running past second base. He had his momentum carrying him to first base. And Brandon usually is able to make that play. He's very quick out of the ball out of his glove, but that time double clutched it. And it is Turner's first hit of the night. That'll bring up Jed Morris. Throw over to first Turner. Not in time. He's back in there. Morris is 2 for 2. Singles in the first and the third innings. A left-hand batter who's driven in just 3 runs on the season. Hunter is set at the belt, and the delivery to Morris is outside. Ball 1-0. Cardinals beat the Padres 4-3. Game-ending pickoff by Jason Isringhausen for his 16th save. Sidney Ponson, a perfect 4-0 in his first year with the Cardinals. Padres hit the only homers, Brian Giles and Mark Bellhorn. The 1-0 count on the 2-hitter Morris. The pitch is pulled into the first base dugout, strike 1. A final that has just come across the wire. Arizona shuts out Cincinnati 7-0. Cruz with his second win. Aaron Harang drops to 5-4, and Orlando Hudson is the only home run of the game. Turner at first, nobody out. Bottom of the fifth, Travs up by a pair. Here's the 1-1 to Morris. He chops to first base. Pauly will scoop it up. He'll step on first, and that's the only out he gets. Thought about throwing to second base, but he elected to go to first. Unassisted put out, puts Turner into second, and here comes Travis Buck. There's only 2 finals out of the American League. The Yankees got a little revenge on the Royals. Royals ended their 13-game losing streak last night with a win at the stadium, but the Yankees beat up the Royals today 15-4 with Alex Rodriguez hitting 2 home runs. Chin-Min Wong 5-2 with the win. Jeremy Affeldt 2-5 with a loss. Buck the batter. Runner tries for third. The pitch is inside. Wilson couldn't get the ball out of his glove, and his throw to third base is way too late, and Turner has moved on his way from first to second to third base without the ball ever getting out of the infield. Infield single, and then the ground out moves Turner to second. He steals third base. with no throw from Bobby Wilson. So it's 1-0 on Buck. Buck represents the tying run. Infield is back, and here's the pitch. Buck swings, grounds it outside first. Foul ball, 1-1. Buck hit into a double play in the first inning, and then in the third, Hunter got ahead of him 1-2, but Buck fouled off 6 pitches in a row and ended up getting grazed by a 1-2 fastball. Buck has driven in 9 runs in 15 AA games. He's knocked in 26 runs at single-A Stockton. The 1-1 pitch, low and outside, 2-1. And another final from Toronto where the Blue Jays went 11 innings. Shea Hillenbrand ends it with a walk-off homer off Jeff Nelson of the White Sox, and the Blue Jays win 3-2. Scott Schoenweiss, former Angel, got the win, and Nelson with the loss 0-1. 2-1 pitch to Buck. Swing and a line drive to right field. Espedo coming on, has to play it on a bounce, and Turner, who was holding at third base in case Espedo caught it, streaked home to make it a 1-run game. Pardon me, I think I have to repeat myself after the horn blew me off the air. It's a 1-run game after Travis Buck knocks in Lance Turner with a base hit to right field. So a 4-0 Travelers lead has dwindled down to 4-3. And here comes Vasily Spanos up to the plate. You really can't blame Hunter for what's going on here in the 5th inning. Wood double clutched his throw on the infield single for Turner, and that cost him the out. Pauly may have had a force out at second base, but elected to go to first. And then Turner stole third base on Wilson as he double clutched. Now it's Vasily Spanos batting. First pitch, he swings, misses, and the bat goes flying into the second row behind the Arkansas dugout. And so that is strike one. I've always thought that if a batter loses his bat and it goes into the stands, if he swings and misses, he should probably have 2 strikes on him. Well, only if he's the opponent's hitter. So that bat will come right back into Spanos. And the kid who picked up that bat, apparently he doesn't realize that, well, if you give the batter a bat that was flipped into the stands inadvertently, usually the home dugout owes you a bat. So that kid is owed a 34-inch piece of lumber. It's 0-1 on Spanos. He's 0 for 2. He's grounded out to second and fly to right. Buck at first, 1 out. 1-run lead for the Travelers in the 5th inning. Hunter delivers from the stretch, and Spanos fouls it straight back, strike 2. It appears, folks, that the chance of rain has gone away. We've got some sun pouring over the first base stands, producing a very hard glare in the eyes of center fielder Devin Day, who's shading his eyes with his glove from that sun. Shadow's getting very long, and this is a pretty tough time for the outfielders. 0-2 to count on Spanos. Hunter deals, and it's chopped between first and second base. Rodman will stop it, but he has a throw to first. Hunter covers, and the throw not in time. Another infield single for the Midland RockHounds. Out of the RockHounds' 3 hits in the 5th inning, 2 of them infield hits. Nice little swing by Spanos. You saw Rodman playing up the middle, and Pauly holding the runner on at first, and so he just hit a slow ground ball. He angled it right between first and second base. And a smart piece of hitting by Spanos equals his first hit of the game. Tying run at second base with only 1 out. Matt Allegra stands in. He's 0 for 2. Reached on a drop pop-up in the second, flat out in the 4th. First pitch is swung on and missed on the Hunter breaking ball, 0-1. Allegra has driven in 15 runs with Midland in 26 games. He was 1 for 24 in the California League before coming up. Into the stretch, Hunter glances at second base. Buck takes the lead. The pitch, swing and a miss again on the slow breaking ball, strike 2. Allegra strikes out a lot, 37 times and 93 at-bats this year. And it's a strikeout percentage of almost .390. Into the stretch, Hunter. And the 0-2 to Allegra. In the dirt, Wilson blocks it. Buck wanted third base. He goes a third of the way and holds. And retreats back to second. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hunter has whipped 2 batters over his 4 1/3 innings. Really needs a strikeout here on Allegra or a ground ball double play. Melillo on deck, and Melillo is 2 for 2. 3 hits here in the 5th inning. 8 hits overall against Hunter. He comes set with a 1-2 count on Allegra. The kick and the pitch is a high fastball. Allegra had to duck away, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Angels game over against Baltimore will start in a little less than 1 hour. And the Major League debut of Jared Weaver. We'll keep you updated on that. 2-2 to Allegra. Slow ground ball to third. Brown is up with it. Throws to Rodland 1. Rodland to first. Rack him up. It's the second double play turned behind Hunter today. And that was the perfect time to get the double play to end the 5th inning. The RockHounds score 1 run on 3 hits. They strand a man at second base and will go into the 6th. It's the Travelers 4 and the RockHounds 3 on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
An accident involving a large truck can cause a lot of damage. If you're injured, you need a law firm that knows what they're doing. And while facts differ and results vary, we've had a verdict as large as $12.5 million in a single tractor-trailer case. Put this experience on your side. Call us at Gary Eubanks & Associates. We'll win your case, or you don't owe us a dime.
1, 2, 3.
We're at the supermarket checking out shopping lists.
Oh, here's mine.
Let's see. Milk, cheese, yogurt, ding, ding, ding.
Oh, do I win?
Well, actually, you probably lose.
What?
Lose inches.
Oh.
These studies show that people following a proper reduced-calorie diet that included 3 servings of milk, cheese, or yogurt every day had better weight loss results and trimmed more from their waistline than if they just cut calories alone. So eat 3 cool, creamy servings of milk, cheese, or yogurt a day.
Wow, I consider that a win.
Have you had your 3 today?
An Arkansas Federal Home Equity Loan has a 4-month fixed rate as low as 4.5% annual percentage rate with absolutely no fees. And you can access your loan with Arkansas Federal's new Visa Platinum credit card. Apply online at afcu.org or call 982-1000. A home equity loan with a 4-month fixed rate as low as 4.5% annual percentage rate with absolutely no fees is available today at Arkansas Federal. And you can use your Visa Platinum credit card to access your loan. Apply online at afcu.org or call 982-1000.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
We come back to Midland Citibank Ballpark after 5 innings of play. It is 4-3. The Travelers have the lead over the RockHounds. Originally it was 4-0 Arkansas after the top of the 4th. And now Midland has scored the last 3 runs of the game. In fact, we've got a new pitcher on the mound for the RockHounds. Justin Crowder has taken over for Ray Aguilar. Aguilar lasting only 5 innings, but he had to battle through those 5 innings. Didn't have his best stuff. Gave up a season-high 10 hits, but only 4 runs, and it could have been a lot worse against Aguilar. He walked the batter, hit another, struck out 1. Struck out the first man he faced, and then didn't get another strikeout the rest of the way. Gave up a home run as well. Aguilar allowed 10 hits, 12 base runners over 5 innings, but the Travelers also had a man thrown out at home, bouncing into 2 double plays, and stranding 6. So Aguilar was actually, he did a decent job considering the stuff that he brought to the table today. His stuff might have equaled 7 or 8 runs, but he only gave up 4. So it's Crowder to take it for the moment. We saw Crowder in the extra inning game on Thursday. He pitched an inning and a third, giving up a run. Crowder is 6 foot tall, 185 pounds, from Flower Mound, Texas. And he'll be facing the 7, 8, and 9 hitters here in the 6th inning. Matt Pauley to lead off. It's the numbers on Crowder in just a moment. First, it is Pauley stepping into the batter's box. He lined out in the 2nd and singled in the 4th. Crowder delivers from the windup, and Pauley takes a strike on the outside corner. Windup and the 0-1. Curveball, and Pauley swings and misses. Strike 2. Crowder 1-0 in 16 games, a .372 earned run average. 0-2 on Pauley. Here's the pitch. Fastball hits the other way in the air, deep to the corner. Buck has a bead in foul ground. Couldn't see what happened. He was unable to make the catch. Went out of view into the left field corner in the foul area. And there's only about 4 feet where you can't see down that left field line. It happened to be where Paulie hit the ball. Almost the same kind of fly ball that produced Brent Colamarino's 2-run homer in the 4th. Down that left field line, it just keeps carrying the wind right behind it. Now an 0-2 to Paulie. Swing and a miss. He strikes out on a high fastball. Only the second Traveler batter to strike out, but Crowder is now whipped 21 in 19 2/3 innings. David Gates coming up to the plate. Gator homered in the second, and Aguilar hit him on the left cheek with a fastball in the 4th. Not the cheeks on his face. So Gates has 3 hits in this series, 2 homers and a triple. First pitch from Crowder, fouled back, strike 1. Major League games in progress at the moment. Milwaukee over Philadelphia, 6-4 in the 6th inning. Carlos Lee and Jimmy Rollins have hit home runs. 0-1 to Gates, here it is. Fastball missing outside, 1-1. Houston and Pittsburgh, 7th inning, 5-5 tie. Jason Bay has now hit 8 homers in 8 games. Not in 8 straight games, but 15 on the year. 1-1 to Gates. Swing and a miss on the changeup. He finished the swing at 1 knee, strike 2. Colorado and the Giants just got underway. Bottom of the 1st, 0-0. The American League, it's the Tigers. 20 games over 500 with Major League's best record. The Tigers leading Cleveland 3-1 in the 9th. 1-2 to Gates, swing and a miss. It's in the dirt, but dug out by Suzuki. Steps way inside the foul line and flips to Colamarino for the second out. Crowder's faced 2 batters, striking out both. Minnesota 6, Seattle 4, mid-7. And the Oakland A's have a 4-0 lead at Texas in the top of the 5th. Jason Espino knocked in the last Traveler run with a bases-loaded walk in the 4th. Grounded out in the 2nd. No one on, 2 outs. And Crowder missing high with a fastball, and it's 1-0. No more threat of rain, folks. We haven't had any lightning strikes for the better part of 30 minutes. 1-0 pitch is ripped foul, and it sent the first base coach, Dwayne Bacon, hurling out of the way of a line drive that was hit right at his head. Keith Johnson, of course, serving the second game of a 3-game suspension handed down by the league office. So Keith is in the stands, and Dwayne Bacon, who's not on the starting lineup coaching at first base, he had to jump out of the way as if he was diving into a pool. 1-1 to Espino, a curveball high, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Nice effort by Bacon to get out of the way of that line drive. That had his head written all over it. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss on a Crowder slider, 2-2. Crowder 1 strike away from whiffing the side in the 6th inning after Aguilar had struck out only 1 batter in 5 innings. 2-2 to Espino, swing and a foul back, still 2-2. Four to 3 Arkansas in the top of the 6th inning. 4 runs, 10 hits for the Travs. Hounds, 3 runs, 8 hits. No one on for Espino, and the 2-2 pitch. Slider in the dirt, and it's full. Devin Day standing on deck. Turning into a comfortable night, but the wind continues to blow in from right field. No dust storms. Payoff on the way from Crowder. Espino fouls it away. 2 years ago, after the construction of this ballpark, there were 2 large dust heaps sitting in the parking lot, waiting to be brought somewhere in town. I'm not sure what they did with it, but those dust piles turned into a dust storm when big winds kicked it up, and they had to cancel a game with Midland and Round Rock. 3-2 to Jason, swung on, lined up the middle, and a 2-out base hit. Espino with his first base hit of the game. Arkansas is 11th, and that'll bring up Devin Day at the top of the order. You know, there have been Texas League games over the last 25 to 30 years canceled because of rain, canceled because of the 9/11 terrorist attacks. Traveler fans are well versed in those cancellations in 2001. Cancellations because of flood. Even canceled games because the second deck of a ballpark collapsed in Tulsa. I don't know if dust storms have ever really canceled a game before until 2002 here in Midland. Next thing we're waiting for is a locust storm. Day is 1 for 3. He has struck out, singled, and fouled out. Pitch from Crowder. Low, ball 1. And there's been plenty of reasons to cancel games. 2001, the Travs were in Wichita during a moth hatching that takes place 1 day out of every 7 years. The 1-0 pitch is high today, and it's 2-0. And there were thousands of moths at Lawrence Dumont Stadium, white moths that were almost like a cloud. And the game wasn't canceled. It was the most odd situation you've ever seen a game in, other than maybe playing baseball underwater. 2-0 pitch. Fouled straight back by Day, 2-1. Sun continues to shine, but just a couple of streaks of it in right center field and a few streaks at third base. Most of the field in the shadows. 2 balls, 1 strike on Day, 2 outs. Top of the 6th, a speedo at first. Pitch from Crowder, down low, 3-1. Travs had a 4-0 lead after the top of the 4th. Midland answered with 2 in the 4th and 1 in the 5th. The speedo creeps away. Crowder throws to the plate, and Day fouls the 3-1 back into the screen and takes the count full. When this game started, there was a huge gray, almost black cloud with lightning and rain in it coming over the right field side, but it has since passed off way to the southeast. 3-2 today. A speedo runs. It is fouled off in the air by Devin again. Tomorrow, for our 4 o'clock start time, we are set for 97 degrees with no percent precipitation. It's going to be sunny, hot, and it's going to be a sweaty day tomorrow, and then the bus ride home. Another throw to first base, and a speedo back in. Hope you're enjoying the start to your Memorial Day weekend. Riverfest at the downtown Little Rock River Market in North Little Rock. 3-2. Fouled back, still a full count. Next year, when Riverfest comes around this time of year, the Travs will be in their 2nd year at Dickey-Stevens Park, and we'll get a great look at Riverfest from our perch in the broadcast booth. All the fans will get a good look at what's going on at the amphitheater at the River Market. Just picture it now. We've seen it in Wichita. They've had Riverfest across from Lawrence Dumont Stadium in downtown Wichita quite a bit. They've got a couple 100,000 people that come to downtown Wichita for Riverfest there. And the same thing in Little Rock. We'll have a great look at it. It's going to be something special next year this time of season. The 3-2 today. Ground ball off the mount, up the middle, and a base hit. A speedo will hold at second base. And Devin Day with his second base hit. A splendid at-bat by Devin Day. Made the count full and then fouled off 3 pitches before collecting the Travs' 12th base hit. Now with 2 outs, Eric Rodlin has an opportunity to drive home a run. He hit into a double play with the bases loaded in the 4th inning to finish off the 4th. And Eric, who's hitting 10 of the last 11, 0 for 3. Hit the ball hard once, lined out to short in the 2nd. 2 on, 2 out. Here's a pitch. Swinging a ground ball to first. Colin Marino backhands it, and an easy unassisted put out. And the Travs strand a couple of men in the 6th inning. No runs, 2 base hits, 2 left. Still it is the Travelers 4 and the RockHounds 3 going into the bottom of the 6th inning on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
It takes teamwork to be able to reach new goals in today's complex business environment. Each one of us should strive to be a step ahead and know how to compete in a rapidly changing world. The ITT Tech School of Business is about helping people prepare for the challenges of a competitive world. ITT Technical Institute School of Business, education for the future. To find out more, call 1-800-ITT-TECH or visit us on the web.
What if there were no bad drivers? What if everyone always followed the speed limit? What if 10-car pileups didn't exist? In a world like that, we'd all be better off. It's why Allstate is introducing 2 incentives to drive safely. For every 6 months you don't have an accident, you'll get cash off your renewal bill with the Safe Driving bonus. And for every year of safe driving, you'll get $100 off your deductible with Deductible Reward. Another year, another $100 off, up to $500. But it's not just about saving money. Safe driving also saves lives. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. That's Allstate, Dan. Are you in good hands?
Get Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance today. Call a local Allstate agent or 1-800-ALLSTATE. You can get $100 off your deductible the day you sign up. Features are optional and subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Deductible rewards apply to collision coverage. Patent pending. Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company and Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
Faithfully chronicling the Bush administration implosion.
Air America Little Rock.
1380 KDXE North Little Rock.
Welcome back here to Midland Citibank Ballpark. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Travelers leading by a score of 4-3. Chris Hunter back on the hill after inducing an inning-ending double play in the 5th. They'll face Kevin Melillo to start the 6th inning. First pitch, a called strike on the outside corner. Melillo has singled and doubled, scored a run, followed by Kurt Suzuki and Brant Colamarino. Hunter's 0-1 pitch is hit back up the middle and a base hit into center field. Melillo a perfect 3 for 3. And the RockHounds have collected 4 base hits out of the last 6 batters, bringing up Kurt Suzuki. Phil Elson joined by Angels minor league pitching coordinator Keith Comstock. And Hunter pitched very well over the first 3 innings. He scuffled a little bit the last 3. Actually, the last 2. 4th inning gave up 2 hits and a 2-run homer. 1 run and 3 hits in the 5th, and now it is Kurt Suzuki coming up. One thing to remember, I would think, Keith, that of any team in the minors, A's ball clubs are pretty difficult to pitch against. Throw at a first base, not in time. They're a very selective group, and maybe sometimes they take it a little too far, taking too many pitches. But this is an organization that preaches patience, looking for a certain pitch.
Absolutely.
Suzuki is struck out and fly to center. Pitch from Hunter. Swinging a fly ball left center field. Devin Day, long run, still going after it. He slides and makes a beautiful catch. And that'll send Melillo back to first base. What a grab by Devin Day.
I think with Oakland, they stress this philosophy that anything on the black part of the plate, you're going to hit 200 early in the count. So they stay away from that kind of approach early in the count. If you're going to try and pitch to the third part of the plate, the outer half part of the plate, they're going to let it go because they believe they hit 200 out there. They want that white part of the plate where they hit 300.
Brant Colamarino stands in. Hunter delivers from the stretch, and it's down and away for ball 1. Colamarino hit a 2-run homer last time up. Got it into the jet stream in left field, but the wind has slowed down a little bit. It's no longer coming in to right from 30 to 35, sort of first. A little back in there, but it's still blowing out to left a little bit. Maybe about 15 miles an hour. It was 1-0 on Colamarino and Brian Snyder on deck. Here's the stretch. Target goes on the outside corner, and the pitch is down and away, and it's 2-0. So if they hit 200 on those outside parts of the plate, on the black, what do they think they hit on the white of the plate?
Well, they hit. If you hit early in the count, if you go try to get there on ball 1.
Hunter ready. A 2-0 to Colamarino. Off the outside corner, 3-0.
So if you're trying to go to early in the count, the first 3 pitches, which is my preaches, try to get them out in 3 pitches. But if you're hitting 200 out there on the black early in the count, they're going to let you pitch out there.
Now the 3-0, way outside. 4-pitch walk. None of them are really all that close. Melillo at second base, representing the tying run. There's only 1 out.
This is where Chris is getting mechanically off whack right now. He's really flying open. KP's got to go out there and tell him to make an adjustment with his direction, his upper body direction, start getting a little bit more toward the plate. He's trying to overthrow, and he's really just pulling things across. You get in situations like this as a pitcher, and the next thing you know, you're pitching to avoid the bat. And, my firm belief in pitching is that you never avoid the bat, but you do try to avoid the barrel of the bat. And
contact is part of baseball. I mean,
you can't be afraid of it. You have to, especially with your fastball. That pitch is designed for contact. Not unless you've got 97, 98, you're running it up there, then you got some movement on it. But for the most part, you're trying to get these guys, especially in the first 3 pitches, to put the ball in play. We're not afraid of contact.
Matter of trusting your fielder, certainly, and also trusting your stuff.
Well, it's all about being aggressive in the zone, and if you're going to be aggressive, then you can't be afraid of contact.
So while Patterson was talking with Hunter, Miguel González started to warm up in the bullpen. Now Brian Snyder stands in, number 9 man. First pitch is into the dirt. He had a check swing, and the first base umpire on the appeal said he went around. Strike 1 on Snyder. Snyder, who entered this ball game hitting only 174, has grounded to third base and struck out. Driven in 19 runs this year. All of them last month. Kickoff played second base. The throw was late. Got behind Rodlin a little bit, but not far enough. Melillo will still hold at second base. Kevin Melillo started the 6th inning with a single. Then Devin Day robbed Kurt Suzuki of a base hit, the sliding catch in the left field gap. Hunter then walked Colamarino on 4 pitches, getting González up in the pen. It's 0-1 to Snyder. Here's the pitch. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike on Snyder. Turner on deck. Travs 4, RockHounds 3. We had a pitcher's duel yesterday. Arkansas winning 3-0. Today, each team has had a lot of chances to bring home more runs than they've scored. 1-1, chopper to short. Wood will field it, flip to Rodlin. Rodlin over to first. It is the 3rd double play turned by the Travs, and it gets Chris Hunter out of the 6th inning. We're going to talk about the pitcher's best friend. Hunter has ended 3 innings with double plays, including the last 2. And so the RockHounds in the 6th inning get no runs on 1 base hit, 1 man stranded. And we'll go into the 7th inning. It's the Travelers 4 and the RockHounds 3 on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDND.
Make your plans now to see the best racing under the lights at Texas Motor Speedway, June 8th, 9th, and 10th. You won't want to miss another incredible finish like this one from 2002.
Here we come once again. It's going to be the line. The winner's going to be Sam Hornick Jr. by 96 thousandths of a second.
The Oak Creek Homes qualifying day for the IRL and the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series will be Thursday, June 8th. And on Friday, June 9th, David Starr, Dennis Setzer, Todd Boda, and the rest of the Craftsman Truck Series will go door to door and heat up the asphalt in the Samstown 400. But the weekend would not be complete without the fearless drivers of the Indy Racing League. It speeds over 200 miles per hour in the Bombardier Learjet 500 Saturday night, June 10th. Could it be Dan Weldon, Sam Hornish Jr., Tony Kanaan, or Danica Patrick claiming the Texas victory? Don't miss the action under the lights. Call 817-215-8500 or visit TexasMotorspeedway.com. Texas Motor Speedway, celebrating 10 years strong.
Do you have an interest in broadcasting, enjoy baseball, and are looking for a part-time job opportunity? Well, maybe we have what you're looking for. KDXE AM 1380 is the home for Arkansas Travelers baseball, and we need to add to our staff of board operators for Travelers games. Your responsibility will involve the process of putting Arkansas Travelers games on the air. The work schedule includes weeknights and weekends shared with other staff board operators. No experience in broadcasting is necessary, and learning our system for game broadcasts is easy. If you're interested, give us a call at 501-221-1380. That's 501-221-1380.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Back at Citibank Ballpark as we go into the top of the 7th inning with the Travelers leading Midland 4-3 in Game 3 of this series. Arkansas trying for their first 3-game winning streak of the 2006 season. Totals for Arkansas: 4 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. The Travelers have stranded 8 men. Meanwhile, Midland has scored 3 runs on 9 hits with no errors, and the RockHounds have stranded 6. Midland has also bounced into 3 double plays. Brandon Wood to lead off the 7th versus Justin Crowder, who fires a strike to start off Wood with a fastball. Wood is 2 for 3. He scored a run in the first, followed by the 4-hitter Porter and then Matt Brown. It's 0-1, and Crowder winds and delivers. It is high and outside. It's 1-1. Wood would be 3 for 3 if he didn't hit a drive into the teeth of a stiff wind into the power alley in right field, which is 394 feet away. Would have been a home run. most other parks. 1-1 pitch off the outside corner, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Phil Elson here with you, joined by Keith Comstock, former Traveler pitching coach and current Angels minor league pitching coordinator. It's a 2-1 pitch. He reduced the wood, and it's outside 3-1. So, Keith, tell us about your travels. Where were you before you came here? Where are you going after this?
I was in Cedar Rapids. Got a chance to see some good-looking young pitchers. Really, really pleased with some of the arms we have down there.
Here's the 3-1, and it's high. A leadoff walk putting Wood aboard.
And then I go back home for a couple days, and I head out to watch the AAA and the Single A club.
Keith, please tell us about Nick Adenhart. Saw that he took his first loss of the season the other day, giving up 1 run in 8 innings. He was 7-0. Now he's 7-1, but he seems to be a lock to be a future Traveler sometime over the next 2 seasons. Tell us about Nick Adenhart.
Well, along with Nick, there's some really good-looking young prospects down there. They reminds me of a lot 4 years ago when I had some of the young prospects that are now in AAA and big leagues.
Porter, the batter, he's 2 for 3, doubled last time up. Pitches high from Crowder, 1-0.
When I was in the Cedar Rapids pitching coach in 2002, I had guys like Erwin Santana, Joe Saunders, Steven Shell, Jake Woods, Joel Peralta, Steve Andrade, John Roanhurst, Joe Torres. I had a tremendous staff, and it's very similar what they got right now down there.
It's 1-0 on Porter. He has singled, double play, and doubled today. There's a throw to first, and Wood is back.
Those kids I just mentioned now are borderline big league pitchers that are having great years in AAA. They progressed great, and you got Nick Adenhart.
Stretch, 1-0 pitch to Porter. Fastball, strike, 1-1.
Who has tremendous command of his fastball. I mean, this guy can really put his fastball for an 18, 19-year-old kid. Him and Tommy Mendoza are just so impressive with the command of the fastball that they have.
And Adenhart is averaging less than 1 runner per inning. 1-1, soft line drive into center. It's the third base hit for Porter. Looks like the bat broke. Wood will hold at second base. And it's first and second for the Travs for the 5-hitter Matt Brown.
You know, what's so impressive about Nick is his delivery is as free and easy as I've seen the delivery. I mean, it's full. He's very athletic. He's got an athletic motion, and he'll go from 87 to 95, and it's just right on the hitter. And he's got, like I said, just such good command on the inner half and the outer half. He's got a curveball that reminds me a lot of Dwight Gooden's curveball.
Yikes.
And he's got a changeup that's, again, very developed. And, he's about ready to make a move up to that Rancho. I really believe he's about ready.
Brown the batter, 1 for 3.
And you'll probably see that in the next couple of weeks or so. You'll definitely hear Nick Adenhart getting into Rancho Cucamonga because he needs to get challenged. He's really playing with kindergartner sometimes, it looks like. He's just dominating that level so well, and we're just really happy with his progress.
2-1, nobody out for Brown. Here's a pitch. He will not square around. Takes it high, ball 1.
But you try to stay away from can't miss. Last year when we got Jared, I know we wanted to talk a little bit about Jared, about his Major League performance tonight, or his Major League outing. But I labeled Jared Weaver last year a can't miss, and when you do that as a coach, you really, you don't put pressure on yourself, because I'm certainly not a scout, but as a coach, you look at him and you say, this guy can't miss. And so he's making his Major League debut, so thank God my expectations lived up to what I wrote in my report.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with your assessment of Weaver.
Yeah, and Joe Saunders, too. Joe's a can't-miss guy for me. Then you got Adenhart, and you've got 4 kids down there that are just, Robert Mosbach, Stephen Merrick, Tommy Mendoza, and then you got Ryan Aldridge, who's also just, these guys got great arms, and they're just the future of the Angels.
There's a throw to first base. Porter back in there. They put a play on, throwing behind Porter at first. They almost picked him off with Colin Marino circling around the back of Porter. And then covering at first base, and throw from Crowder was right on the money, but Porter just got the right foot in.
Well, if they got an aggressive base runner, they got the guy. They don't know the personnel. Greg doesn't got an aggressive bone in his body, so he's got no big lead over there, so he's absolutely no danger of getting picked off.
First and second, no outs. Wood a leadoff walk. Porter singled in the second. Brown grounded to second last time up. Pitch on the way. It's 1-0, and it's hit towards short on the ground. Could be 2. Turner to Melillo. Melillo to Colamarino. Double play. So in a spot where you play for the big innings, You want to stay out of the double play because he did not square around and send Brown up there to bunt. But he's able to move Wood to third base, but that's all they get. The double play goes 6-4-3. It is the fifth double play between these teams today. Two by the Travs. The Travs have bounced into two. Midland's hit into three. Now this Bobby Wilson coming up. Wilson is 2 for 3. Would have had a third hit, but Buck made a sliding catch in the fifth inning to take away an RBI hit for Wilson. Here's a pitch to Bobby. Take it high and outside, ball one. The Cedar Rapids pitching staff seems to be pretty impressive. Then you look at Rancho Cucamonga, the name Jose Arredondo jumps out. We saw him last year. Young kid, but boy, what an arm. A 1-0 pitch to Wilson. Here it is. Low, and it's 2-0.
And he took a no-hitter into the eighth inning last night. He gave up 1 hit after 8 innings, punched out 9. He is a good-looking arm. We've got a kid by the name of Fernando Rodriguez. Nick Green, both these guys can hold their own, having great years down at Rancho. There is some talent in AAA.
It's going to be an intentional walk to Wilson after going to 2-0. They decide just to put him on base and then set up a lefty-on-lefty spot with Crowder against Pauly.
And there's some serious talent down in A-ball, but I'm really happy with some of the guys that we have here in AA, like Rafi Rodriguez. You've got guys here that are very much prospects, maybe don't have the golden arms that some of these other kids have, but they're going to be able to hold their own. And some of these guys have got great makeup, and they're going to be able to be good fillers at that AAA level, and they're going to be guys that we can, when they learn from this year's level, they're going to be able to hold the fort. I've got no problem with these guys being able to hold the fort.
Pauly with an RBI opportunity. 4-3 Arkansas in the seventh. They need that insurance run. First and third, 2 out. Crowder goes to a slider outside, 1-0.
We got another young kid by the name of Kevin Jepson, who's a closer down there in Rancho. He's somewhere between 90 and 95, and he's coming off some arm surgery, and he's doing a great job of recovery, and he's really starting to learn into that role.
Pauly 1 for 3. The 1-0 pitch, curve, swing and a miss, 1-1.
But, we talked about it earlier. We've got 8 guys from last year's Arkansas team that have touched the big leagues this year, which is really, really impressive from an organizational standpoint.
Jared Weaver being the 8th, who should be warming up in about 5 minutes at Angel Stadium of Anaheim, taking on the Orioles in his big league debut. 1-1 pitch to Pauly. Fastball, strike on the inside corner, 1-2.
I remember talking to Jared last year, and, we talked about how, I don't care, there's never a game that goes by where you don't have some kind of adrenaline and nerves. And I said, I used to have mine, my butterflies are on roller skates. He goes, mine is always on surfboards.
So 1-2, no throw to first.
And
back in there's Wilson. So that's true. I mean, someone had described to me before Jared came to Arkansas last year that he's got the long hair, he wears styled hats, he wears shorts, he wears flip-flops. He's a surfer boy with a great right arm.
Yeah, and a great idea of how to pitch.
1-2 to Pauly. Here it comes. And it's a line drive, caught at second base by Kevin Melillo. Pauly did everything he could. He smacked a line drive with the Travs, who had first and third and nobody out yet. Nothing. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left on. 7th inning stretch here in Midland. It's the Travelers still 4-3 over the RockHounds on Air America Little Rock 1380.
He's been a sports anchor on TV. He's reported on games of the Kansas City Chiefs. He hosts NFL postgame shows week after week. But he still hasn't quit his day job. Gordon Docking is the Chief Executive Officer of St. Mary's Hospital in suburban Kansas City. He's distinguished himself nationally as an innovator in healthcare, impacting the design of the hospitals of tomorrow. But before he was CEO, he was a master's degree student at Webster University. Today, he's an achiever in many walks of life. I'm Bob Costas, member of the board of Webster University. All Webster campuses around the world share the same belief. Education is more than just a degree. It's real knowledge for real-world success.
Here's the wind-up hitting on the way, and you can catch the Travs online at www.travs.com. The Arkansas Travelers have one of minor league baseball's most user-friendly websites with easy access to Travs game stories, up-to-date stats, and Texas League standings. You'll be informed about the Travs online at Travs.com. Purchase tickets, Travs souvenirs, listen to the game. Hey, if you could buy hot dogs and popcorn on the website, it'd be like coming to the old ballpark. See us online, www.Travs.com.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Back at Citibank Ballpark, it's the bottom of the 7th inning, and Chris Hunter comes back to the hill to face the top of the order, holding on to a 4-3 Travelers lead. Phil Elson, joined by Keith Comstock here on Air America Little Rock. Through 6 innings, Hunter has allowed 3 runs on 9 scattered hits. He has walked 1 batter, hit another, and struck out 2. The big number is 3, as Hunter has had 3 double plays turned behind him. Now, Keith was talking to me before the game, before this inning started, that Chris has to go out and give a 7th inning because the Travs bullpen remains short after the pen had to throw 11 innings on Thursday. You have some pitchers that need 2 days of rest. Michel Simard is unavailable today. So is Richard Thompson. So is Tim Bittner. Bill Edwards can come on for maybe a couple of batters or 1 full inning. At the moment, Miguel González is getting ready. Aaron Pullen could be available for closing duties, but what the Travs are dealing with today is a short bullpen. And so Hunter has given the Travs what they need. 6 good innings. They need 1 more.
Yeah, he really needs to go out there and, if I'm on that bench right now and I'm asking Chris to go back out there for the 7th, I'm telling him the first and foremost thing is give me that leadoff out. Get me that leadoff out.
And the last 2 leadoff men have reached against Chris. And out of the ball game, only those 2 leadoff men have reached against him. Now, Turner was one of them, but it doesn't look like Turner's going to be leading off. Standing in is Eddie Cornejo, and so Turner is out of the game, finishing 1 for 3, and Cornejo, a left-hand batter, will lead off the 7th. First pitch from Hunter is outside for ball 1. We saw Cornejo batting leadoff yesterday, going 0 for 3. He's hitless in 7 trips to the plate over the series. 1-0 the count. Here's the pitch. A fly ball to right field. Jason Espedo comes in a few steps and makes the catch. So he got that leadoff man out. There's 1. Now he's got to go up against Jed Morris. Morris has reached twice against him with 2 singles.
Here's what you got to tell yourself. Every out is a big out for this inning. And if you could be really pitch efficient and go out there and give me those 3 outs and 10 pitches or less, that even makes things even better. Get your offense back in the dugout.
I've always thought that in the last 3 innings of a 1-run game, every single out is so important, but nothing so important than that first one.
Absolutely.
Pitch to Morris is low and outside, ball 1. Last thing you want is to give the opponent any sort of momentum. And once you get a guy on base, there's a lot of things that can happen. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Swing and a high fly ball in a deep right field. Jason Espedo is going back at the warning track. He looks up and it's gone. And Jed Morris has tied the game with a home run here in the 7th inning. The wind has stopped blowing pretty much for the last couple of innings. It's barely even fluttering the flags all that much. Morris finishes with his 3rd base hit of the game as he touches the plate. He drives himself in for the 3rd time this year. 4-4 score. So Hunter got that first out and then allows the home run. Buck will stand in next. And Buck drove in a run with a single in the 5th inning. Morris, 3 homers on the year. That's only his 4th run batted in. Chris will wind and deliver. And got it on the outside corner for a called strike.
So you got to come back and recover. Now you're tied. You still got to keep your team in this game.
The 0-1 pitch, ground ball to second base. Rodlin has it cleanly. He throws Buck out, and there's 2 gone. So now you got yourself pretty much a 2-inning game, or else you go to extras. Travs had a 4-0 lead in the 4th inning, but the RockHounds have scored the last 4 runs. Now this does say that, the Travs have put up those 13 base hits. So they've left a lot of men on base today. In fact, there's been 10 men left on base by the Travs, plus a man thrown out at home and 3 double plays that they've hit into. Batter is Vasily Spanos, 1 for 3. Pitch from Hunter down low, ball 1.
I don't see any fatigue in Chris. I like his delivery. He's staying smooth. not eliminating the ball on a consistent basis.
Here's the 1-0. Spanos swings a fly ball in a shallow right center, falling a base hit. 2-out single for Spanos, his second base hit of the game. The RockHounds 11. That'll bring up Matt Allegra. So the go-ahead run reaches base for Midland. It's not the first time that's happened. They've had the go-ahead run on base in the 6th inning after Brent Colamarino had a 1-out walk, but then Hunter ended the 6th, getting Snyder to bounce into the 6-4-3 double play. Bobby Wilson walks to the mound for a chat with Chris Hunter. Miguel González continues to warm in the bullpen. Boy, one of the things I guess you don't want today, Keith, is an extra inning game. After having to go 12 on Thursday, the bullpen's already taxed. An extra inning game would be disastrous.
You got that right. I think they, right here you got to push it a little bit more. You don't want your pitchers coming up lame here.
Allegra 0 for 3 pitches a curve for strike 1.
That's why you go to Miggy in a tie game. You got to tell Miggy, hey, don't be looking to the bullpen, big boy, because there ain't nobody out there.
This is yours. Hunter's got to get to the 7th inning first. Here's the stretch. Spanos a short lead. Pitch on the outside corner. Strike 2 called. A 4-4 tie. Hopefully Hunter can get this final out. And then the Travs bring home a run to the top of the 8th and maybe get Hunter a win. Here's an 0-2 pitch. Up high, ball 1. Batting for the Travs in the 8th inning will be David Gates, Jason Esposito, and Devin Day. 1-2 to count on Allegra. And you want to get him because on deck is Kevin Melillo, and Melillo is 3 for 3 against Hunter. So I would imagine that if Allegra reaches, Hunter may get pulled. It's a 1-2 pitch. Here it is. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. That's a huge out to get him out of the 7th inning, but the Hounds tie the game. A run on 2 hits, a man left, and after 7, we're knotted up. 4-4 tie going into the 8th on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
Coca-Cola, this is Mitchell.
My friend's brother is a molecular biologist, and he was saying the only way you could have gotten Coke Zero to taste like the regular Coke was to engineer it in space.
I would not.
Well, no, but think about the whole zero factor, like zero gravity. It makes perfect sense.
Zero is for the 0 calories.
Just stop pretending that you don't engineer Coke Zero in space. Can you do that?
I wish I could speculate on that, sir.
The next launch. I just want the time for the next launch.
Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste. 0 calories.
Ameripride Services is the linen and apparel company to get your team into a professional uniform program. Ameripride features a wide range of high-quality custom programs for the manufacturing industry, hospitality and food service, medical or dental uniforms, and professional and executive wear. Call 664-5575 to schedule a presentation with an Ameripride consultant. Also specializing in the finest quality table linen, rental mats, and restroom services. Call 664-5575 for Ameripride, the official garment supplier of the Arkansas Travelers.
For 30 seasons, Jim Elder was the radio voice of the Arkansas Travelers. Fans knew him as the human encyclopedia of sports knowledge from baseball to horse racing to football. Jim knew it all, but Jim Elder was about much more than sports. He also loved to help kids, and that's why his friends and family started the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund. The fund helps organizations that teach kids about life through sports, like Park, RBI Baseball at Lamar Porter Field, the First Tee, Arkansas Sheriff's Youth Ranch, and kids clinics with the Arkansas Travelers. Jim Elder's legend will live on in Arkansas through the Jim Elder Good Sport Fund. See them online at jimelder.org.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
It's a tie game, 4-4, heading into the top of the 8th inning here at Citibank Ballpark. RockHounds make their second pitching change of the night as Jared Burton emerges from the bullpen. He will replace Justin Crowder. Crowder pitched the 6th and the 7th in place of Ray Aguilar. Crowder was strong, striking out a pair in 2 innings, giving up 2 hits and 2 walks, but not allowing a run. Trav stranded 4 men against Crowder and hit into a double play as well. Call to the bullpen brought to you by the new AT&T. Talk surf, watch, go, and save. Do it all and get it all with services from the new AT&T. Your world delivered. The new AT&T is proud to feature AT&T Wi-Fi at Raywinder Field for the remainder of the 2006 season. Bring your wireless laptop computer or your wireless PDA to the ballpark, and you get free wireless internet all game long thanks to the new AT&T. Check them out online at thenewatt.com. 4-4 tie heading into the 8th inning. David Gates leads off against Jared Burton. Gator followed by Jason Esposito and Devin Day. I'm Phil Elson with Keith Comstock to my left. Travs had a 4-0 lead following the top of the 4th inning, but Midland has scored the last 4 runs. David Gates has homered. He's been hit by a pitch and struck out, and he leads off the 8th inning. Pitch from Burton is swung on and fouled away, strike 1. Burton allowed that 3-run homer to Bobby Wilson in the 12th inning on Thursday. Proved to be the game-winning hit. It was just the second home run he's allowed in 18 games with Midland. Big right-hander goes from the windup, and the 0-1 to Gates is fouled back, strike 2. Burton stands 6'5", weighs 230 pounds. Fourth-year professional from Westminster, South Carolina. 3 wins, no losses, and a 4.15 ERA.
That's a national power, isn't it? Westminster, where?
Here's the 0-2. Up high, ball 1. Burton appearing in his 10th game here in Midland. His home road splits are off the charts. Here's a 1-2 pitch to Gates. Swing and a miss on a fastball at the 5th. Strike 3. Gates out on strikes for the second time today. And for Burton, his 22nd strikeout in 22 innings. Burton has pitched 11 innings here in Midland now and allowed 9 runs. On the road, 11 innings, only 1 run. With 7.59 ERA when pitching at Citibank Park. That does include the home run that he gave up to Wilson the other day. Espedo, the batter. First pitch is a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, kind of curious how a pitcher takes that kind of attitude. Does it become an excuse every time you pitch at home?
The 0-1 to Espedo. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt, strike 2. It's interesting you bring that up, Keith, because as we know, Raywinder Field is not the easiest place to call home.
Right.
But previous Travelers teams, not last year, but maybe 2002, perhaps used that home ballpark as an excuse. 0-2 to Espedo is outside ball 1. But
well, you
really can't let people do that.
No, you can't, because it's a built-in excuse if that's what you want to. I mean, is that how you're going to go about your career?
The 1-2. Swing and a line drive to center and a base hit. Beautiful piece of hitting by Jason Espedo for his second base hit of the game. He stayed back on that off-speed pitch and lined it right past second base. The 14th base hit of the night for the Travs will bring up Devin Day. If you start expecting to lose at home or just making excuses, then really you're going to lose at home. It's a matter of fact.
Right, and I think kids get in the habit of wanting that built-in excuse to fail. This game's built around failure as it is.
Devin Day, 2 hits, but he pops the first pitch up right in front of the plate. The pitcher pointing to it. Third baseman Snyder takes charge and makes the grab in foul territory in the batter circle. We had a long way to come in, and Suzuki, the catcher, stood there just waiting for someone else to take charge. 2 outs. Rodland comes up.
Yeah, he just kind of gave up on that ball, didn't he? It looked like he didn't think they were going to be anywhere near him, and it came almost right back to him.
I mean, to talk about understanding your home ballpark, I think that's what last year's Travs team did very well. They used it to their advantage and just hit the pus out of the ball in Little Rock. But here in Midland, you've got to know that if the wind is always blowing, no pop-up is going to land where you think it's going to land. Over to first base goes a throw, and Espedo back in. González warming up again in the Traveler bullpen.
Just to get back to this real quick, but it's glaring for me wherever I go.
Rodland 0 for 4. Pitch. Chopper over the mound. Tough play for the shortstop. Turner gloving it, throwing on the run, and safe at first as Rodland beats it out, and Espedo gets to second to bring up Brandon Wood.
I've seen it for the past 2 months, and it's getting worse and worse, and these are moves to first base from right-handers. There is no more direction. These guys are just flat-out balking now. And I have not seen one balk called in 2 months. I've seen them called on lefties till they're blue in the face, but from a right-hander who's now absolutely got no direction with that front foot, they're just flat-out balks, and now it's getting ridiculous.
2 on, 2 out. Brandon Wood is 2 for 3. Leads the team with 34 runs batted in. They need one now with a 4-4 tie in the 8th. First pitch from Burton is low and outside, ball 1.
If this thing ever does get resolved, you're going to see balks called left and right. I know these umpires probably can't wait to call these balks that they're seeing right now.
Outfield a little shallow in center and right. Here's the 1-0. Wood, a check swing. It's a strike called on the pitch on the outside corner. 1-1. 4-4 score in the 8th inning. The Travelers have scored only 4 runs with 15 base hits. That's usually enough hits to put up 8 runs. Now the 1-1 to Wood. Outside, a slider, ball 2. Wood singled and scored in the first. Lined a base hit to right of the third. Only time he was out in the fifth inning. Hit the ball solidly, but right into the wind, and it was caught by the right fielder. And Wood walked in the seventh. He's feeling it today. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Inside and dropped by Suzuki, but the runners hold. And it's 3-1 on Wood. On deck, Greg Porter, and he's no easier of an out than Wood. Porter's 3 for 4 today.
I'd like to see Woody start taking some leadership roles. You know, since Mike Elward left, I think this team has lacked that kind of player.
The 3-1. High, ball 4. They're loaded up for Porter. That's an interesting point you bring up, Keith, because Elward had been at Double-A for 3 years and obviously was the team leader, not just with how he reacted to the rest of his teammates, but also how he played on the field. And Wood, being the top prospect in the organization, we have to remember sometimes that he is the youngest member of the team outside of Rafael Rodriguez. He's only 21 years old. Mm-hmm. But you see, I think the way that Brandon carries himself, the way he plays the game, I think it is leading by example.
He has to be a leader. He's got it inside him to be a leader.
Porter the batter, 3 for 4, left-handed. Burton fires inside, almost hit Porter on the hip, ball 1.
And, you know, when you're young like that, to me, age is irrelevant. The Army creates leaders at the age of 18, so in baseball we could do it too.
It's a good point. Here's a 1-0. Swing and a line drive foul to the net at third base, strike 2. Porter singled and scored in the first, hit into a double play in the third, doubled to left in the fifth, and singled up the middle in the seventh inning. Need a base hit here to break the 4-4 tie and make Chris Hunter the pitcher of record. Burton takes the sign. The target is on the inside corner. The pitch is chopped foul into the first base dugout, and right there, Burton went to where the catcher's mitt was.
I think this team, you know, is also, you know, they're searching for some identity as well. So if you get a guy that steps up a little bit, he doesn't have to be the best player on that team.
Burton sets out the belt, steps off.
If you get a kid to step up into that role and take some responsibility, it takes the pressure off T-Bone and the staff, because you need that leader in the clubhouse, and it can't always come from the coaching staff.
That's right. Leadership from the coaching staff is certainly necessary, but you need players to do it too. 1-2 to Porter, swing and a foul over the net. Fouled off 3 straight pitches. It's 1-2. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the 8th inning. Porter has 1 hit with the bases loaded this year. It was the game-winning grand slam 1 week ago.
You know, look at Bobby Wilson, and, you know, my expectations of him to do the same as well.
Burton's 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. And the Travs leave the bases loaded in the 8th inning as Porter is caught looking. 2 base hits for the Travs in the 8th. 3 men stranded. They've left 13 men on base through 8. Going into the bottom of the 8th, it's the RockHounds 4 and the Travelers 4 on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Next time, try the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less selling Miller Lite. Miller, good call.
Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
AgPro knows your patient. You've had your eye on a certain green and yellow tractor for some time now. But here's a thought. Visit your local John Deere dealer for an innocent test drive. Sit in that yellow seat and feel that rugged quality. Then run the numbers. You may find you've underrated the value of a John Deere and overrated the value of patience. After all, nothing runs like a Deere. Test drive the John Deere of your choice today at AgPro Central Arkansas, 10504 Maumelle Boulevard, North Little Rock.
Of all the days of the week, it seems that Mondays are everybody's least favorite day. Well, the Travs and the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette have a reason for baseball fans to look forward to Mondays. That's because Mondays are Democrat-Gazette family night here at the ballpark. You just pick up a copy of Monday's Democrat-Gazette, and you'll find a discount family ticket right there in the sports section. That's right. It's a coupon that admits the whole family for just $2 a person. Hey, Mondays don't sound so bad anymore.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
It's the Travelers and the Midland RockHounds going into the bottom of the 8th inning at Citibank Ballpark. 4-4 tie. The Travs left the bases loaded in the top of the 8th. They stranded 13 men and have also hit into 3 double plays. Meanwhile, Midland has had a chance for a lot more than their 4 runs. They've had 11 base hits. And the RockHounds have stranded 7 men and hit into 3 double plays as well. New pitcher for the Travelers is right-hander Miguel González. After Chris Hunter goes the first 7, scattered the 11 hits, allowed the 4 runs, all earned, walked a man, hit another, and struck out 3. Big number is 2. Hunter gave up 2 home runs. So González in his 4th appearance with Arkansas. No wins, no losses. He's given up 2 runs in 3 innings and 4 base hits. Kevin Melillo leads off the 8th. Left-hand batter is 3 for 3. González goes to the off-speed, and it's on the outside corner for strike 1. Kurt Suzuki is on deck, and then Brant Colamarino. González, short right-hander from Mexico. That'll 0-1 pitch. Here it is. Swing and a miss. The slider, strike 2. Miguel, listed at 6'1", 170 pounds. The weight is accurate. The height is a couple of inches shorter. None of the Travelers pitchers are listed under 6'1". Here's an 0-2 to Melillo. Just a bit high and outside, ball 1. Keith, what'd they list you at when you were playing?
If I was standing on a box, no, I was always off 5'11 and a half.
You ever ask for that extra inch?
Sometimes I just put it in there whether they liked it or not.
Here's the 1-2. Swing and a tip, and Wilson holds on, strike 3. So Melillo 3 for 3, and now he strikes out. He's 3 for 4.
You know what I like about Miggy? He's a strike thrower. From a staff point of view, you put him out there, you know exactly what you're going to get. He's a good feeler of his position. Like I said, you just know he's going to get. He's got a split that he can throw for a strike. He's a ground ball kind of a guy. Works, knows how to control a running game. So he's got all those little tangibles. It's kind of like a little bit of a Matt Wilhite, but not so much the leadership skills that Matty has.
Kurt Suzuki, the batter, he's 0 for 3. And this is actually not Suzuki at the plate. Pitch is inside, ball 1. They haven't announced who's in there. He's wearing number 16 on his jersey. And number 16 is Kevin Melillo. How is he still at the plate? Apparently that foul tip was not caught by Wilson, so he's still up there. The plate umpire had originally signaled strike 3, and
there he is.
So it's 2-2 on Melillo. Well, there's nobody out. And now the 2-2 from González. Fouled back.
That was bizarre. Umpire ringed him up. Everybody was just doing the roll around the horn. That was different.
Well, it was tough to see from here whether or not Wilson squeezed that foul tip or not. So here's a 2-2. Swinging a ground ball. Stopped by Pauly at first base from his backside. He flips to González for the out at first. Splendid play for Matt Pauly. And González there to field his position. 1 away to bring up Suzuki. So now he's out. Very nice play by Pauly. He's shown himself to be a pretty agile first baseman. And the first day that he played for the Travs, Ty Boykin had said, it's not always going to be pretty, but he'll get the job done. And that day, he made a play at first base on a bouncing ball along the first base line and made a save like he was a hockey goalie. And that was actually prettier right here. So now Suzuki stands in, 0 for 3. González fires at a check swing, bouncing ball foul. 0-1 to Suzuki. They are just about to get underway at Angel Stadium of Anaheim. Jared Weaver should be throwing the first pitch of his Major League career, right now.
I think with Jared is that what we're seeing, and when I saw him in AAA, was a fresh arm, something that we didn't see in Arkansas last year. We saw adrenaline last year. This year is fresh arm.
Here's an 0-1 to Suzuki. And that's a little low and outside, 1-1. They face each other, Suzuki and Weaver in the Western Athletic Conference. Weaver for Long Beach State, Suzuki with Cal State Fullerton. Ball and a strike. González wide. Suzuki looks at pitch outside corner, strike 2. Our plate umpire hesitated. It looked like he wanted to call it a strike, then he froze, then he called it a strike. But it was a good pitch. 1-2 from González to Suzuki. Colamarino on deck. 4-4 tie in the bottom of the 8th inning. González gets the sign. And he kicks, delivers. Suzuki fouled it back.
Yeah, well, I got a chance to see Jared this last couple times up in Salt Lake City with a different arm. It was, he's always a confident kid. He's always had a good fastball, good command of it. But we never saw 94, 95 last year in Little Rock.
That's right.
I'm sure seeing it this year.
Here's another 1-2 pitch. It is a curve, a little low, 2-2. A lot of people would ask, they thought, he was supposed to be the top pitcher in the draft the year he was drafted, but he's not blazing the radar gun or lighting anything up, but he's still got a lot of outs. So then you had to remember, he took almost a full year off.
Right.
2 balls, 2 strikes. González deals. Chopper along the line at third, foul.
Well,
still 2-2.
But I was able to see he was without a doubt worth every penny. He's his slider and his cutter and his changeup and his delivery now. He's repeating everything and his stretch delivery. All the weakness that he had last year, controlling the running game, time to the plate, he worked on all that stuff, and there's no reason why he doesn't deserve that chance tonight.
González battling with Suzuki. 1 away, no one on. 2-2 pitch. Ground ball along the line at third. It's picked up fair by Brown. Long throw in time. Right on the money. Nice play. That outstanding plays by each corner outfielder here in the 8th inning. Brown had one of those extremely long throws where he fields it behind the base and then has to gather up his momentum in foul territory. So, that's a good, 150 feet that he had to throw it, and it was right on the line.
Yeah, he's got the arm for it. He's a legit third baseman, something we haven't seen since Dallas.
Now Colamarino stands in. 2 out, no one on. 1 more out, we'll go to the 9th with a tie score, and we'll threaten for extras. Pitch on the way to Colamarino. Swinging a line drive to right. It's a base hit. Colamarino has his 2nd hit of the day. He had earlier hit a 2-run homer in the 4th. Keith, since you mentioned about Weaver and how he's gotten up to the major leagues so quickly here, done a little research on it. The Travelers he'll be the 6th Traveler pitcher to make a start for the Angels since the Angels and Travs joined forces in 2001. It started with John Lackey, made his big league debut June 30th, 2002. He's gone 50-41 as a starter, counting 3-3 this year. Pitch on the way to Brian Snyder, a little outside, ball 1. Snyder 0 for 3 as they need to do a double play, struck out and grounded out. 4-4 score here in the 8th. González from the stretch. It's a 1-0 pitch, and it's low, 2-0.
I thought it was impressive that we had 2 from last year's team alone go up there and pitch in the big leagues with Santana and Saunders.
Irving Santana and Joe Saunders. Saunders, unfortunately, no decisions in his couple of starts. But one of those starts I know was very impressive.
Oh, yeah, 8 innings of shutout baseball.
Here's a 2-0 pitch. Swing and a high fly ball in the center. Hit well. Devin Day has a beat, however, and he makes the catch in the gap. And it'll end the 8th inning. No runs for the Hounds. 1 hit, 1 left. We're going to go to the 9th. A 4-4 tie. Tight ball game at Citibank Ballpark, the way we like it. Right back after this on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
At one time or another, we all want to change the world in which we live. Make it a better place. Introducing the new ITT Tech School of Criminal Justice. At ITT Tech, we now teach the fundamentals of the criminal justice system, along with the technology to help respond to and prevent crime. ITT Technical Institute School of Criminal Justice. Education for the future. To find out more, call 1-800-ITT-TECH or visit us on the web.
Coca-Cola, this is Mitchell.
My friend's brother is a molecular biologist, and he was saying the only way you could have gotten Coke Zero to taste like the regular Coke was to engineer it in space.
I would not.
Well, no, but think about the whole zero factor, like zero gravity. It makes perfect sense.
0 is for the 0 calories.
Just stop pretending that you don't engineer Coke Zero in space. Can you do that?
I wish I could speculate on that, sir.
The next launch. I just want the time for the next launch.
Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste. 0 calories.
Emergency hotline, can I help you?
Yes, I need help.
All right, sir, what's the problem?
I can't taste my beer. I feel it in my mouth, but there's no taste.
Okay, sir, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer.
Okay.
Walk straight to the corner store and pick up a 6-pack of Miller Lite.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Next time, try the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. Miller, good call.
Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
8 innings complete. Into the 9th we go. Travelers send Matt Brown, Bobby Wilson, and Matt Pauley to bat against Jared Burton. Burton left the bases loaded in the 8th inning, allowing 2 singles and a walk, but struck out a pair. Matt Brown leads off 1 for 4. 6 homers on the season. Burton's pitch is fouled over to the on-deck circle on the home side. 0-1 the count. Brown's RBI single in the first inning made it a 1-0 score. Bobby Wilson made it 2-0 when Brandon Wood scored on the single. David Gates made it 3-0 with a second-inning home run. Jason Espino walked with the bases loaded in the 4th. Make it 4-0, but then the Travs haven't scored since, and they've left 10 men on base since they last scored. Brown ducks underneath the fastball. It's 1-1. The RockHounds got on the scoreboard in the 4th on a 2-run homer by Brant Colamarino. A run in the 5th inning with an RBI single by Travis Buck. And they tied the game when Jed Morris hit a solo homer to right in the 7th. So the starting pitchers both get no decisions. Chris Hunter and Ray Aguilar. We're into the bullpens. Brown, 1 ball, 1 strike. Here it is. Swing and a foul back, strike 2. Brown seemed to decide to swing a little bit late. Jared Weaver, by the way, a strike away from a perfect first against the Baltimore Orioles. 1-2 pitch to Matt. Swing and a miss, and he strikes out. 3rd strikeout for Burton. 1 away to bring up Bobby Wilson, and this sets up a rematch of Thursday's 12th inning, where Wilson stepped to the plate with 2 on and 2 out. Swung and missed to the first pitch, a slider, and then crushed the second pitch, a hanging slider, into the Arkansas bullpen for the game-winning 3-run homer. We'll see if Burton crosses things up. He didn't throw Wilson a fastball 2 days ago. First pitch on the way, and it is a fastball for strike 1. Tonight, Wilson 2 for 3. RBI single in the 1st, single to start the 4th and scored. Lined out to left in the 5th inning, was intentionally walked in the 7th. The 0-1 is outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. 4 runs on 15 hits for the Travelers. The RockHounds totals are 4 runs and 12 hits. Each team is hit into 3 double play. Burton's 1-1. Wilson looks low, ball 2.
I'd be surprised if he gave him anything to pull right here. You know, it looks like he's pitching away, making force him hit it to that opposite side of the field.
The 2-1 to Wilson. Look out, ducked underneath it. And to go down to a knee and move his chin out of the way of that music. 3 balls and a strike on Wilson. On deck, Matt Pauley. Every Traveler's had a base hit today. The 3-1. Ball, a strike on the inside corner. Nowhere near the strike zone, folks. That is more than a borderline call. 3-2.
Anytime a catcher has to stab at it, that's got to give you a clue.
Payoff on the way to Wilson. Swinging a line drive up the middle and into center field, a base hit, so he reaches base anyway. 3rd base hit of the day for Bobby Wilson is the Travs' 16th base hit. 4 runs on 16 hits. And that'll bring up Matt Pauley. Of those 16 hits, 14 are singles. The home run by Gates in the 2nd, and Greg Porter's double in the 5th. Everything else, a single. Matt Pauley stepping in, singled in the 4th, 1 for 4. And time called by the first base dugout, first base umpire.
You know, Phil, you talk about all these hits, and it's really the lack of situational hitting that's really cost this Traveler team.
Pitch to Pauley. Wilson running. He looks to bunt, and it is foul at the plate, but it rolled in front of the plate. It must have come back up and hit Pauley's bat after he bunted it. So strike 1 to Pauley. Oh, the Travs came close to taking Midland by surprise. In fact, they did take Midland by surprise.
It took me by surprise. I've never seen a run and bunt before. I don't know if that's a missed sign on Pauley's part. If that's a hit and run or not. I've never seen a bunt and run.
So Pauley back in. Left-handed. Burton throws. A high fastball. It's 1-1. 1 out of the 9th inning. 4-4 tie. Travs have won the first 2 games of this series. And to come back in the opener and held a 3-0 shutout yesterday. Ball and a strike. Here it is to Pauley. Swinging a foul back, strike 2.
I remember talking with Jeff Leonard one time. I was with Seattle. he was getting in an argument with Scott Bradley, a left-handed hitter, saying, you know, how it's easier to hit left-handed because you got a first baseman holding on right here, and that huge hole right there. And as a right-handed hitter, you never see a third baseman holding a runner on at third.
Good point. There is a large gap on the right side of the infield. Throw to first. And Wilson is back.
Typical Bach move right there. It's driving me nuts. I can't look at it anymore.
Well, I mean, you're trying to teach pitchers the correct way to balk.
Exactly.
And you can still be sneaky with the right move.
Well, you know, you just don't want to, you know, you want to do things right.
Burton sets, kicks, delivers. Paulie swings and misses at a slider and strikes out. But Burton has struck out 4 batters in 1 2/3 innings. And that'll bring up David Gates.
Yeah, I try to tell the pitching coaches, when you're teaching a kid, you teach them for the future. You try not to teach for the present. You always try to teach like this guy's going to pitch in the big leagues one day. So that includes stuff, body language, mound presence, dugout presence, all that stuff.
Here's David Gates. Struck out in his previous 2 at-bats, homered in the second, hit by a pitch in the 4th. First delivery, swung on, popped up this way, and that'll hit the roof. 0-1. 1-out single by Bobby Wilson. The Travs have had at least 1-man reach in every inning. They've stranded 13. Wilson a short lead. The stretch by Burton, and the 0-1 to Gates is up high, 1-1. Travs haven't scored since the 4th inning. And at that point, they had the bases loaded, no outs, managed 1 run. Burton sets again. Delivers to Gates. Pops up on the infield, left side, foul territory. Suzuki does not have enough room. It is 7 rows deep over the Arkansas dugout, and it's strike 2 on Gates. Burton with a heavy fastball and a very good slider. He's got 2 strikeout pitches to use. And that just makes a pitcher so much more difficult to figure out what he's going to throw. He struck out 4 of the 9 men that he's faced.
Yeah, he's a power pitcher with power stuff. And the fastball looks like it's got some late action, too. Like you said, that heaviness can create that.
But Gates could crush a mistake. The 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, and Burton strikes out the side. He went to a fastball that it looked like it dove outside of the last second. So the Travs get a single, but that's it. They strand their 14th of the night. We'll go into the bottom of the 9th inning, and the Midland RockHounds will have the top of the order coming up. Eddie Cornejo, Jed Morris, and Travis Buck will bring that bottom of the 9th after these words on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
Since 1901, the Arkansas Travelers have been making memories in the natural state, like John Young launching a home run over the Mills Freeway to win the '77 Texas League title. People still talk about the explosive performances of Captain Dynamite or the Travs leadoff batter for the 1976 season, 3'4" Roscoe P. Sidman, and the unbelievable home run heroics of recent Travs Tommy Murphy and Mike Napoli.
And it's a grand slam! Tommy Murphy wins the game with a walk-off grand slam!
Now you, your friends, and family are invited to create some memories of your own as the Travs charge to the 74th and final season at Ray Winter Field.
Double play ends it. The Travs are the East Division champions.
Come share the excitement as the Arkansas Travelers celebrate their history with another winning season. For tickets, call 664-1555 or visit Travs.com.
Henry Morales has hit another ball onto the freeway. Get out of here.
The Arkansas Travelers, still the greatest game on dirt.
Liberal Progressive Radio. It sounded like a dream come true. Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDX North Little Rock.
Last of the 9th inning. Midland RockHounds have the opportunity for the win. Game tied at 4, so 1 run will win it for Midland. Midland has scored a run in 3 of the last 5 innings. And they will have, of the 3 men coming to the plate, 1 has only had 1 at-bat today. That's Eddie Cornejo, who's going to lead off. The second man, Jed Morris, is 3 for 4 and homered last time up. And the third batter, Travis Buck, is probably the top hitter on the Midland RockHounds and has an RBI single today. So he's got 2 of the 3 men that are batting who've already had a hand in at least 1 run tonight. Miguel González remains on the mound. And here comes Cornejo. Cornejo started in the 7th inning, replacing Lloyd Turner. And Cornejo flied out to right field. A left-hand batter against the righty Miguel González. 12 hits for the Midland RockHounds. And they've had at least one hit in every inning. Pitch on the way to Cornejo. A fastball for strike one. González through the 8th inning. Got some help from the defense. Matt Pauley and Matt Brown made nice plays with the corner position. And 0-1 to Cornejo. Swinging a fly ball to left field, coming on Gates. And he's there to make the catch for out number 1.
Nice positioning by David Gates, doing his homework out there.
Jed Morris will come up next. You know, sometimes I think it's lost on some of us how important positioning is.
Yeah.
To make sure that you are at least close to where some of those hard hit balls will go. And that was a decent hit ball by Cornejo, but Gates, right position.
Well, you know, you have a game plan, and it's based on throwing strikes.
Jed Morris now the batter, homered last time up. First pitch, a strike on the outside corner.
I mean, there's no sense in moving people to certain positions if you're not going to pitch the hitter the way we're asking you to pitch him, because we're moving him there.
Morris a left-hander, González a righty. Nobody on. 1 out of the 9th, the 0-1 pitch. Popped up over third and foul out of play, strike 2. Here in the 9th inning, you usually position one of the corner infielders right at the line, but right now they're not. Corner infielders are off the line. Hawley about 5 feet off of first, and Brown the same thing behind the bag at third. They're fanned out on the infield. The 0-2 pitch to Morris, a little off the plate outside, ball 1. Buck on deck. Travis Evans scored since the 4th. Midland last scored in the 7th on the Morris homer. González winds, delivers 1-2. Chopper to second base, Rodlin right there. And the throw to first for out number 2. So González has come on and set down 5 of 6 base. He retires Buck. We're going to go to extra innings for the second time in 3 games.
You know, if we do go into extra innings here, you know, T-Bone and KP got to get that team together and say, fellas, we don't have much pitching here. It's not like we can drag this game on for 15 innings. We need to start putting a little urgency to our at-bats.
You have to start playing for 1 run.
Right.
You get a guy on, maybe bunt him up if the right situation arises. Buck the batter, 1 for 3, left-hander. Pitch from González, outside corner, strike 1. Buck singled to run home in the 5th inning. That was the 3rd Midland run. Grounded out to second in his last at-bat. Homered, no times at Double-A. Pitch, chopper over the mound. Wood has a play, gloves it in back at second, and throws Buck out. And it's a perfect 9th inning for Miguel González. That is the first perfect inning thrown by any of the pitchers involved in today's game. And it sends us into the 10th, a 4-4 tie on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
Sid Gutierrez had a childhood much like you'd expect growing up in 1960s New Mexico. A lot of sun, a lot of sky, and a lot of dreams about what you might be when you grow up. After school, many of Sid's friends went on to work for local factories and businesses. Some moved away, but none moved as far away as Sid. Sid Gutierrez is recognized as the first Hispanic to pilot a space shuttle, and he's a member of the International Space Hall of Fame. But before he went into space, he went to Webster University. I'm Bob Costas, member of the board of Webster University. Sid Gutierrez had a childhood much like you'd expect growing up in 1960s New Mexico. A lot of sun, a lot of sky, and a lot of dreams about what you might be when you grow up. After school, many of Sid's friends went on to work for local factories and businesses. Some moved away, but none moved as far away as Sid. Sid Gutierrez is recognized as the first Hispanic to pilot a space shuttle, and he's a member of the International Space Hall of Fame. But before he went into space, he went to Webster University. I'm Bob Costas, member of the board of Webster University. All Webster campuses around the world share the same belief. Education is more than just a degree. It's real knowledge for real-world success.
line drive single to center field. And Espedo with his third hit in 3 consecutive at-bats to start extra innings. 4-4 score here in the 10th inning. Espedo's single to start the frame off Jared Burton is the 17th base hit for the Travs. And they've scored only 4 runs. And they got that leadoff man aboard. And now let's see what they do with it. Devin Day coming up. Now, Day is 2 for 5, but this is an obvious sacrifice bunt situation with Eric Rodlin and Brandon Wood coming up next. So will Day square around? We'll see. Burton sets, throws to first, and threw it into the dirt. Colin Marino blocked it, but was putting a tag down on Espedo without the ball. And Day never gave a hint whether or not he's going to square around. Burton wasn't throwing over for a pickoff. He was trying to see if Day is bunting. Back to the stretch. Snyder in at third. Day squares and bunts foul. Strike 1.
Devin's not. He can't stat at that ball. If it's not a strike, don't do him any favors. This guy can put you in a hit and run count if you're patient.
Report on the Angels game. Jared Weaver, a perfect first inning. It's 1-0 Los Angeles in the bottom of the first.
I wonder if Napoli's catching that game against Weave.
He is, and he's batting second. Pitch today, swing and a miss as the corners charged in, and he went after a slider, strike 2. I don't ever remember Napoli catching and batting second. He batted cleanup all last year. But, hey, I don't think you're going to take Vladdy Guerrero out of the cleanup spot.
No. Hey, with Mike goes to the opposite field so well, that's probably not a bad call.
0-2 on Day. The infield now backs up at third and short. Second baseman as well. Here's a pitch out, and Espedo is way off of first, but there's no throw by Suzuki. Burton, in 2 innings, has allowed 4 hits, but he's also struck out 5. Leadoff man aboard, Espedo's third single. Day, here's the 1-2, swing and a miss, high fastball, struck out. So strikeout number 6 for Jared Burton, and Day went after a pitch that may have been above his head. 1 away in the 10th, and here's Eric Rodlin. Now you got to string a couple of hits together to bring home the go-ahead run. Rodlin, that is the guy to start a string of hits. Singled in the 8th inning. He's 1 for 5. Left-hand batter with 2 homers, 8 doubles, and 1 triple. Espedo leads. The pitch outside from Burton, ball 1. Neither bullpen is working. They're both quiet. Ray Aguilar started for Midland, went 5 innings, allowed 4 runs on 10 hits. Justin Crowder went the 6th and the 7th, no runs on 2 hits. And Burton in his 3rd inning, no runs on 5 hits. 4 hits. Espedo running, and Rodlin chops to second base. It's gloved by Melillo on a bad hop. His throw to first in time. But at least Espedo advances to second base, so now Brandon Wood has the opportunity to drive home the go-ahead run.
You know, if you look at a team that's struggling in the win-loss department, I guarantee you the things that are going to stick out at you is defense, walks, leadoff walks, 2-out walks, and fundamentals on the offensive standpoint.
Situational hitting, that's right. When it comes to one-run games, I think teams that lose one-run games are the teams that are the ones between the 2 teams in that game that are the least sound in the small parts of the game.
Absolutely, moving runners over, getting their bunts down,
scoring guys from third with nobody out.
Exactly. You know, those things is what the Angels try to really take pride in too.
Wood 2 for 3, but walked last 2 trips. Here's a pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1.
You know, there's certain things as a system that we really encourage. Obviously, the first to third on the bases, but putting the ball in play and doing it right.
The 0-1 to Wood, swing and a miss on a slider in the dirt, strike 2. Wood's gone after 2 pitches that may have been low, trying to bring Espedo home from second base.
Yeah, Woody's
down on the count.
Woody's got to have some presence here. They're not going to give him too much to hit here.
Now the 0-2 from Burton. Swing and a miss on a high fastball. Burton strikes out 2 in the 10th inning and pitches around a leadoff single. No runs, 1 hit, and a 15th man left on base for the Travs. That'll take us to the bottom of the 10th. Still tied at 4 on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
National Baseball Hall of Fame member Hank Greenberg worked as the general manager of the Cleveland Indians after his playing days were over with the Detroit Tigers. One off-season, contracts were sent out to all the players on the team for their signatures. Several weeks later, Greenberg received an unsigned contract from one player. He sent a telegram to the player. It said, "In your haste to accept the terms, you forgot to sign the contract." A telegram from the player arrived the next day. It read, "In your haste to give me a raise, you put in the wrong figures." I'm Mark Evans, pastor of the Church of Rock Creek. We remember today, in all your relationships, your perspective changes the way you look at life.
The Church at Rock Creek has 4 weekend services. Worship times are Sunday mornings at 8 a.m., 9:30 a.m., and 11 a.m., and Monday night at 7 p.m. For more information, call 225-8684 or look on the web at www.churchatrockcreek.org.
You are witnessing some intense pain here, folks. Throbbing muscles, swollen joints. This is pure torture. We're talking total body suffering. Not even the internal organs are...
Bob, the game hasn't started yet.
Game? I'm talking about me.
Don't let orthopedic discomfort interrupt your life. Learn to manage it with Baptist Health in Ortho, Arkansas, the state's leaders in orthopedic medicine. To reach a specialist or for more information, call Baptist Health Helpline at 227-8478 and get back in the game.
Oh, I can feel that hit up here.
RockHounds start the 10th inning with their cleanup batter, Vasily Spanos, followed by Matt Allegra and Kevin Melillo. Bottom of the 10th inning, 4-4 score. Miguel González coming on for his third relief inning. He's allowed only 1 base hit to 6 hitters. Spanos takes a strike on the first pitch, a fastball down at the knees. He has singled twice, grounded out and flied out. González calmly winds and delivers an 0-1. Spanos grounds to second base. Rodlin moves up the middle to field it, and he throws Spanos out at first, 1 away. Last run came in the 7th inning, a solo homer by Jed Morris to tie the game at 4. But these teams have had their opportunities. The Travelers have had a few more opportunities than Midland. Arkansas out hitting the Hounds 17-12. So you got to give credit to the pitchers, and Keith, certainly you understand this. I mean, it takes something. It takes gumption. It takes some courage to pitch out of some of the situations pitchers have been dealing with today.
Yeah, you know, you got to have that mentality. I'm just 1 ground ball away getting out of this thing.
Here's Allegra, 0 for 4. Reached on an error, and that's it. First pitch called, strike, outside corner. He struck out last time up.
You know, that's where these kids have got to start developing that mental toughness. That's where it comes into play right here.
The 0-1 pitch to Allegra. Swing and a miss, a slow breaking ball, and that is a lot of movement from Miguel González, 0-2.
What I like about Miggy, he's doing this, and he's doing it on as less as pitches as possible.
That's right. He really hasn't thrown more than 6 pitches to any hitter. 0-2 to Allegra, a high fastball. And they're talking about situations where a pitcher finds himself in a spot he didn't expect. Miguel González would be one of them.
Exactly.
Coming up from Single-A Rancho Cucamonga, he had a great first month and a half with the Quakes. Here's a 1-2 to Allegra. And the fastball caught him looking on the low outside corner. Strike 3. First strikeout for González, 2 away.
Yeah, Mickey's making a really effort to stay here when there's got to be moves, and there will be moves here on the pitching staff. You know, we got guys that are down in Arizona on the rehab that are getting ready. You know, Von Sturzbach he's getting ready. Bob Zimmerman's getting ready. So there's going to be some guys that are coming back into this staff.
Kevin Melillo's been the toughest out. He's 3 for 4. And standing at the plate, González offers low, ball 1. I guess the way to look at it, Keith, is that every time a reliever goes out, he's kind of pitching for his job.
Absolutely.
The 1-0-2 Melillo, high and away, 2-0.
And that's what Mickey's doing. He's trying to make an impression to T-Bone and to KP so that when I make a phone call, they're going to say, hey, no, we like the way Mickey's throwing.
Melillo has doubled and singled twice. Grounded out to first last time up. The 2-0 pitch. Low, ball 3, and it's the first 3-ball count that González has gone to. He's only had 2 counts of 2 balls. On deck is Kurt Suzuki. He's 0 for 4. The 3-0 pitch is low. And, you know, on recently with some of the new umpires, the 3-0 pitch, if it's anywhere near the plate, is usually called a strike. That one was borderline. González doesn't get the call, and the winning run is aboard for the RockHounds. That'll bring up Kurt Suzuki. Suzuki is the only member of the RockHounds. Actually, that's not true. He and Brian Snyder have not been on base today. Suzuki 0 for 4 with 2 flies to center, ground out to third, and a strikeout. But it's taken a sliding catch by Devin Day and a fine play behind third by Brown to keep Suzuki off the bases in his last 2 trips. Entering this ballgame, Suzuki was batting .275, 21 runs batted in. Winning run at first, Melillo runs well. Pitch is popped out of play for strike 1.
That's why I never like a 2-out walk. They always just seem to come back and bite you, just like that leadoff walk. Both of them have a percentile of scoring that's through the roof.
Melillo has attempted 7 steals and has been caught 4 times. RockHounds are 1 for 1 of the steals today. Here's the stretch. And the 0-1 pitch. It is high to Suzuki, 1-1. RockHounds offense is slowed down against González. Only 2 men have reached against him in 2 2/3. The 2-out walk opens the door here in the 10th. Ball and a strike to Suzuki. Right-hander leading up in the box. Runner goes. Pitch is swung on and popped up over the first base dugout. Out of play, strike 2. Well, Melillo off with that 1-2 pitch. A hit-and-run play. Vaughn Hayes trying to get creative. And Oakland A's managers don't really need to get creative all the time. They're just supposed to not necessarily lay back and wait for the 3-run homer, but...
No, they're not real big on base running. The guys that are base stealers such as this guy, they get bigger leads than normal.
Now the stretch. And the 1-2. High, and it's an even 2-2 count. The things you usually don't see with the A's: stolen base attempts, sacrifice bunt,
or first to third. They're a station-to-station team.
They do not like to give up any outs, and it's a philosophy that certainly has worked for them, and it makes sense.
Yes, you got the boppers, yeah.
González 2-2, Melillo runs. Ground ball to third. Behind the bag, Brown drops it, and we won't get an out here. Safe at first, Suzuki. Brown was there for the play. He was close to the line. He fielded it cleanly, but then it popped out of his glove as he looked to second base.
Yeah, he's looking to see where the runner's at, and that's the problem. You know, first things first, catch it, throw it.
They call it a base hit. Should be an error on Brown.
Yeah.
Well, guys, he was right there to field it. Sure, the ball was hit hard, but Brown was there to grab it.
Yeah, in a no-double situation, he was right there.
But, I mean, that's all just a matter of scoring, and now the RockHounds are a base hit from winning it. Brant Colamarino will be the batter. KT, Ken Patterson jogging to the mound to talk with González. And Aaron Pullen gets up and begins to warm in the bullpen.
Well, you got to be telling Mickey right now, you got 2 outs. It's not like you have to get 3 or 2. You just need to get 1 out, and you need to stay aggressive. You're making some mistakes up in the zone. I've noticed the last 5 or 6 pitches now have been above the belt. Whether he's fatiguing a little bit or not, you know, you got to tell him, hey, suck it up. Give me this one more last hitter right here. I like his stuff when he's down, so he's just got to make some adjustments right now. But like I said, it's not like you got to recover and look for any kind of fun or anything like that. You got 2 outs, go after it, go get him.
And Miguel went 3 innings 3 times at Rancho Cucamonga, including one game where he went 3 2/3. So he should have the arm necessary to come back and get this out on Colamarino. Left-hand batter hit a 2-run homer and singled today. He's 2 for 3. González, the long look at Melillo and stepped on. The outfield a little bit shallower than normal. Straight away. Infield is deep, fanned out. Colamarino stands deep in the box with a slightly open stance. González checks second and delivers. A fastball for strike 1. Colamarino came into this game with a 3 for 46 slump. And he's had 2 base hits today, including a wind-blown homer. The 0-1 pitch outside, and it's 1-1. González had sent down 6 batters in a row until walking Melillo with 2 outs on 4 pitches. Suzuki's infield single with Brown fielded it at third and dropped. Now it's 1-1 to Colomarino. González ready. Checks second twice and delivers the 1-1. High and outside. Ball 2. Colomarino taps the bat on the plate. González looks for the sign. Wilson's target, low outside corner. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Challenged him with it. Didn't hit his spot. It was more down the middle of the plate, but got away with it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. If González gets this last out, Greg Porter leads off the 11th inning with Brown and Wilson to follow. 4-4 tie. González is ready with a 2-2 pitch. Here it is. Swing and a fly ball foul over the third base roof. But Keith, this game today brings memories of the championship series between the Travs and the RockHounds last year. Tight ball games. You're on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, and even those games too. Game 2, I thought we had our chance to win. That was a big decisive game where we had Ibar tried to squeeze bunt that with Elward that one game, and that was their big breaker.
Another 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He blew a fastball right by him. And Miguel González throws 3 shutout innings to keep a tie game going into the 11th. 2 left on by the RockHounds. It's still 4-4. We'll go to the 11th after this on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KV.
Did you know that more than 250 Arkansans are currently awaiting an organ transplant? And did you know that every 16 minutes, a new name is added to the organ transplant waiting list? You can help to reduce these numbers by registering to become an organ donor. Call the Arkansas Regional Organ Recovery Agency at 866-660-5433 or visit the Aurora website at www.arora.org to learn more. Become an organ donor. Give hope.
In today's busy world, who has time for questions? Where to go, how to get there, what to eat? With over 30 locations in central, north central, and northeast Arkansas, Double B's has the answers. Double B's makes it easy to stop in and get on with your day, wherever you are. Start your day with Double B's Coffee Cafe. Gourmet coffee better than most coffee houses. Grab lunch on the go with delicious selections from Quiznos, Pizza Pro, Baskin-Robbins, Chester's Fried Chicken, or Subway. Clean your auto with a car wash. And all Double B's locations feature pay-at-the-pump technology, so you're back on the road in no time. Make the most of your time and stop worrying about life's little questions. We've got the answers at Double B's.
Dr. Pepper, the taste of originality, Dr. Pepper. Salute individuality, Dr. Pepper. Do what you do, your moment has come. You're not like anyone, nothing better, Dr. Pepper.
Inning about to start here at Citibank Ballpark. Ball game started at 6:37. We are past the 3-hour and 10-minute mark. Greg Porter will lead off against Jared Burton. Burton has been dominating over 3 innings. Well, not necessarily all the way dominating. The Travs have recorded 5 base hits against him, and he's walked a man, but Burton has also struck out 7 batters in just 3 innings, most of them with a tight slider. He'll be facing Porter, Brown, and Wilson in the 11th. Bill Elton joined by Keith Comstock. Here in the broadcast booth, Burton trying to do something he hasn't done all season. He's already done something he hasn't done all season, which is pitch more than 2 innings in a game. They're asking a power reliever to go 4 innings. And there still isn't anybody warming up in the Midland bullpen, so it is Burton or bust. Greg Porter is 3 for 5. He has doubled. He has singled twice. First pitch from Burton, swing and a miss on a fastball, strike 1. And may be the best pitch that Porter will see from Burton. He challenged him with a fastball, and Porter put a good swing on it. The 0-1 pitch is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's why you kind of hope these guys' approach at the plate is not to try and lift and drive it over the wall and worry about line drive.
Wind still coming in from right field, but not as heavy in the middle innings. 1-1 to Porter is off the outside plate. 2 balls and a strike. Porter called out on strikes against Burton in the 8th inning, leaving the bases loaded. The 2-1 pitch, Swing and a foul straight back, strike two. Tulsa just finished a 6-run rally in the 7th inning, capped by Joe Kishansky's 11th homer. Earlier 6, Corpus Christi nothing in the 8th. Wichita has a 4-3 lead at San Antonio going into the bottom of the 9th inning. Burton delivers a 2-2. Porter swings and misses. That's strikeout number 8 for Jared Burton. One away in the 11th to bring up Matt Brown. Our other score out of Springfield, where Thomas Diamond sends Stu Pomerantz to his first loss of the year. Frisco defeats the Cardinals 7-3. Springfield managed only 3 hits in the game, 2 of them homers. Juan Richardson and Iker Franco, but Kevin Richardson and Enrique Cruz went deep for Frisco, and Pomerantz drops to 6-1. Thomas Diamond with the win is 4-1. Matt Brown takes outside ball one. Brown started his day with an RBI single in the first. He would attempt to score on a single by Bobby Wilson, but was thrown out at home. Swing and a miss on a fastball, 1 ball, 1 strike. Ever since Brown was thrown out of the plate, he has not been on base. Slide to left, ground to second, double play, and a strikeout. The 1-1 pitch. Low and away, 2 balls and a strike. Brown has homered 6 times this year. The 2-1 on the way. Swing and a fly ball, left field, shallow, long run coming in Allegra, and it falls in, a base hit. Brown makes the turn and holds with a 1-out single. He's 2 for 6. Go-ahead run aboard as Bobby Wilson is up next. Shallow fly over the shortstop's head. Cornejo was the closest to that one, going out from shortstop. Outfielders were deep to take away the chance of extra bases, but with them playing deep, that opens up the little tweeners. And Brown gets the tweener for the Travs' 18th base hit of the game, the 16th single. Now it's Wilson. He has 3 singles. He's 3 for 4. Burton sets and deals. Wilson fouls it away over the press box, 0-1. Wilson has faced Burton twice in this series and homered against him on Thursday. Singled against him in the 9th. Brown away from first. Held on by Colamarino. Here's the 0-1. Missing high, 1 ball, 1 strike. The Angels are in the bottom of the 2nd, leading Baltimore now 3-0. 2 scoreless innings thrown by Jared Weaver. He's given up 2 hits. 1-1 to Wilson. Brown runs, swinging a pop-up on the infield. Brown will have to hustle back to first base. Colamarino crosses the foul line and makes the catch in the coach's box. 2 out. So just the 2nd time Wilson's been set down today. And Matt Pauley is up next. The 11th inning. We went 12 on Thursday. The Travs and the RockHounds in the 3rd game of this series, taking it as far as they can. Pauley the batter. 1 for 5, a lefty, struck out twice. His single was a bloop to center in the 4th. Pitch. Low, 1-0.
Well, I tell you, it's good to see these guys still play with a lot of competitive spirit. Sometimes your record can get you a little deflated, and next thing you know, you're not running hard, you're not playing hard. That's not the case with this club since I've been here watching them. They're still going about it in the right way.
A throw to first base.
There's another balk move.
Slow toss, and Brown got back in.
Keep bringing that up.
It's irking you. If it's irking you, it's got to be irking all the other pitching coaches.
Yeah.
Burton trying to complete his 4th inning of relief. He's been outstanding. Long set and a throw to first base, again not in time. Midland had played only 1 extra inning game all season. They played 2 over the last 3 games. Arkansas 3-3 in extra inning games. They've played the most extra inning games of all teams in the league. Midland 0-2 and going past 9. 1 ball, no strikes to Pauley. Burton deals. Pauley swings and misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. Aaron Pullen is up and warming again with the bullpen. 2nd time he's been on the mound, getting ready. Midland has a pitcher warming up in their bullpen as well. He's a right-hander. Can't tell who it is. Looks like Marcus McBeth getting ready in the pen. A 1-1 pitch. Hawley swings a chopper outside first. Strike two. Here, Keith, it seems this has been all or nothing against Jared Burton. Out of all the traps that put the ball in play, only 3 that have put the ball in play have been recorded out. Otherwise, he struck out 8 batters and allowed 5 base hits.
Well, he's got the stuff to be a strikeout pitcher. I mean, he's got a big kid who works down in the zone, got good angle, good hard stuff.
Back to the stretch. The target goes on the outside corner. The pitch is a strike called on the low outside corner. A slider that catches Hawley looking. Strikeout number 9 in 4 innings for Jared Burton, and the Travs go without a run for the 7th consecutive inning. They strand a man at first. They go to the bottom of the 11th. Still tied 4-4 on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
Did you know that more than 250 Arkansans are currently awaiting an organ transplant? And did you know that every 16 minutes a new name is added to the organ transplant waiting list? You can help to reduce these numbers by registering to become an organ donor. Call the Arkansas Regional Organ Recovery Agency at 866-660-5433 or visit the Aurora website at www.arora.org to learn more. Become an organ donor. Give hope.
In today's busy world, who has time for questions? Where to go, how to get there, what to eat? With over 30 locations in central, north central, and northeast Arkansas, Double B's has the answers. Double B's makes it easy to stop in and get on with your day, wherever you are. Start your day with Double B's Coffee Cafe. Gourmet coffee, better than most coffee houses. Grab lunch on the go with delicious selections from Quiznos, Pizza Pro, Baskin-Robbins, Chester's Fried Chicken, or Subway. Clean your auto with a car wash. And all Double B's locations feature pay-at-the-pump technology, so you're back on the road in no time. Make the most of your time and stop worrying about life's little questions. We've got the answers at Double B's.
Dr. Pepper, the taste of originality, Dr. Pepper. Salute individuality, Dr. Pepper. Do what you do, your moment has come. You're not like anyone, nothing's better, Dr. Pepper.
Aaron Pullen is the third Traveler pitcher of the evening. The native of Midland, Texas, appearing in his second game of this series. Pullen struck out the side in the 12th inning on Thursday to record his only save of the year. Held on to the 8-5 win, but here Pullen trying to keep it a 4-4 score and force us to go 12 innings. Miguel González pitched the 8th, 9th, and 10th, surrendering only 2 hits. Walked 1 batter and struck out 2, no runs. So González gets a no decision in his finest appearance with the Travs. So it is Pullen making his 18th appearance of the season with 1 win, no losses, and a 5.40 ERA. Pullen has surrendered 30 hits and 16 walks in 25 innings and struck out 14. Former star at Midland High School. Pullen pitching in front of his friends and family here at Citibank Park against the RockHounds. Ryan Snyder leads off the 11th. Snyder 0 for 4. The right-hand batter fly to center last trip to the plate. Pullen ready from the stretch. He delivers and misses low with ball 1. Here's one of the veterans that we've mentioned, Keith. Aaron Pullen in his second season with the Travs. Certainly showed the ability to get outs last year. The 1-0 is over the plate a slider, 1-1. A little inconsistent last season, and the inconsistency is carried over to this year. But Aaron looked very good last time out. It's a 1-1 pitch. High, 2-1.
We expected some of those, kind of scuffling going on last year because it was his first year in there.
Now the 2-1 pitch is high again, 3-1.
And speaking with Aaron, since I've been in there, I told him I was disappointed. I thought that last year's experience was going to make him more of a foundation guy for the bullpen here. And not go through some of the things that he's been going through.
The 3-1 to Snyder.
Oh, my Lord.
Missed a little high, ball 4. Leadoff walk puts Cornejo up to the plate with a winning run at first.
That's another thing I'm a little worried about these umpires. They're not really built on extra innings. They just don't like the extra inning games. And again, my observations, not just these guys. I'm talking about everywhere I've gone, and not just this league. The patience level, and all of a sudden the strike zone, it gets a little weird in the extra innings.
Brown coming up at third. Cornejo squares, got the bunt down. It'll be fielded by Pullen. He throws to first, and Pauly remaining at first base for the force out. 1-3 on the sacrifice, and there's a situation where even the A's know that you sacrifice, because now the 2 or the 3 hitter could win the game with a single. So it is only the 18th sacrifice bunt of the season for the RockHounds, which is actually a little bit more than I would have expected. Cornejo puts down his 4th of the year. Jed Morris will stand in. Now remember, Morris, coming into this game, he's 1 for 14 on the season with a runner in scoring position. But he homered in the 7th inning. That was only a solo shot. Pitch inside, ball 1. That's how Morris has 3 homers and only 4 runs batted in, yet he is playing in his 25th game. Kevin Mahar, who's 1 for 26 with a runner in scoring position for Frisco, beat the Travs in a situation like this 3 days ago. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. So even though the percentages are going in your favor, Dale Sutherland, the Angel scout, made a good point to me that batters at this level, they've obviously had success, and even though those percentages are not in the batter's favor, sooner or later, the percentages say they're going to get a hit.
Right.
We hope it's not now. Here's the 1-1. Swinging a high fly ball into right field. It's hit well. Espedo, however, has a bead in front of the warning track. He makes the catch. They'll send Snyder to third base, and the throw to third, not in time. That's a dangerous throw by Espedo. He had no chance to get Snyder at third base, and he risked overthrowing third, and if he would have thrown it into the seats, that would have ended the game. But Espedo's got a cannon of an arm.
Yes, he does.
And he put it maybe just a foot off the bag at third, so no harm, no foul.
Well, there's for these kids out here, sometimes their effort level gets a little too much, and they start trying too hard. And when you start trying too hard, you can have the same problems that you've had when you're not trying hard enough.
So there's 2 out. It'll come to Travis Buck and Aaron Pullen here in the 11th. No, it won't. It's going to be an intentional walk. Pullen almost threw the first intentional ball away. You hear the boo birds. Sometimes I think pitchers may lose a little focus on an intentional walk. And you always have to worry after the intentional walk, because pitchers, they're not trained to
throw high and away.
And it's not even the normal motion that he's making. It's really when you're throwing an intentional ball, you baby it. Yeah. And that sometimes carries into the next at-bat.
Right, and there's an art, and there's a way to go about walking people. There's a way to go about pitching out, and those 2 things are not all that uncommon. You've got to use somewhat of your same mechanics. You've got to be able to put some kind of mustard on the ball. I mean, if you throw anything soft, you have a hard time controlling anything that's soft. But these guys, it's the closest thing to the weaknesses that they have, those real tangibles that you learn to take for granted. And the big leagues is the same way. I just saw the other night where some guy almost threw a pitch out away. Intentional walk. These guys just don't work on it enough, if at all.
So now it comes down to Pullen versus Vasily Spanos. Force out at first or second, winning one at third. Spanos, leading RBI man for the RockHounds with 30. He's 2 for 5 today with a couple of singles. Pitch 1. Swinging a pop-up, first base side, over to the dugout, out of play, strike 1.
See, here's what you got to tell yourself as a manager standpoint. Is that guy on first base, does he matter at all? No, he doesn't. So you got to take that first baseman and put him behind the runner, and so you don't have such a big hole over there.
But still, the force out at second is pretty important.
Not if you're going to go cross, not with 2 outs.
Here's the 0-1 pitch.
I'm not saying you go all the way back, but you don't need to be holding him on. You stay right behind him so that you can allow yourself some kind of room.
0-1 foul straight back, strike 2. He's still with the force out at first or second, but Pullen a nice job getting ahead of Spanos with 2 foul balls. Outfield giving a little more room in center and left. They're playing deep. Espedo in normal depth and right. Here's Pullen's 0-2. Low and outside. Wood deep at short. Rodlin normal position at second. Brown off the line playing deep at third. And the first baseman Pauly still holding Buck. Pullen set. The 1-2 pitch is low, and it's 2-2. 4-4 score in the last of the 11th inning. Midland had the winning run at second base in the 10th. Couldn't score. They got the winning run at third here in the 11th. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wilson's target on the outside corner. Here's the pitch. Swing, a foul back. It's the facade of the press box, and it's still 2-2.
You got to remind Bobby Wilson, if you're a staff member in that dugout, to stay big behind the plate. Stay big, stay large. Don't let anything get by you. Because Aarons needs to throw that split in the dirt.
Back to the stretch. The kick and the 2-2. Up high. Went to the fastball. And Spanos takes the count full. On deck is Matt Allegra. And Allegra 0 for 5 today. Pullen is ready. Here's the 3-2 pitch. He walks in with a low slider. The base is now loaded. So it's Matt Allegra coming up to the plate next for Midland. Midland gets their only bases loaded opportunity of the night here in the 11th inning, where if Allegra reaches, Midland will win. Allegra has reached on a drop pop-up. Fly to center. Bounced into a double play and has struck out twice. Hitting .290 coming into the game. Right-hander. And here we go. Pullen's first pitch. Swing and a miss on a slider. Strike 1. Vaughn Hayes comes halfway down the third base line. Shouts to the runner at first, Spanos. Lets him know that he really doesn't matter. Force out anywhere. Infield back. Pullen's 0-1 pitch to Allegra. Check swing. They'll appeal. He did not go, said the first base umpire. And it is 1-1. At third base, Snyder, he took a leadoff walk. Buck was intentionally walked. He's at second, and Spanos at first. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, high fly ball, hit into deep left field. Gates back of the warning track. He stops. He reaches up. He makes the catch, and that'll end the 11th inning. The folks here in Midland thought they had a walk-off grand slam. They did not. No runs, no hits, 3 left on. Time for the 12th. Still tied 4-4 on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
From the hilltops of Atlanta
to the California sand. Come on, one day across the nation, yeah.
I'm a burrito in every time.
Most Burritos, 2834 North Hills Boulevard in North Little Rock by Kroger's in North Hills and McCain. Go your own way with National Car Rental. Take a one-time trip and discover Arkansas. National's great weekend special is just what you need for a trip to the Ozarks. Or get your friends together and rent a minivan to historic Eureka Springs. National offers a wide choice of sizes and styles, from luxury cars to vans and sport utility vehicles. Unlimited mileage rates are available. National Car Rental has 2 convenient locations, Little Rock Airport and North Little Rock at 3919 Black Avenue. See National Car Rental's ad in the yellow pages. Go your own way with National Car Rental.
1, 2, 3.
We're at the supermarket checking out shopping lists.
Oh, here's mine.
Let's see. Milk, cheese, yogurt, ding, ding, ding.
Oh, do I win?
Well, actually, you probably lose.
What?
Lose inches.
Oh.
These studies show that people following a proper reduced calorie diet that included 3 servings of milk, cheese, or yogurt every day had better weight loss results and trimmed more from their waistline than if they just cut calories alone. So eat 3 cool, creamy servings of milk, cheese, or yogurt a day.
Wow, I consider that a win.
Have you had your 3 today?
We played dozen innings today here at Citibank Ballpark in Midland, where the Arkansas Travelers and the Midland RockHounds take a tie game, 4-4 into the 12th. Marcus McBeth becomes the 4th Midland pitcher of the night. Comes on to the 12th inning, replacing Jared Burton, who struck out 9 batters in 4 shutout innings and allowed 5 base hits. McBeth pitches 3 levels of the A's system already, just 2 months into the year. He's appearing in his 7th game with the RockHounds. The Travs saw him yesterday scoring a run against him in the 9th inning when McBeth allowed Bobby Wilson to reach with a leadoff single and then threw 2 wild pitches that brought him home. David Gates begins the 12th inning for the Travs against McBeth with a 6.14 earned run average at Double-A Midland. It started the season at Single-A Stockton and was dominant, allowing only 1 hit in 8 2/3. They sent him to Triple-A following the California League, and he gave up 9 runs in 7 1/3 innings, so Double-A has been more his speed. Pitch to Gates is up high, ball 1. Gator has struck out in his last 3 at-bats after hitting a homer in his first and getting hit in his second plate appearance. 1-0 pitch on the way to Gates. Swung on, popped up back this way, out of play, 1 ball, 1 strike. McBeth here in the 12th. And Keith made a good point during the inning break. Both these teams are pretty much out of pitchers. There's nobody left in the pen. 1-1 to Gates. Fastball strike 2 outside corner. 1-2 to count. Jason Espedo on deck, then Devin Day. Could be a game if it continues to go inning after inning. We see some position players pitch. The 1-2 pitch to Gates. Swing and a miss. He strikes out for the 4th time. A slider from McBeth, and that'll bring up Espedo. I guess if the Travs had to use a position player, that would mean Pullen probably goes 4 innings. And you probably bring in Brent Del Chiaro.
Yeah, Brent's got the experience at it.
Matt Pauly's also pitched too at various levels of the Angels system. But I guess hopefully we won't have to find out.
Right.
Hopefully the Travs get a run here. Espedo the batter. Pitch from McBeth, low, ball 1.
Like you said, you got Bill Edwards who could probably give you a couple as well before that came about. I think you got about 6 innings left if Pauly can do his pitch count right.
1-0 to Jason Espedo. Swung on, grounded to second base. Melillo moving up the middle, fields it. Flips to first, and Espedo is retired for the first time since the 2nd inning. He's 3 for 4 now. Pardon me, 3 for 5.
But you need Pauly to go out there and do a better job than he did last inning. If he's going to pitch like he did last inning, this game's not going to go very much longer.
Top of the order, and Devin Day. Remember, Dwayne Bacon is also available if needed. He's been coaching at first base all game long. Day 2 for 6. Struck out last time up. First pitch outside for a ball. Day came to the plate of the 10th inning after Espedo's leadoff single and was unable to bunt him up and was forced to swing at a 2-strike pitch. Struck out for the 2nd time. McBeth delivers 1-0. Day pops it up over first. Over to the fence goes Colamarino, but it is into the concourse. 1 ball, 1 strike on Devin Day. Checking that Angels game, it is now 4-0 Los Angeles, bottom of the 3rd, and Jared Weavers from 3 scoreless innings, allowing 2 base hits. Here's the 12th inning, 4-4. 1-1 to Devin, strike outside corner, 1-2. Travs went down in order. Well, the last time that happened was yesterday. That didn't happen at all. 1-2 to Devin. Ground ball to the mound, played by McBeth. Hey, look what I found. Puts the first base and ends the inning. Travs go down in order for the first time tonight. And that'll bring us to the bottom of the 12th with Midland sending their number 6 batter Melillo to lead off. Kurt Suzuki and Brant Colamarino after him. 4-4 score on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
An Arkansas Federal Home Equity Loan has a 4-month fixed rate as low as 4.5% annual percentage rate with absolutely no fees. And you can access your loan with Arkansas Federal's new Visa Platinum credit card. Apply online at afcu.org or call 982-1000. A home equity loan with a 4-month fixed rate as low as 4.5% annual percentage rate with absolutely no fees is available today at Arkansas Federal. And you can use your Visa Platinum credit card to access your loan. Apply online at afcu.org or call 982-1000.
Coca-Cola, this is Mitchell.
My friend's brother is a molecular biologist, and he was saying the only way you could have gotten Coke Zero to taste like the regular Coke was to engineer it in space.
I would not.
Well, no, but think about the whole zero factor, like zero gravity. It makes perfect sense.
Zero is for the 0 calories.
Just stop pretending that you don't engineer Coke Zero in space. Can you do that?
I wish I could speculate on that, sir.
The next launch. I just want the time for the next launch.
Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste. 0 calories.
Here's the wind-up hitting on the way, and you can catch the Traz online at www.traz.com. The Arkansas Travelers have one of minor league baseball's most user-friendly websites with easy access to Traz game stories, up-to-date stats, and Texas League standings. You'll be informed about the Traz online at Traz.com. Purchase tickets, grab souvenirs, listen to the game. Hey, if you could buy hot dogs and popcorn on the website, it'd be like coming to the old ballpark. See us online, www.traz.com.
And we are back at Midland City Bank Ballpark, moving into the bottom of the 12th inning. Aaron Pullen remains on the mound to face the 6-hitter Kevin Melillo, Kurt Suzuki, and Brant Colamarino. Pullen stranded 3 men in the 11th inning, pitching around 2 walks and 1 intentional walk. Melillo's been the toughest out. Without Matt Pauley's diving play in the 8th inning, Melillo would be 4 for 4. Pitch on the way to the lefty, takes it high, and it's 1-0. Pullen only the 3rd Traveler pitcher of the night, as Chris Hunter went 7 innings, pitched to the tune of 4 runs on 11 hits. Gonzalez 3 innings of 2-hit shutout ball. Melillo hits a sharp ground ball to second and stabbed by Rodland. He'll flip to first for the out. That ball almost got past him on the right side. Well, Melillo is retired, bringing up Kurt Suzuki. And there's that big first out for Aaron Pullen. By the way, Jared Weaver, as we mentioned, has thrown 3 shutout innings. He has struck out 3 against the Baltimore Orioles.
He's probably got a pass list. He's probably got a pass list of about 150. And then you got to pay taxes on that pass list now, so I'm sure you can afford it.
Yeah, probably. But think about that, though. Making your Major League debut in your hometown on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
Suzuki grounds off the mound. Wood couldn't get it. Just past his glove into center. So a 1-out single for Suzuki, his second base hit, and the winning run aboard for the RockHounds. Colamarino will come up next. You can remember last year, Jeff Brancourt of Atlanta. He's an Atlanta native, made his debut in Atlanta, and if I remember, I think he hit a home run in his first Major League game in his own home park.
Wow.
Got to be exciting.
You know, from similar experiences for me, when I got to pitch in Candlestick and being a Bay Area boy, that was quite an experience.
Here's Colamarino. A delivery fouled straight back, 0-1.
Because you know you're playing in front of your family, friends, your mom, your
aunt. How many tickets did you have to leave?
You know, Al Rosen was great because he told me I had 150 tickets every game except for Dodger Series and Friday night. So, and I used every single one of them.
And Candlestick was a big park.
Yeah.
Here's the 0-1 to the lefty. Colamarino pops it up over third. He'll go down the left field line and slice out a play, strike 2. Colamarino has 2 hits. He's 2 for 4 with a 2-run homer and a single. Candlestick sat, what about 55,000?
Yeah. I remember when I went there and when I played for the Giants, again, a Bay Area boy, born and raised in San Francisco, the 5th player from a Giant history to be born in San Francisco and play for the Giants. And I was treated like a king. And then when I was traded to the Padres, I went back and I got a lemon thrown at me.
Throw to first base, not in time. What are they throwing lemons at you for?
Because I was a trader. They hit me right in the back of the head. And Goose looked at me. Goose Gossage looked at me and goes, "So you're from here, are you?" Yeah, 30 miles away.
0-2 to Colamarino, the pitch. In the dirt and blocked by Wilson, ball 1. So I guess they like you if you're a San Francisco native playing for your own, for the Giants only.
Yeah, actually, I think when it happened, I turned around and I said, "Mom, knock it off."
I guess she wouldn't. She was a big Giant fan.
Always had good command.
The 1-2 pitch. Swinging a foul back, still 1-2.
Now, getting back to Jared and playing and pitching in first game, and you really can't describe that because you've grown up whether a Dodger fan or an Angel fan. If you're in LA, you had the opportunity to be both. But nonetheless, you're from that area and you just get to experience it's a lifetime experience.
Here's a 1-2 to Colamarino. Swung on and struck out. He did not hit it. Looked like he may have tipped it. But it turns into Pullen's first strikeout, 2 away. And Suzuki still at first for Brian Snyder.
You know, if Jared does throw the ball well, just bring up the mind, does it make his brother Jeff expendable come August or July in a trade if the Angels aren't in it?
And Jeff just gave a decent start last time out, picked up his second win as an Angel. There have been some rumors of trades for another bat. Snyder, the batter, 0 for 4 with a walk. Out in front of a change and swings and misses at a Pullen off-speed pitch, 0-1.
You got to remember, I mean, it's tough because the press reminds you, the urgency sometimes. But, if you're level-headed and you're realistic, you realize that we're in May.
Long way to go, that's right. The 0-1 to Snyder. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Still plenty of opportunities for the Angels to, I wouldn't even say get back into the race. They're only 5 out.
Yeah, it's one of those things like the American League West was last year. At the beat right now, anyway.
0-2 from Pullen. A little low and away, ball 1.
I think this division will get better. There's no question about it. But you can't keep playing like you're doing and expect to stay in it. You've got to be able to draw a line in the sand and start playing better baseball.
Here's the 1-2. Snyder takes a slider outside. And if you remember, over the last couple of seasons, the Oakland A's 2 years ago had a horrendous start, ended up winning a division, or at least getting to the postseason by a wild card. Last year, the Astros were 15-30, go to the World Series.
Well, and the Angels, when they won the World Series, they had a really poor April.
2-2 pitch. Caught him looking on the outside corner, and Aaron Pullen strikes out the final 2 batters of the 12th inning. Strands a man at first. And 12 innings aren't enough. We need a baker's dozen. Still tied 4-4. Back after this on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
You signaled your turn. You merged without cutting anyone off. You stopped because the light was red. Through rain and sleet, through dark of night, 365 and 1/4 days a year, you drive safely. Now, Allstate rewards you for being the hero you are. Introducing the Safe Driving Bonus. For every 6 months you don't have an accident, Allstate will give you an extra bonus. Actual cash off your renewal bill. That's on top of any discounts you've already received. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. That's Allstate stands. Are you in good hands?
Get Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance today. Call a local Allstate agent or 1-800-ALLSTATE. You can start earning your safe driving bonus the day you sign up. Feature is optional and subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Patent pending. Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company and Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get out today and hit the links. Stone Lakes. Stone Lakes Golf Course is rated as one of the best public courses in the state. Sporting beautiful bent grass greens, plus lush fairways and tees. Stone Lakes has matured over the past 3 years into a true test of golf. Stone Lakes features reasonable green speed and 18 lake-style holes located 1 mile off I-440 on Faulkner Lake Road. Call 945-0945 for Stone Lakes or visit online at stonelakes.net.
Game so nice. We need 13 innings today. 12 isn't enough. We're still tied 4-4. Here are your totals through 12 innings. Beginning with the Travelers, it's 4 runs on 18 hits, 1 error, and the Travelers have stranded an amazing 16 hitters. Meanwhile, the Midland RockHounds have scored 4 runs on 14 hits, no errors. And they've stranded 15. So Midland has actually left about the same amount as the Travs have, as Midland has stranded 9 runners over the previous 3 innings. They've had chances to win in the 10th, 11th, and 12th. And pardon me, I miscounted. It's 14 men left on base. Very rare that us broadcasters have to count past 10. So allow me to count a little bit easier there. So here we go into the 13th inning. Phil Elson with you. That's me. Keith Comstock, the other voice you'll hear. Roving pitching coordinator for the Angels. It is Eric Rodman lead off the 13th. Marcus McBeth's first pitch is a fastball swung on and missed. The second inning of work for McBeth set down the Travs in order last inning, the only inning that they've been retired in order. Rodland is 1 for 6. He singled on the infield in the 8th. 0-1 is outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, we're in the 13th inning. Pittsburgh and Houston in the 14th, tied at 6. One of only 3 games still in progress in the major league. The 1-1, Rodland swings and fouls it away, strike 2. Colorado trailing the Giants after 8 innings, 4-1. Barry Bonds, no homers. Angels and Orioles, 4th inning, 4-0 Halo. Rodland, Wood, and Porter versus McBeth in the 13th. Travs haven't scored since the 4th inning. That is 9 innings ago. The 1-2, swing and a miss. And Rodland strikes out for the first time. That is the 11th Traveler to strike out since the 8th inning started. That's 11 strikeouts in not quite 6 innings.
Well, I'd sure like to see some sense of urgency right here from this offense. They just got to look down the bullpen and see that hey, we need to start putting some stuff on here.
Michel Simard is warming up in the bullpen as Wood swings and misses at a high slider. Wood struck out swinging on 3 pitches in the 10th. He is still 3 for 4, however, with 2 walks. 2 for 4. 0-1 pitch. Strike 2 called on the outside half. So Wood quickly gets down in the count. On deck, Greg Porter. McBeth throwing darts. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Wood. Fouls it over the right side, still 0-2. Since that last Arkansas run in the 4th inning when they loaded the bases with nobody out, took a 4-0 lead when Espita was walked with the bases loaded. The Travs had plenty of chances to score. 0-2 to Wood, very high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Since that 4th inning, Travs have had 9 hits. Still haven't been able to score anybody. Every hit since the 5th has been a single. The 1-2 to Wood. Swing and a miss, and he strikes out for the 2nd time in a row. And McBeth is with 3 of 5 men faced. We're seeing a lot of swings and misses by the Travs since we started the 8th inning.
Well, the Midland bullpen's done a really nice job. They really have. They come in here and really taken an aggressive approach and, visible by the strikeouts that have happened in the last, 8 innings or so.
Now Greg Porter bats. Pitch from McBeth. Hard grounder to short. It's fielded by Eddie Cornejo. His throw will retire to side. And McBeth has been perfect over 2 innings. And that is it for the Travs in the 13th. Bottom 13 coming up. RockHounds will send the top of the order. Cornejo, Morris, and Buck. 4-4 score on Air America Little Rock 1380 KBXE.
My mother said, no daughter of mine is driving a truck. I'm an 18-wheeling, double-clutching lady truck driver. There's nothing else I'd rather be doing. BC powder is this trucker's best friend. My day starts at 4 a.m. and ends 12 hours later. Out here on the road, there's a million things that's happening at once. I take BC for stress headaches, backache. I just can't pull over when my head's pounding. The reason I take BC is because it's fast and it works. I'm Carolyn from Asheboro, NC, and my pain reliever is BC.
Use as directed. AgPro knows your patient. You've had your eye on a certain green and yellow tractor for some time now. But here's a thought. Visit your local John Deere dealer for an innocent test drive. Sit in that yellow seat and feel that rugged quality. Then run the numbers. You may find you've underrated the value of a John Deere and overrated the value of patience. After all, nothing runs like a Deere. Test drive the John Deere of your choice today at AgPro Central Arkansas, 10504 Maumelle Boulevard, North Little Rock.
Of all the days of the week, it seems that Mondays are everybody's least favorite day. Well, the Travs and the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette have a reason for baseball fans to look forward to Mondays. That's because Mondays are Democrat-Gazette family night here at the ballpark. You just pick up a copy of Monday's Democrat-Gazette, and you'll find a discount family ticket right there in the sports section. That's right. It's a coupon that admits the whole family for just $2 a person. Hey, Mondays don't sound so bad anymore.
Travs make a call to the bullpen to start the 13th inning. Michel Simard enters the game, replacing Aaron Pullen. Pullen going 2 innings, allowing no runs, 1 hit, 3 walks. He left 3 men on base in the 11th and stranded a man in the 12th. Simard is the fourth Traveler pitcher, and the call to the bullpen is brought to you by the new AT&T. You can turn a double play with AT&T Yahoo high-speed internet, make calls and access the net at the same time using just one line. Visit them online at thenewATT.com. The new AT&T, your world delivered. It's Simard, the native of Charlesbourg, Quebec, 6'4", 200-pound right-hander, entering his 13th game of the season and second of the series. Simard supplanted James Holcomb on the hill after Holcomb managed only one inning with a sore lower back on Thursday, and Michel is 4 innings of relief, allowing just 1 run on 5 hits. No walks, he struck out 4. Simard, no wins, no losses. His ERA at 4.78, allowed 2 homers and 28 hits and 26 in the third inning. Walked 13, struck out 20. Hunter went the first 7. Gonzalez went the 8th, 9th, and 10th. Pulling the 11th and 12th. And here's Simard for the 13th inning. Hopefully not an unlucky 13 for Michel. Eddie Cornejo leads off in the 13th. He is 0 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt, left-hander, and Simard fires a strike over the outside corner. Might be a little surprising to see Simard back on the hill after just 1 day rest, throwing 4 innings 2 days ago, and 0-1 to Cornejo. And a strike on the outside corner makes it 0-2.
Well, the good thing is, Frenchie's got a durable arm. But you just got to, I mean, he's not going to be able to go very long, whereas Poland, you could have kept him out there.
The wind up, the 0-2. Just missed the corner outside, ball 1.
And that's what Frenchie's role is there. He came up here to fill this kind of role. He's a 12th man kind of guy, and he'll take the ball whenever he can. So it's not like he doesn't have the fight in him.
1-2 pitch. Check swing and a breaking ball. And there's no appeal. It was low and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Simard is an innings eater. He's thrown 26 and 1/3 innings in 12 games pitched, all of them out of the pen except for 1 start. There's a ground ball up the middle, but Wood is positioned for it. Bobbles it in back a second, recovers, and fires for the out. 1 away as Cornejo grounds to short. That'll bring up Jed Morris. One thing that Simard has done his last 4 outings, regardless of how many runs he's given up, he's pitched at least 3 innings in each of his last 4 outings. That's a total of, 14 and 1/3 innings in 4 outings. And the Trav certainly needs some frames here. We'll see how long he can go. Morris standing in. He is 3 for 6 with a home run to the 7th to tie the game. Simard fires a strike on the low outside corner, and Keith, I don't call guys by their nicknames too often on the broadcast, but I certainly never called him Frenchie.
Yeah, if you ever listen to him talk, you'd see why.
The 0-1 to Morris. Check swing. It is a little off the plate outside, 1-1.
He has a very thick French accent.
And he carries his equipment in hockey bags.
Yeah.
That reminds me of Eric Sear, former Traveler who did the same thing. 1-1, line foul into the third base seat. But one thing I didn't see Michel doing is something that Eric did every time he went to Frisco. You remember the mall? By Frisco, it has an ice rink, which they play hockey on. And Sear, every day, when we were in Frisco, would go to the ice rink and he would skate around. Because he loved hockey so much, he needed to get some ice skating in. 1-2 to Morris, outside. But Simard, as far as I know, did not go ice skating. It's good news.
Yeah.
Here's the 2-2 pitch to Morris. And he fouls it away. He's really taking a 2-strike approach. Very soft swing. Simard roughing up a new baseball. 4-4 tie in the bottom of the 13th. Midland had a chance to win in the 10th with 2 on and 2 out. But Miguel González struck out Brent Colamarino. As Morris singles into left field on the 2-2 fastball line the other way, so Morris gets his 4th hit. Travis Buck will come up. Midland had a chance with the bases loaded in the 11th. But Pullen got a fly out by Matt Allegra to left field on a fly ball that went to the warning track. Pullen got to the 12th without too much of a problem. Now here the winning run aboard for the RockHounds. They've had the winning run aboard every inning since the 10th, but have not been able to score since Morris homered in the 7th. Travis Buck, left-hand batter. 1 hit. He is 1 for 4. Hit by a pitch and has been intentionally walked. Left-hander. Pitch on the way. Swinging a line drive. Base hit into right field. Morris will round second base. Jason Espino comes up throwing to third. Not in time. And trying for second is Buck. But Brown throws him out at second base. Buck with a non-heads-up play. You had the man at third with one away. Buck trying to make an aggressive base-running play, but it turns into a huge mistake. If he gets to second base, that really means nothing. Really, you have a runner at third with one out. A fly ball would win the game. So Buck makes a huge mistake on a base hit that he almost turned into a hero on.
Right. You know, and that's, base running again is a fundamental that people forget about, and running the bases is critical in game awareness.
Yeah, and certainly got to be aware of the situation.
Yeah.
If Buck isn't thrown out at second base, then a fly ball wins it for the RockHounds. So Vasily Spanos stands in. Pitch on the way. Swing and a foul back on a slider, strike one. Now, Buck in only his second professional season, I think it's an aggressive mistake, but it is one that the A's certainly will not be happy with. Spanos had a chance to win it in the 11th, but he walked. Simard almost threw it away. He threw it way outside. One ball, one strike, but Wilson is very good at keeping wild pitches from getting behind him.
That was a heads-up play because that was a mechanically bad thrown pitch right there.
Spanos 2 for 4 with a walk. Runner at third, 1-1 pitch. Down and away, ball 2. RockHounds with 16 hits. 2 here in the 13th off Simard. Spanos has driven in 30 on the season. Outfield is deep. The 2-1 from Michel. Spanos looks at a strike on the outside corner, and it's 2-2. How about a 14th inning? Simard trying to force one. He is ready. Here's a 2-2 to Spanos. High and outside. 3-2.
Frenchie still having some lingering effects from that 4-inning, 50-pitch stint.
On deck, Matt Allegra. Simard delivers 3-2. Spanos swings, pops it up. Shallow left center. Brandon Wood calling it. He's underneath it. And Wood grabs it, and we're going to the 14th. No runs for the Hounds, 2 base hits, 1 man stranded, and 1 giant base running mistake by one of the top prospects in the A's system. 4-4 score, heading to the 14th on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
You know, to become the best barbecue restaurant in Little Rock, it takes dedicated people like us here at the Pig and Chick that are willing to wake up with the pigs to make sure that we bring home the best of the best in them hogs. Now, it's not the job for everyone, but you got to do what you got to do to make sure that every day is the best dang hog day ever. And here at the Pig and Chick, it's always the best. We slow cook our barbecues daily, making sure that it's lit, hugging good. Heck, we're known as the Great American Barbecue House here in Little Rock. We're also known around these parts as having the best dang catfish anywhere. So no matter what you're in the mood for, ribs, catfish, chicken, here at Pig and Chick, you'll always get the best meal in town. So come join us for lunch, dinner, or even let us cater your next event. Here at Pig and Chick, we take catering seriously, and we're going to make sure that your event is a huge success.
Pig in or pig out at Pig and Chick, located at 7824 JFK in Sherwood. Call us for takeout at 834-5456. And it's the same number for catering, 834-5456. Here at Pig and Chick, people start pigging out at 10:30 a.m. daily and don't stop till 9 p.m. Oh, by the way, did I mention the catfish?
Ameripride Services is the linen and apparel company to get your team into a professional uniform program. Ameripride features a wide range of high-quality custom programs for the manufacturing industry, hospitality and food service, medical or dental uniforms, and professional and executive wear. Call 664-5575 to schedule a presentation with an Ameripride consultant, also specializing in the finest quality table linens, rental mats, and restroom services. Call 664-5575 for Ameripride. Ameripride, the official garment supplier of the Arkansas Travelers.
We go to the 14th inning, and just to show you how superstitious some people in baseball can be, Keith Comstock, the Angels minor league roving pitching instructor, who has been joining me for about 12 of the 14 innings, 12 of the 13 innings we've played. Keith has left the broadcast booth to go to a different position in the ballpark because he thinks, well, the Traps haven't scored since the 4th. If he goes somewhere else, maybe they score in the 14th. Hopefully it works. Matt Brown fouls the first pitch back for strike 1. Brownie is 2 for 6. RBI single in the first inning and a blooper to left in the 11th. Between that, a fly to left, a ground to second, a double play and a strikeout. Marcus McBeth with a windup and an 0-1 to Brown. And it's a strike to the knees on the low outside corner, 0-2. So it's been since the 4th inning the Travs last scored. That's 10 innings ago. Came on a bases-loaded walk to Jason Espito. 0-2 to Brown. McBeth throws home and missed inside. 3rd inning of work for McBeth. He's been perfect through 2 with 3 strikeouts and 3 groundouts. No balls out of the infield against this hard-throwing righty. Brown wheels the bat around, and the 1-2 pitch is delivered by McBeth. Swinging a grounder to short. Cornejo doesn't charge, lets it come to him. Throws across and gets Brown. 6-3 on the putout, and here's Bobby Wilson. Wilson coming up. You know, folks, we've got another game tomorrow at 4 o'clock. It's going to be a quick turnaround for both teams after playing, well, we're past 4 hours now. In fact, we're right at the 4-hour mark. Here's a pitch to Bobby Wilson. Low and away, 1-0. Wilson is 3 for 5. Fouled out to first last trip to the plate. Also had an RBI single and a run scored. The 1-0 to the right-handed catcher. And it's low, ball 2. McBeth has looked much sharper than yesterday when he pitched 1 inning, threw 2 wild pitches and allowed a run. Wilson trying to get something going in the 14th. McBeth deals the 2-0, and it is low and outside, ball 3. Matt Pauley on deck, then David Gates. Arkansas hasn't taken a walk since the 8th inning. McBeth 3-0, and it's a strike on the outside edge. Travs scored 4 runs against the starter Ray Aguilar, but nothing against the Midland pen. 3-1 to Wilson, ball 4, and it got behind the catcher. Wilson will jog to first base as Suzuki fields the ball on the warning track. 1 out, man on at first, Wilson for Matt Pauley. Pauley stands in. He has struck out in 3 of his previous 4 at-bats. Matt 1 for 6 tonight. Pauley a left-hand hitter, McBeth a right-hand pitcher. Wilson leading away from first base. And a first pitch to Matt popped up. Left side of the infield. Snyder backing into foul territory. Onto the warning track, he grabs out number 2. So Pauley fouls out, and this will bring David Gates up. Travs unable to muster much offense during the extra innings. As a matter of fact, starting at the 9th, the Travs had recorded just 3 hits in 5 innings. Gates has struck out in all of his last 4 at-bats. A homer in the 2nd. McBeth kicks and deals. And it's a slider for strike 1 on the outside corner. Keith Johnson, the Travs hitting coach, was talking during the bus ride how McBeth is very slow to the plate. Wilson not a base stealer. Otherwise, you'd see a Trav running. The throw to first base, Wilson back in there. 4-4 our score, top 14. Travs attempting to win their 3rd straight. The 0-1 count. Pitch to David Gates. Swinging a tip to the catcher, strike 2. Rich Thompson is warming up in the Arkansas bullpen. And they see Chop come on in the bottom of the 14th. The 0-2 to Gates. Up high, laid off, ball 1. What a night of baseball here in Midland. Travs had a 4-0 lead. Midland answered and tied it in the 7th. We've played 4 extra innings, 5 extra innings. 1-2 to Gates. Swinging a hard ground ball up the middle, past the diving shortstop, a base hit. Wilson will hold at second base. And now Jason Espedo has an opportunity to put Arkansas in front. Gates, who had struck out in 4 consecutive at-bats, singles up the middle. It's the Travs' 19th base hit. And now it's Espedo's opportunity to be a hero. This is probably the guy you want at the plate right now. Espedo is 3 for his last 4 with 3 hits in 5 at-bats overall tonight. Jason with 19 runs batted in on the season. A 20th here puts the Travs in front. 5-4. Snyder off the line at third. Middle infielders deep and Colamarino deep at first. Wilson a good lead. They don't hold him on. Here's a pitch. Hung in there but missed outside. Ball 1. A very slow off-speed pitch that floated up to the plate. 1-0 the count on Jason Espedo. He's only driven in 1 run on this road trip, and it was in the 4th inning with a bases-loaded walk. McBeth delivers 1-0, and it's high, ball 2. Two balls, no strikes on Jason Espedo. Wilson from second. Gates from first. Espedo pumping the bat. McBeth checking Wilson. Delivers. Swinging a high fly ball into right field, not hit well enough. It's Morris settling underneath it. He's got it. Espedo hit it off the end of the bat, otherwise just a little bit in front. No runs, 1 hit, 2 men stranded in the 14th. And here come the RockHounds, bottom of the 14th, 4-4 tie on Air America Little Rock, 1380 KDXE.
An accident involving a large truck can cause a lot of damage. If you're injured, you need a law firm that knows what they're doing. And while facts differ and results vary, we've got a verdict as large as $12.5 million in a single tractor-trailer case. Put this experience on your side. Call us at Gary Eubanks & Associates. We'll win your case, or you don't owe us a dime.
At one time or another, we all want to change the world in which we live, make it a better place. Introducing the new ITT Tech School of Criminal Justice. At ITT Tech, we now teach the fundamentals of the criminal justice system, along with the technology to help respond to and prevent crime. ITT Technical Institute School of Criminal Justice. Education for the future. To find out more, call 1-800-ITT-TECH or visit us on the web.
Choose your reward with Arkansas Federal's new Platinum Rewards MasterCard credit card. Cash back, airline miles, or merchandise points, and you'll never pay an annual fee. For a limited time, we'll give you 1,000 rewards points, and you'll get a low 2.9% annual percentage rate on qualifying purchases. For details, call Arkansas Federal Credit Union at 982-1000 or apply online at afcu.org. Arkansas Federal, the official credit union of the Arkansas Travelers.
Rich Thompson becomes the 3rd Traveler pitcher to pitch, actually the 4th reliever for the Travelers to come on in extra innings. Miguel González had come on in the 8th and pitched into the 10th inning. Aaron Pullen the 11th and 12th. Michel Samar to scoreless 13th. And now it is Thompson on in inning number 14. I'm Phil Elson with you for every single inning of tonight's broadcast. Back of the studio, Brad Hicks, who's trying to stay as patient as possible. Doing a good job as well. It's been a fun ball game today, but a little frustrating as well. The Travelers, in all honesty, should have much more than only 4 runs. If you score only 14 runs on 19 hits, you've hit into a lot of double plays, had some men thrown out of the bases, and left a lot of men on base, and that's been the case today for the Arkansas Travelers offense. 4 runs on 19 hits. The Hounds haven't done much better. They've got 4 runs on 16 hits. So Thompson, who picked up the victory in the extra inning game on Thursday, is 2-1 with 4 saves and 17 outings. Matt Allegra leads off, and Thompson starts it with a strike on the outside half. Allegra is 0 for He reached on a drop top of the second. Heads with the bases loaded in the 11th and slide out to the track and left. Thompson's 0-1 finds the inside corner. Strike 2 called. Thompson at 3.58 ERA, but he's only given up 3 runs in 14 and a third innings on the road. 0-2 pitch to Allegra. Outside and low, ball 1. Allegra has struck out twice, flat out twice, double play, and the error. Kevin Melillo on deck. He's been on base 4 times. Kurt Suzuki after him with 2 singles. Thompson steps back, and the right-hander's 1-2. Low and away. Native of Sydney, Australia, went 3 innings on Thursday, allowing 1 run in the 9th, blowing the save, but Thompson pitched very well, had great velocity, and looked like the Thompson that the Trabs have been expecting. Pitch, swing, and a miss. He strikes out Allegra. And for Thompson, 22nd strikeout in 28 innings. 1 away in the 14th to bring up Kevin Melillo. Melillo reached in each of his first three plate appearances a single in the second, a double in the fourth, and a single in the sixth. But he hasn't hit since. Pitch is hit in the air to shallow center field. Charging in Devin Day, long way to run, and he slides, and he makes the catch. He grabs it, out number 2. Boy, with that wind still blowing in from the outfield, Day got a late break on that pop-up. Brandon Wood got out there from shortstop, but he wasn't underneath it to make the catch. But Devin Day came in and grabbed out number 2. That'll bring up Kurt Suzuki. All the other Texas League games are finals. Corpus Christi was shut out by Tulsa 6-0. And Wichita scored a run in the 8th and in the 9th to beat San Antonio 5-3. Frisco beat Springfield earlier today 7-3. And so the Trabs could pick up ground on Springfield. The batter is Kurt Suzuki. He's 2 for 6. First delivery low from Thompson, ball 1. Single to third in the 10th. Single up the middle in the 12th. Suzuki has also grounded out and flat out twice, plus 1 strikeout. Thompson's 1-0 to the right-hander. Down and away, and it's 2-0. Brown guarding the line at third base. The outfield is deep and left, shallow and right, normal and center. We've been tied since the 7th inning. Playing scoreless ball ever since. 2 balls, no strikes to the 7-hitter Suzuki. Thompson delivers. Foul ball in the air over first base. Strike 1. The longest game of the season for the Arkansas Travelers by at least 2 innings. You can remember only one game that has gone 14 innings since the Angels became the affiliate. There was a game at Round Rock in 2003 that went 14, and the Trabs won. 2-1 to Suzuki. Thompson winds and deals. Low, ball 3. They call it free baseball, and I got to give some credit to the fans here in Midland. They're taking their free baseball in stride. Decent crowd on hand, probably about 3,500. And about half of them left over. A lot of them have stuck around, even though we're going past 4 hours of baseball. 3 balls, 1 strike to Suzuki. The pitch is outside, and the walk will put the winning run on base for the RockHounds. Now it's Colamarino standing in. When the Trabs had a 4-0 lead, it was Colamarino that put the RockHounds on the scoreboard for the first time with a 4th inning home run to the left field corner. All over, Colamarino is 2 for 5. And a pitch to the lefty, low, ball 1. Colamarino has singled in the 8th. He struck out his previous 2 at-bats. Thompson sets with Suzuki a short lead at first. Here's a pitch. Swing and a shot to the gap in left center field. It's a base hit. David Gates unable to cut it off. There goes Suzuki for third. They'll try to score him. Here comes the cutoff. No cutoff. Gates overthrew to shortstop, and Colamarino knocks in the winning run with a double to left center field. Midland wins the game by the final score of 5-4. And an outstanding game tonight at Citibank Ballpark. Colamarino, who came into this game with only 3 hits in his previous 46 at-bats, drives in 3 runs, including the winner. And the RockHounds end the Travs' modest 2-game winning streak. The RockHounds empty out of the dugout. They mob Colamarino in front of second base as the RockHounds beat the Travs 5-4 in a 14-inning marathon. Both these teams deserve some kudos for getting this game as far as it could be played. It was not the best played game. A lot of men left on base. But anytime you go 14, you gave the fans their money's worth. The RockHounds send the fans home happy, and the Travelers fall for the 4th time on the road trip. 5-4 is the final score, and the winning pitcher will be Marcus McBeth. The loss goes to Rich Thompson. Thompson's now won a game and lost a game over this road trip. Arkansas falls to 17-31. Midland to 26-23. We'll figure out the final totals. Give those to you next after these words on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
You signaled your turn. You merged without cutting anyone off. You stopped because the light was red. Through rain and sleet, through dark of night, 365 and 1/4 days a year, you drive safely. Now, Allstate rewards you for being the hero you are. Introducing the Safe Driving Bonus. For every 6 months you don't have an accident, Allstate will give you an extra bonus. Actual cash off your renewal bill. That's on top of any discounts you've already received. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. That's Allstate, stand. Are you in good hands?
Get Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance today. Call a local Allstate agent or 1-800-ALLSTATE. You can start earning your safe driving bonus the day you sign up. Features optional and subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Patent pending. Allstate Company, Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company, Northwood, Illinois.
Hey guys, want another beer?
Another what?
Another beer.
I didn't have a beer. Did you have a beer? I don't think so.
Yes, you did. These beers right in front of you? Remember you ordered them from me?
Where? I mean, I remember eating the wings.
Yeah, the wings were good.
Are you sure we drank the beer?
Look, you guys came in, you ate the wings, you drank the beer.
Huh.
Whatever. Do you guys want another round?
Of what?
Beer.
Yeah, that sounds great. You want a beer?
I would love a beer.
Next time, try the light beer with the taste you won't forget. Great tasting, less filling, Miller-like. Miller, good call. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
It's time now for the Allstate Insurance post-game show. Once again, here's the voice of the Arkansas Travelers, Phil Elson.
The Midland RockHounds beat the Travelers in a 14-inning marathon by the final score of 5-4. Here, the unofficial final total. Took a while to count them up. The Travelers scored 4 runs on 19 hits. They commit 1 error and leave an amazing 17 men on base. Midland scores 5 runs with 17 hits. The RockHounds do not commit an error, and they stranded 16. Marcus McBeth is the winning pitcher. He goes to 1-1. Rich Thompson suffers the loss, drops to 2-2. This game took 4 hours and 15 minutes with a paid attendance 5,058. Recapping the ball game, the Travs got out to an early lead against Ray Aguilar, who did not look very sharp at all. Allowed the fourth, after recording 2 outs, Brandon Wood, Greg Porter, Matt Brown, and Bobby Wilson all reached base with singles. Wood and Porter had singles, and then Matt Brown lines a base hit to left, scoring Wood, snapping Brown's RBI-less streak at 78. Hit it 1-0. Greg Porter would score when Bobby Wilson sent a shot to the right center gap that made it 2-0, but Brown was thrown out of the plate trying to score on the base hit. Kurt Suzuki stood his ground and absorbed Brown's blow. Arkansas had the 2-0 lead, and they watched it increase to 3-0 when David Gates hit a home run, a solo shot in the second to make it 3-zip. Travs had a chance to blow it wide open in the 4th inning, and this is a crucial point in the ballgame. Bobby Wilson led off with a single. Matt Pollard then blooped a single, and Aguilar hit David Gates to load the bases for Jason Espedo. Espedo, on a 3-1 count, walked, forcing in Wilson with a 4th run. The bases were still loaded. with nobody out, but Devin Day fouled out to first base, and Eric Rodland bounced into a 4-6-3 double play, and the Travs ended up with only that one run. They would not score another run the remainder of the ball game, and from the fourth inning on, the Travs left 14 men on base. Midland got on the scoreboard in the fourth inning off starting pitcher Chris Hunter, leading a one-out double by Kevin Melillo. He beat Balk to third base, and then Brant Colamarino hits a wind-blown two-run homer to the left field corner, and that made it a 4-2 score. RockHounds got back to the scoreboard in the fifth. Lloyd Turner with a leadoff infield single to shortstop as Brandon Wood double-clutched his throw to first base. A ground out by Jed Morris to first, moved Turner to second. He stole third with no throw and scored when Travis Beck lined a single into right field. So a 4-3 Travelers lead. Buck would get to second base on a single by Vasily Spanos, but Hunter got out of the frame, inducing a 5-4-3 double play. In the sixth inning, Hunter also got out of the frame with a double play, but in the seventh allowed a one-out home run to Morris over the right field fence, which tied the game at 4. Hunter left the game in the seventh inning. The Travs brought on Miguel González for 3 shutout innings. Aguilar left the game after the fifth, giving way to Justin Crowder, who pitched around 3 hits and 2 walks over 2 innings, did not allow a man to reach, did not allow a run. Jared Burton then came on in the eighth inning. The Travs loaded the bases against him with 2 outs, but he caught Greg Porter looking, and then Burton was virtually unhittable the next 3 innings. He struck out 9 batters over 4 innings. Meanwhile, González pitched those 3 scoreless innings. Aaron Pullen pitched around 3 walks in the 11th to leave the bases loaded. He got through the 12th inning, allowing just a 1-out single. Michel Simard allowed 2 hits in the 13th inning. Jed Morris a 1-out single. Then Travis Buck lined a base hit to right field, sending Morris to third base. Buck made a bad base running mistake with trying to get into second base. He was thrown out after the throw to third base. Was not in time to get Morris. Matt Brown fired to second and picked off Buck. So then the pop-out by Vasily Spanos ended the inning. And that would send us into the 14th. The Travs had a chance against Marcus McBeth. He hit Bobby Wilson with 1 out. Then a 2-out single by David Gates put the go-ahead run to second base. Jason Espedo flat out to right field to end the threat. Then we came into the bottom of the 14th inning. Rich Thompson emerged from the bullpen, got 2 quick outs, but then walked Kurt Suzuki, and Brant Colamarino sends a shot to the left field gap. David Gates would pick it up on the warning track as Suzuki rounded third base. Gates overthrew the shortstop Brandon Wood, and that cost them any chance they had to throw out Suzuki at the plate as he slid in, and the RockHounds went on for the 5-4 victory in 14 innings. Midland now 26-23. The Travs fail in their 6th try for their first 3-game winning streak of the year, and Arkansas falls to 17-31. Coming up next on the postgame report, we'll have the scores from the Texas and Major Leagues on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
Coca-Cola, this is Mitchell.
My friend's brother is a molecular biologist, and he was saying the only way you could have gotten Coke Zero to taste like the regular Coke was to engineer it in space.
I would not.
Well, no, but think about the whole zero factor, like zero gravity. It makes perfect sense.
Zero is for the 0 calories.
Just stop pretending that you don't engineer Coke Zero in space. Can you do that?
I wish I could speculate on that, sir.
The next launch. I just want the time for the next launch.
Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste. 0 calories.
Your world is suddenly changing for the better because 2 great companies have now joined forces to deliver the world that matters most. Yours. AT&T with its passion to invent and FCC with its drive to deliver have come together to create the most complete and secure network with voice services, digital satellite TV, high-speed internet, and singular wireless. Learn more at thenewatt.com. Introducing the new AT&T. Your world delivered.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
You hear some dramatic music in the background here at Citibank Ballpark. They've had a salute to firefighters night, and they'll have some fireworks going off shortly. The Midland RockHounds giving them reason to celebrate here at Citibank Ballpark with a hard-fought 5-4 victory over your Arkansas Travelers in 14 innings. Checking the scoreboard across the Texas League, they're all final scores. Earlier today, the Springfield Cardinals were defeated by the Frisco Rough Riders by a 7-3 final. Thomas Diamond now pitching Stu Pomerantz in a matchup with 2 of the top pitching prospects in the league. Diamond 4-1 with the victory. Pomerantz 6-1 with the loss. Bumstead coming on for his first save. 2 homers by each team. Kevin Richardson and Enrique Cruz for the Rough Riders. Juan Richardson and Iker Franco for the Cardinals. Richardson has 9 homers and 3 in his last 2 games. The Tulsa Drillers recorded a 6-run 7th inning, and the Drillers shut out Corpus Christi 6-0, holding the hook to only 6 base hits. Arias picking up the victory. He's 4-2. Aaron Williams, the losing pitcher, 1-3. Joe Kashansky hit his 11th home run of the season, coming in that 6-run 7th. The Drillers pick up a game on the Cardinals, and now Tulsa just 1 game back, and the Drillers on a 4-game winning streak. Wichita also won today. They beat San Antonio 5-3, with Junior Herndon picking up his 4th win against 2 losses, and Mike Flannery falling to 0-2. Save went to Ryan Braun, his 4th, and so the Wranglers have won 2 straight after dropping 5 in a row. Over to the major leagues now, and these games in progress. The top of the 15th inning at Pittsburgh, as the Houston Astros and the Pirates are tied at 6. Houston had a 1-run lead going into the bottom of the 9th inning, but the Pirates have tied it. Jeremy Burnett hit his 8th home run of the season. Jason Bay hit number 15. Finals in the National League. Atlanta beat the Cubs 2-1 in daytime action. Horacio Ramirez 1-0 with the victory. Sean Marshall, the loss, 3-3. Mike Remlins saved his 2nd. And the Chicago Cubs have now dropped 5 consecutive games. Down at D.C., the Nationals lose to the Dodgers 3-1. Derek Lowe, the winner, 3-3, and the save for Saito, his 2nd. Mike Stanton takes the loss, falls to 1-5. Tom Glavine outpitches Dontrell Willis. Glavine with his 8th win against 2 losses as the Mets beat the Marlins 7-4 at Dolphin Stadium. Dontrell Willis falling to 1-6 with a loss. Billy Wagner saved his 11th on the season. Ramon Castro homered for the Mets, his 2nd. Joe Borchard hit number 4 for the Marlins. St. Louis beats the Padres 4-3 with the last play of the game a pickoff by Jason Isringhausen, his 16th of the year. Sidney Ponson got the win. He's 4-0. Chan-Ho Park falls to 2-3 with the loss. 2 homers both by the Padres. Brian Giles, number 5. Mark Bellhorn, number 3. Arizona blanks Cincinnati 7-0 on 5 hits. Cruz the winner, 2-3. Aaron Harang the loss, 5-4. Orlando Hudson hit the only homer. It was his first on the year. The Phillies and the Brewers combined for 5 homers, but the Brewers get the last laugh with a 3-run rally in the 8th, and the Brewers win 9-6 at Citizens Bank Park. Derek Turnbow saved his 15th after blowing a save yesterday. Carlos Lee hit his 17th home run. Bill Hall hit number 12. Ricky Weeks hit his 5th. Jimmy Rollins and Ryan Howard going deep for the Phillies. Wise the winner, 3-2. Franklin the loser, 1-4. San Francisco gets a fine start from Matt Cain for his 3rd win of the year as the Giants beat the Rockies 4-1. Josh Bald falls to 3-3, and Armando Benitez saved his 3rd. In the American League, the Yankees paced at Kansas City 15-4 with Alex Rodriguez hitting 2 home runs, now at 13 on the year. And Kelly Stinnett also went deep. Chin Manuel, the winner, 5-2. Jeremy Affeldt, the loser, 2-5. The Blue Jays win in 11 innings over the White Sox, 3-2. Shea Hillenbrand with a walk-off home run off Jeff Nelson, who takes the loss in his first week as a White Sox pitcher. Scott Schoenweiss the win against his former team. Schoenweiss 1-0. The Red Sox beat Tampa Bay 6-4 with Kurt Schilling picking up his 8th win of the season and the 200th win in his career. Seth McClung, the loser, 2-6. Jonathan Papelbon saved his 18th. At Detroit, the Tigers moved to 21 games over 500 with an 8th straight, 3-1 over the Indians. Justin Verlander got his 7th win against 3 losses, and Todd Jones saved his 16th. Maglio Ordonez homered for the Tigers, his 12th. Paul Bird, the losing pitcher for the Indians, 4-4. Grady Sizemore homered for the Tribe, his 9th. Minnesota turns a triple play in a 9-5 victory over the Seattle Mariners. Boof Bonser picks up his first Major League victory, and Ricardo Rincon saved it for him, his first save of the year. Yes, his name really is Boof. Jamie Moore, the losing pitcher, 2-5. Juan Castro and Michael Kadire went deep for the Twins. Raul Ibanez for the Seattle Mariners. The Oakland A's beat Texas 6-3. Barry Zito helps the A's snap a 7-game losing streak with his 4th win. Cameron Lowe goes to 3-5 with a loss. Former RockHound reliever Houston Street saved his 8th. Texas Phil Nevin hit the only home of the game, his 9th. And in Angels Stadium of Anaheim, the Los Angeles Angels lead the Baltimore Orioles 9-0, and it seems that's just a cinch that Jared Weaver will win his first Major League start. Kendry Morales has homered, as has Tim Salmon, and it's 9-0 Angels. Weaver, over his first 6 innings, has struck out 4, allowing just 3 hits. 2 of them singles, 1 double. Other Travelers in that ball game: Adam Kennedy 0 for 2, Rob Quinlan 1 for 2, Morales 2 for 3, actually 3 for 4 with a homer. And Mike Napoli, batting second, is 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. So congratulations, I guess a little earlier than we should say, to Jared Weaver. Looks like he's going to pick up a win in his Major League debut. The final score here at Citibank Ballpark was Midland 5 and the Travelers 4 in 14 innings. We'll wrap it all up after this on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE.
What if there were no bad drivers? What if everyone always followed the speed limit? What if 10-car pileups didn't exist? In a world like that, we'd all be better off. It's why Allstate is introducing 2 incentives to drive safely. For every 6 months you don't have an accident, you'll get cash off your renewal bill with a safe driving bonus. And for every year of safe driving, you'll get $100 off your deductible with Deductible Rewards. Another year, another $100 off, up to $500. But it's not just about saving money. Safe driving also saves lives. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. That's Allstate stands. Are you in good hands?
Get Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance today. Call a local Allstate agent or 1-800-ALLSTATE. You can get $100 off your deductible the day you sign up. Features are optional and subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Deductible rewards apply to collision coverage. Patent pending. Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company and Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
Of all the days of the week, it seems that Mondays are everybody's least favorite day. Well, the Travs and the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette have a reason for baseball fans to look forward to Mondays. That's because Mondays are Democrat-Gazette family night here at the ballpark. You just pick up a copy of Monday's Democrat-Gazette, and you'll find a discount family ticket right there in the sports section. That's right. It's a coupon that admits the whole family for just $2 a person. Hey, Mondays don't sound so bad anymore.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball.
Wrapping things up after a long night here in Midland, Texas. 14-inning affair, and the RockHounds win it by 5-4 final. BC Powder player of the game is Brent Colamarino. Colamarino, who came into the game with 3 hits in 35 at-bats, finishes 3 for 6 with 3 RBIs, including a 2-run homer and a game-winning double in the 14th inning. The Travelers today scored 4 runs on 19 hits, 1 error, stranding 17. Travelers went the final 11 innings without scoring a run. Meanwhile, Midland scores 5 runs on 17 hits, no errors, and 16 left. Winning pitcher is Marcus McBeth. 3 scoreless innings. He's 1-1. Rich Thompson gives up the winning run. He's 2-2 at the loss. No save. Time of game, 4 hours, 15 minutes, and the paid crowd was 5,058. The RockHounds at 26-23 with a victory. The Travelers dropped to 17-31. Arkansas can still win this series by picking up a victory tomorrow night. First pitch tomorrow, 4 o'clock. Airtime will be 3:40 with the ITT Tech pregame show. Our starting matchup: right-hander Jesse Smith for the Travs, 3-4 right-hander, a 4.59 ERA. Brad Ziegler toes the rubber for the RockHounds. He's a right-hander with a 3-2 record and an earned run average at 4.17. And that first pitch tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Airtime at, first pitch tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Airtime is 3:40 here on Air America Little Rock 1380 KDXE. Big thanks back at the studio to Brad Hicks, sticking around for all 14 innings of this game, to the folks at minorleaguebaseball.com for making sure we stayed on the internet, and to you fans for sticking around as well for our broadcast tonight. Again, the final score in 14 innings: the Midland RockHounds 5, the Arkansas Travelers 4. Folks, don't forget, it's just a game. We'll talk more Traveler baseball again tomorrow night.